Chapter 9. A feeling of deja vu hit Naruto as he was sprinting towards the meeting location through the training area. He had already stuffed away his jacket in one of the scrolls as soon as he was out of sight from the crowded areas because the heat was too much to bear. Under the jacket was a black t-shirt with a red swirl on the back. Although not too fashionable, he was now looking at the very least normal, as he had also put away the glasses on his head. When he could make sure that nobody was around anymore, he unsealed a bakken from a storage scroll. It was then put inside a plastic sheath and tied behind his back so that he could use it like a real sword user would. He closed his eyes and expanded his sensory range as well as sensitivity, but it didn't give him any indications of anything unusual. Still, he had his doubts that something was off. While still running at a constant pace, he sent out his special wave of chakra from his body. His hunch appeared to be true as a smirk formed on his face. "Hey guys, remember to keep your chakra suppressed as much as you can. He's coming, if we're lucky we'll catch him by surprise," Yugo said. She knew from a few past interactions that Naruto was an excellent censor. Even more so than herself, quite to her discontent and disbelief. He could always sneak up to them and pull pranks, yet no one could sneak up on him without getting caught. And she was an anbu for crying out loud. Or maybe ex-anbu, part-time anbu. Anyways, that wasn't the point. But again, the boy was her student, so she couldn't help but feel proud of the fact that he would surely reach new heights quickly if he was this skilled early on. Only Kami knew what a shinobi would he be when he would be her age. A few minutes later, Naruto was seen racing towards them on the dirt path exactly as they anticipated. They were hiding in the trees around the path stealthily to catch him by surprise. By the looks of it, it seemed that Naruto was oblivious of any type of trap or ambush that could be launched upon him any second. "I guess our plan worked. Doesn't look to me like he suspects anything yet," the newcomer said. Hayate wasn't enthusiastic even a bit about trying to attack his own student out of the blue. Sure, they had coordinated surprise attacks during Naruto's training a lot of times to sharpen his reflexes. But subconsciously he was at least alert about that. Now, it had been a lot of days since he was given a break from the training because of the fact that the academy session was going to be started. And he wouldn't exactly be expecting in the least for his teachers to ambush him like hunters or something. Granted, they were only going to use blunted weapons for the ambush, but that doesn't exactly make it reasonable. "Guys, I still think we should just, let it go. He might have been occupied somewhere else. It was his first day, at the academy after all," he said. But the other ones were not as reluctant as him, since they thought that the reason was suitable enough to punish him in some way. And what better way to punish someone than surprise attack a kid who just came from his first day of school, right? "Well then, we don't agree. What kind of student keeps his teachers waiting? It's bad enough when it's the other way round, but this is just unacceptable," Yugo said. She was even more annoyed because the teachers had gathered there before the meeting time with Naruto due to the fact that they had to explain quite a lot of things to him about Naruto since he was going to be the new instructor instead of the Hokage. "Come on. That's not good enough a reason to do what we're about to." From what I see, you're acting on emotions more than you agree," Hayate said. "HMPH, I don't think so. Besides, it will be a good show of Naruto's skills to the new guy we have here. You remember we did the same thing first time, right?" Yugo said. Hayate shook his head slightly, indicating that he knew it would be a waste of time arguing with her, so he turned his face towards the newbie with an expecting look. He tried to ignore it first but then said, "Look, don't get me wrong. I definitely wouldn't want to do this in normal circumstances. But she says that the kid is skilled enough to hold his own, and I am curious about his abilities too. Moreover, I do want him to be punctual. I've already had enough of people being late already, and you know I'm talking about one person." He was telling the truth, as the silver-haired Junin had made him wait every time when they set up even a casual meeting. This had increased multifold after he left the anbu where one had to be disciplined. Now he would make people wait for hours and hours, which was quite irritating for anybody. Somewhere on a mission, a shinobi sneezed while reading an erotica. Hayate sighed as he knew that he had lost the argument against majority. Might as well look on the bright side now. Naruto would get a real-life simulation of an ambush, which made a point that a shinobi should always be alert of his surroundings even when he is relaxed or least expects it. Naruto had almost reached the location where they were hiding and now the game was about to begin. As soon as Naruto got into their range, Yugo launched herself first in the hopes of getting the fight in their favor on the beginning, as she knew the boy had some heavy damage moves that he could use. But before she could reach him, he dropped a few smoke bombs almost instantly as if expecting her, and before anyone else could realize what was going on, the whole area got completely covered in smoke. Hayate was the first to react as he entered the smoke cloud while the other one stayed put watching the show carefully. Inside, Yugo was equally surprised since she also neither expected Naruto to have realized the trap nor did he show any sign that he did. She kept her sword ready for any attack that might come her way and was proven right as a bakken made its way swinging towards her midsection from her 4 o'clock. While it was quite easily defendable, she was yet again outsmarted as a hand clasped her ankle from underground tightly, causing her to lose her balance, unable to cleanly dodge or block the hit that was almost upon her. Damn it, he attacked me from behind while he had already hit a shadow clone under the ground, Yugo thought. Frankly speaking, she just found it very much annoying that he could hide his chakras so well. As she relied quite a lot on her chakra sensory abilities in addition to the original 5 senses, it was a no-brainer that she'd have difficulty overcoming that habit. It was almost challenging. In a way, she was training because of her student in these moments and not vice versa. Anyways, as she prepared to take the first hit, promising herself not to fall for the trick again, the Bakken was halted inches away from her by another sword. Phew. It was safe to assume that Hayate had arrived just in the nick of time. He was in a better position than Yugo to counterattack, so he swung his right foot into an opening which was created because Naruto had held the Bakken with both his arms to maximize the attack strength. Hayate's primary objective was to create some space between them to regain their balance, since Naruto had overturned the element of surprise on them. Yet it wasn't as good an idea now, since Naruto instantly bursted into smoke upon getting the hit. He's underground. It was a trap to get our attention disturbed, Yugo told Hayate. Hayate was about to reply in acknowledgement, but the ground under them cracked in between, from which Naruto emerged ready to attack. This time the duo was ready for it. As soon as he was completely in the air, Hayate swung at him, which was blocked by his Bakken. Yugo had the advantage as she was in his blind spot. Hoping to take the edge, she kicked him straight in the back. 2 things occurred simultaneously. 1, her foot ended up hitting Hayate's sword directly as yet another shadow clone popped out of existence in a cloud OFG as a barrier between them. Oh, that Naruto and his shadow clones. Annoying as ever, Yugo thought. If this was a shadow clone, then where's the Ray? Hayate thought before getting interrupted. Second, they heard a feeble voice which was actually a really loud one, but was dampened in the heat of the battle, of which the only part audible to them was, "Above you." It was sufficient enough. Well, it better had been. Fortunately, the subconscious mind, or basically the instinct, kicked in time and both jumped backwards in opposite directions, and not a moment too soon, as Naruto punched the ground hard, shattering the earth around dozens of meters. The sensei duo weren't unscathed as the debris that flew due to the impact had grazed them quite a lot. However, there were no injuries except for a few scratches here and there as they managed to cut through most of the rocks easily. Anbu-level ninja are no joke, obviously. Honestly though, regular Anbu are just fodder ninja. Naruto stood straight and shook the dirt out of his hands and his clothes calmly. Both of the teachers looked at him with mild annoyance at his uncaring show-off. "Sensei, did you really think that you could play a prank on me? No way am I gonna let that happen. Although this one seemed a little too extreme to be a prank, don't you think? It's good that our guest here saved your butts by warning you, or you'd have to visit the hospital, or at least first aid," Naruto said. Although still annoyed, they knew he was telling the truth. The voice that they heard had indirectly saved them from staying in too close with the attack, which could deal a good amount of damage. They made a mental note to thank him later, but for now. "Shut up. This is not some prank. Do you know how late you are from our meeting time? Is this a way to show your manners? You were always on time before. One day at academy and you forgot about manners already?" Yugo snapped. Naruto's expression changed to one of guilty and said, "I'm really sorry about that. I went to meet Gigi first and lost track of time until I realized I was late. It won't happen again. I'll always be on time now on." "No, scratch that, I'll be here before the given time. Just please, forgive me today." "Fine. But that won't just make me let it pass. As you may already know, he is your new teacher. Why don't you show some of your skills since we're up to this?" Yugo said in a scolding tone, but inwardly she wasn't angry with him anymore, which was kind of visible on her face. What girl could resist some cute kid asking for forgiveness, right? "Really, thank you, and sure, I'll show you how strong I am dat bayo, sensei," Naruto said, turning his head towards the tree after thanking Yugo. Both the males' sweat dropped how easily Yugo changed her mind about teaching Naruto a good lesson or something on those terms. "Get ready then, here I come," Yugo said, pulling back and pressing her foot on the ground before disappearing in a flicker. Naruto saw that he also had a good opportunity to test out how much he had learned so far, so in a way he was also excited to let loose and show off the results of his training, which he wanted to check for himself too. He pulled up his Bakken in front of him with both hands and prepared to meet his opponent head-on as he too jumped, vanishing in a flicker. The volume of swords clanking wasn't as sharp or loud as it would have been in an actual sword fight, metal against metal, but there wasn't any less display of swordsmanship between the two. Yugo, although, was going easy on him since she was still quite better at this art due to her years of training and experience. But Naruto was trying his best to give her a good challenge. He slashed diagonally on her shoulder, which she dodged with a sidestep and brought her sword upwards in a slash. Naruto reacted quickly as he jumped backwards, avoiding the sword. Yugo didn't give him much time to recover as she once again engaged him in a duel. At this moment, Hayate too barged in, knowing that Naruto would be more pressured against two people since there was no telling how many opponents someone can have in a real battle simultaneously. It wasn't anything new since they had him train with shadow clones regularly, in a way simulating a situation like this. But both of them were more skilled than those clones of his, thus he'll have to improvise and push hard if he were to stand a chance. Moreover, it would give the spectator an even better impression of Naruto's skills. After all, it was because of this reason they were doing all this, right? Anyways, it was already having an effect as the onlooker was observing closely with wide eyes how a mere kid could keep up with someone of an anbu level ninja. Scratch that, now he was dealing with two. Granted, they were holding back from going all out, but still, he could clearly see that they weren't playing around either. Neither was the kid. He was keeping up with both of them at the same time, struggling a little, but keeping up nonetheless. After calmly observing the clash of swords for some time, he knew that Naruto was starting to show signs of fatigue subconsciously. He decided to test him out a little himself before the others completely tire him out. Whatever was to be shown had been seen and acknowledged completely, so there wasn't any need for unnecessary further observation. Naruto, on the other hand, was keeping up well with the two opponents, but his body was slowing down little by little with every move, no matter how much he wanted to go on from the inside. It wasn't all bright and sunny on the other side either, still at least they were faring much better than Naruto. Most of their fatigue rose due to the fact that Naruto's hits were sometimes chakra enhanced and they had to put much more force in blocking them if dodging wasn't the alternative. Both of them were standing on opposite directions a few meters away on both the sides. He kept his gaze locked on both of them at the same time. Well, more like his sensory ability gaze, and not the visual one. But that didn't mean he was not careful of the surroundings, which showed when he backflipped as numerous shuriken hit the spot where he was standing moments before. Sensei, too impatient to just watch the fight, huh? I knew now or later you'd come down too. Guess you're as impulsive as me. Naruto grinned, focusing on the brunette guy. Nothing like that. I just didn't want the others to completely tire you out. To be honest, I'm impressed by your performance. But let's see how you handle this, he challenged before he slammed his hands on the earth after weaving a few hand signs. Naruto understood the hand signs that signified the use of a specific type of nature release, but couldn't get away in time since he was tired, no matter how much he denied that. Soon enough, the ground around him evaginated and enclosed him in a thick earth-style hemispherical barrier. Can't push your way out using your Bakken alone. Show me what you got, he said, encouraging Naruto since he was curious about what was to happen next. The other duo had already sheathed their swords when it was indirectly declared that they were not to tire out Naruto more than they already did. They were equally curious what Naruto would do next, but for different reasons. While the new guy had no idea what Naruto could do, they had anticipated a variety of ways Naruto would handle the situation. It wasn't that tough, after all. The barrier was designed such that it would regenerate in a few seconds from wherever it would be damaged or broken. The caster had kept his hands on the ground connected to the jutsu to make this happen. He was fairly confident that no average trick would help Naruto break free. In addition, making his way through the ground might have been an option before, but that trick was already taken into account. Naruto would be thrown back into the dome even if he managed to get underground. This was partially why the opponent used an earth-style based tactic. But little did he know that if their village, which could be ranked at the top of "surprise me" list, it would be that boy. In a matter of a few seconds, a large part of the barrier instantly went brittle as an electric discharge of marked intensity passed inside it momentarily. What would have happened next was a no-brainer, as half of the dome shattered with the debris flying outwards. Naruto was visible standing inside the barrier, or now lack thereof, with one hand balled into a fist where the wall would have been a few moments earlier, clearly confirming how the barrier broke. Lightning style. Spark. Although the barrier did have the ability to regenerate, the process was now extremely slowed down due to two reasons. More the area of barrier was damaged, more the time would be taken to repair it, and I see you have even learned how to manipulate nature release. A big feat enough itself. And fortunately your affinity is Raiden, which is the best counter against my Doden. Lightning is quite tough to control compared to some other natures. Well, guess I'll have to say it now. Mark me impressed, Uzumaki Naruto, the opponent said. I am honored by your words, thank you, but I still didn't get your name, sensei, Naruto said. Yamato. You can call me by this name. You've earned that at least, I can say, he said with a smile. Still hiding your last name, huh, Yamato-sensei? I realize now, you've been far from actually testing my skills. You've yet to even activate your Sharingan. Don't think I'll let you go so easily without a good spar. We're just getting started, Naruto said. What? I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea, kid. I'm not who you probably think I am, Yamato said with a neutral expression. Save it. I know exactly why you're here and what will I be training for. Furthermore, you didn't tell me your last name. Why'd anybody hide it like that? I know that you're an Uchiha. Come on now, use your Sharingan. I want to have a battle with you that way, Naruto said. Look Naruto, I don't know why you think I'm an Uchiha, but I am not. Will you please stop that? Yamato said. Fine, sensei. Yamato was almost relieved that he'd dropped the topic for good, but he didn't know about Naruto's stubbornness. If you're not doing it voluntarily, I'll make you do it, Naruto declared. For a moment Yamato thought he heard laughter from where the other teacher duo was standing on a tree away from them. He ignored it, knowing that they surely must be having fun watching the drama that Naruto was creating here unfold. Although before he could say anything else, Naruto charged at him. He was now concentrating on parrying the blows since Naruto seemed to be attacking more aggressively than before. From what he thought, the most probable reason was exactly what Naruto said, to force him to activate his Sharingan. Hell, he'd even activated to stop the kid, if only he had it, for Kami's sake. What was he supposed to do now except for wait until Naruto calms down a bit? But waiting wasn't as easy as it sounded, as he had his hands full of an obstinate child none other than Naruto himself. Now, Naruto wasn't showing any signs of giving up at all, as he struck with more power and speed with every blow. He knew that he might not have any chance to win once his opponent goes serious, but that's quite better than him holding back completely. He wanted him to acknowledge his own power not only by words but by actions too. The increased speed wasn't giving Yamato a hard time as much as the power behind it. Quickly making some distance between them, Yamato weaved a few hand signs quickly and used a jutsu to push Naruto back without actually harming him, very much. Sweden. Mizurapa, water style, wild water wave. He let out a huge stream of water flowing towards Naruto at high speed in hopes of catching him off guard. But Naruto didn't even hesitate as he too weaved some hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Doden. Doryuheki, earth style. Mud wall, soon enough. A wall erupted from the ground in front of him, obstructing the path of wave into which it crashed in a matter of few seconds. Naruto just jumped over it and continued on his path, running on the water smoothly. What? I thought I saw him use Raiden before. Did he trick me? Did he manipulate my earth-style barrier using his own? Yeah, no matter how improbable, that must be it. Yamato thought wide-eyed. Naruto yet again surprised him as he weaved a different set of hand signs this time and shouted. Sweden. Sweden no jutsu, water style, water bullet. A stream of water followed the straight path and Yamato was directly in line with it. He could have countered it somehow but was too gripped in astonishment. As the stream made its way towards him he thought. Sweden? No way. I'm definitely sure he had used Doden. Then why is he able to use Sweden? He's just a kid. I'm starting to think it might just be a really good genjutsu that I'm trapped in. Kai, damn it. The water jet hit him head on as he just had enough time and the reflexes to cross his arms in front of him and skidded backwards due to the pressure that was exerted upon him. When he looked up to where the attack came from after it ceased, he found a widely grinning Naruto. What happened, sensei? Still not convinced enough to fight me seriously, he shouted. Yamato was about to make another exasperated remark but was cut off instantly as Naruto shouted again. I hope you will be after this. In a split second, the water behind him splashed from within and a figure flipped out holding a sword-like weapon. Yamato only had the time to turn his head, during which he barely saw the Naruto he was talking to burst into a cloud of smoke, connoting that it was just another one of his shadow clones, before saw Naruto himself, who was almost on top of him swinging his chakra-covered Bakken on him. About time you activate that damn Sharingan, Naruto shouted, hoping to catch him off guard so that he would have no option other than to rely on his dojutsu. Alas, he didn't know that even if Yamato would have wanted to he just couldn't. Although, it did make him reveal his unique ability as he had almost just enough time to interlock his fingers and palm in the sign of serpent. With incredible speed, wooden pillars erupted from the ground as Yamato ducked to avoid getting hit. Before Naruto could make contact, his Bakken was blocked by one of the wooden trunks. The other ones coiled around Naruto and gripped him all around, rendering him completely immobile. For the first time in the whole scuffle, it was Naruto who had been baffled and was at a loss for words. Not that Yamato was any less odd, but the one unusually calm was Naruto. Hey wait, what? This is Mokuton. But it's supposed to have only been used by the Shodem Hokage. No one else could master it for such a long time. How can you do it then? Oh, I see. The Sharingan, huh? It's supposed to cast one of the most powerful genjutsu if I remember correctly. You really are an impressive Uchiha, sensei. Guess I lost, Naruto said. Don't you say that again, ever. I already told you I don't belong to the Uchiha. And frankly, I suck at genjutsu. As for my last name, there is none. Now if we're done with this, let's talk about your genjutsu first, Yamato declared. Right back at you, sensei. I suck at genjutsu too. And don't give me that story. I mean, how can you use wood style if it had went extinct with the first Hokage? Even old man Sandame can't use it, Naruto retorted. However, before the conversation could escalate, both Yugo and Hayate interrupted them. Okay guys, relax. We know both of you quite surprised with each other, but trust me, we were too when we met you. Tense Yamato, can you please release him now? Yugo said. Sure, I guess nothing will come out if we keep arguing. I'm actually ashamed I lost my cool, even if what I saw seemed virtually impossible. Yamato said, releasing Naruto as the wooden vines traced their path back into the ground. Phew. I felt like my chakra was being drained or something, but now said, dusting off his clothes. Okay, so now let's clear up the Yugo started but was interjected. First will be how he can use the wood style, which is supposedly extinct. Anything else can wait until later, Naruto said. Yamato sighed but knew he'd have to do this before he got his chance for the questions. You're correct. Only Lord Shodem Hokage had the ability to manipulate wood style. The fact that I'm able to use it is exactly because of that. His cells were implanted into me and hence I got this ability, he explained. But your body must have rejected the transplanted cells instantly or vice versa. You'd explode into pieces before your body can even start to adapt. There's no way it could have happened. Naruto stopped, unless. I don't think further details would be relevant. Although I'm impressed by your knowledge of the human body, I must say, Yamato said. Naruto already understood how it would have happened to his teacher. The only time the body would have adapted to the foreign matter and incorporated into its own would be when he was an infant, since they could have merged with his own totipotent stem cells. It would have been a high-risk experiment whenever it was conducted, and Yamato was fortunate enough to be alive. On the other hand, there might have been numerous children who would have died like guinea pigs in an experiment. After all, if it was that successful, would have more Mokuton users be walking around in Konoha? The mere thought of this sent a shiver up his spine as to who could be cruel enough to attempt such a diabolical act. Now if that's clear, would you tell me why did I see you using two different nature releases perfectly? Yamato asked. Well, duh, because I did use them, of course, and don't tell me you're so dumb that you didn't even realize I weakened your earth-style barrier using Raiden. Poor observation skills, sensei, Naruto said. What? But how can you? And hey, I did see that but ignored it because I already had seen you using two different natures clearly. What the hell is going on? Why can this kid use three different chakra natures? Yamato said, looking at Naruto and Yugo Hayate back and forth. Well, obviously because the author wanted me to. Get it inside your head, sensei. I'm the shonen protagonist here. The story revolves around me, Naruto said. Hey Naruto, WTF dude? Don't break the fourth wall here, others will realize I'm up to something. XD. What? Asked the trio. I actually meant, what type of a question is that? I was just trying to be sarcastic. I can use different chakra natures because I have an affinity to them, obviously, Naruto said. All of them deadpanned at his statement, but then Yamato said, but still, 3 nature affinities? That's something quite rare. I've never ever seen someone like that before. Now it was time for the others to be silent, waiting for one another to hope someone will stand up to let the cat out of the bag. Ultimately it was Hayate, since both his student and his fellow teacher were looking at him expectantly. 4. Hayate said plainly. What? Yamato asked. Naruto possesses not 3 but 4 different chakra natures, Hayate said with his hands folded and eyes keenly on Yamato to defend himself in case Yamato thinks they were some novice ninja imposters or dispel some genjutsu or literally anything, given what the situation was. He also didn't cough since he was slowly speaking the entire sentence. What you said, my friend, just now is absolutely ridiculous. That's not something rare, it's virtually next to impossible. I'm thinking I'll go nuts if I stay here any longer, Yamato said. Get a hold of yourself, dude. You've been, coughs, in anbu for so long now. Don't you guys have to prepare for anything and coughs, everything? Hayate said. Anything and everything, yes. But about all which is unexpected, not real, Yamato said. He added, hey, speaking of which, weren't you guys surprised when you found out about it? Both Hayate and Yugo looked at each other while Yamato raised an eyebrow as we once again delve into another flashback. Winking face. It had been a few months since Naruto started his training. Once his ninjutsu training with the Hokage had been completed, both Hayate and Yugo were on their way to meet him. Although this time they decided to go pick him up from where he trained for a change rather than wait for him at the training grounds like they did mostly. To say they were surprised to see the changed landscape would be an understatement. The area beside the pond was a complete mess. And it was even more surprising since the Hokage training grounds were maintained on high priority. That meant whatever happened was not too far back in the past. The ground was erupted at a few places. Water was accumulated in many places on the ground and many of the rocks seemed to be shattered. Scanning with their gaze around, they found Naruto lying down somewhere in the middle of it. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were closed but slightly squinted, indicating that he wasn't asleep or out cold, just tired. Sensing both of them approach, he opened his eyes and said, "Good morning, sensei. What a surprise, you came here to pick me up." By this time both of them were on his side, with one folding his hands and the other keeping them on her waist. What could have happened to make the scenery so beautiful around here, Naruto? Yugo asked in a sarcastic way which seemed obvious. Why don't you guys set up a picnic here then and I'll give you some privacy by going home, Naruto retorted cheekily. Yugo blushed knowing that Naruto didn't exactly know what things could happen in privacy such as this. At the same time, she was also irked that he had like this many a times quite craftily got out of punishments or teasings. Answer the question, Naruto. Hayate said. I, kind of, zapped myself since there was so much water around. Naruto said with an unusually embarrassed face. You zapped yourself? As in, electrified? Yugo asked with a piqued interest. Well, duh, what else does that mean? Naruto said. But how? There's no electric line anywhere nearby, she asked. Naruto remembered that he had not told them about his nature affinities. First he thought about pulling a prank by zapping them, but then dropped it knowing that he'd have to endure some sort of punishment and he was a little too tired at the moment for that. Let me show you. Please stand back, Naruto said. Both of them shrugged and took a few steps back. Naruto formed a few hand signs in succession and put them on the ground as he crouched. Before anyone had a chance to say anything, a mud wall erupted from the earth. It wasn't perfect yet, as the shape and strength still needed work, but that was far from what the others were thinking. But I thought he had a water affinity, Hayate said. What was that about being zapped then? Yugo asked. Unseen by them, Naruto had already started to weave a second set of hand signs behind the wall. A few moments later, he was on top of the wall and a simple press of his palm on the wall sent an electric wave throughout, breaking it easily. He wasn't scratched a bit and landed feet first easily on the ground. Both Hayate and Yugo had their jaws on the ground too as they were at a loss for words. Naruto, how did you learn Doden and Raiden? It takes years, coughs, to master one chakra nature, but 3 at once sounds really far-fetched, Hayate said. It's because I have affinity for them all, and before we have this discussion all over again, first let me tell you I have one more. Although I can't control it properly so I don't use it, Naruto said. Don't exaggerate it, it's already rare enough to hear that. Consider me surprised, Yugo said. Naruto shrugged knowing that some things are really hard to digest unless proved otherwise. He formed the last set of hand seals and an invisible sphere of wind started to form in his hands. Wind SD ball, although halfway through, it started getting unstable and exploded point blank between the three. All of them were thrown by the shock waves several meters away, skidding on their backs. See, told ya, Naruto finished. At this point, both of them wouldn't even have raised a single question if someone out of the blue told them that an alien race with horns on their head would plan to destroy Earth someday. Flashback over. No, sure we were surprised but nothing unusual. Definitely not freak out like you did right now, Yugo said with an absolutely incredible poker face. Even Hayate was surprised but kept quiet since it was better for him too. Yamato was looking at them with a blank expression, wondering if he seriously was overreacting. But then he understood that they were bluffing since no one could take in such a fact easily and due to the fact that Naruto had rolled his eyes at the exact same time. However, he didn't call them out in front of Naruto and made a mental note to tell them later. Fine, whatever. You win. Now I think that's enough for the introductions. I'd rather not see anything new for at least today. Why don't you guys leave him in my care now and go do your work or something, Yamato said. He's all yours. We'll be here in the evening. Make sure not to overdo it, or he'd have a hard time training with us afterwards. Later, Yugo said. Yamato just nodded as the duo left the training grounds in a shunshin. He turned towards Naruto as he said. Any questions before we start? Yeah. Since this is my first day training with you, can you please treat me to ramen afterwards? After some light taijutsu spar, both Yamato and Naruto sat down in the shade to talk about things while taking a breather. As you may already know, our primary objective of training is to harness the colossal amount of chakra that is sealed inside of you. You must now also realize why I was chosen for this job. Mokuton is a special technique that can suppress the power of 9 tails. Although to be honest, I'm not even a fraction of what our skilled Lord Shodem Hokage was, Yamato said. He added, however, that won't be all. Basic ninja skills are necessary before learning the advanced ones. You're already in the academy where you'll be taught all of that. Now here's the deal. You don't have to just learn it like any other student to pass. We'll work on how to excel at it. I get what you're saying, but can you elaborate? Naruto asked. You might have heard the saying, a ninja who has practiced 10,000 moves is not as deadly as the one who has practiced one move 10,000 times. Every small skill like throwing shuriken, kunai properly or laying traps quickly are essential for a shinobi. These may not be as flashy as ninjutsu but are a step you can't skip. No matter how tall a structure is, it doesn't stand for long as the foundation is weak, Yamato said. Naruto noticed that Yamato skipped a moment after saying the word but didn't ask right then. Hayate and Yugo are training you specifically in kenjutsu and that's good. I'll talk to them about teaching you how to use shorter blades or heavier weapons as well, if they haven't already thought about it. In the meantime, we'll also keep practicing ninjutsu. I'm not Lord Hokage but still I can help you with Doden and Sweden at least, Yamato said. Naruto was an enthusiastic kid and all, but keeping up with the expectations of everyone seemed a little tougher after hearing it all. This was also reflected in his expression as Yamato noticed it and asked with a smile. Getting cold feet, are we? No, that's not it. I want to keep getting stronger and all, but Naruto stopped at a loss for words. It happens with everyone, kid. You just have to endure and keep going. That's what it means to be a shinobi. Truth be told, I wasn't exactly on the same page with Lord Hokage when he told me that I'll have to train a kid like you who has barely gotten into the ninja academy to control the power which could destroy nations altogether. But watching you here today actually made me this that you can do it. Yamato encouraged. Is that how you really feel, or are you just trying to cheer me up? I have mostly seen you serious-faced, unlike Hayate-sensei, Yugo-sensei or Jiji, Naruto asked. Look, I can't go into details, but listen. When I was your age, I was raised by some hardliner ninjas. It was Lord Hokage who took me under his wing afterwards, and I became who I am today because of that. He said that he saw potential in me and that I'd be able to become a great asset to the Leaf Village as a shinobi, Yamato said. He added after a pause, why I'm telling you this is because I see the same potential he was talking about then inside you, and much greater. You are quite strong as of today, and I can write it down for you that it was because of the hard work you did until now. You falter here, all that would be for nothing. Keep on enduring whatever hardships come your way, until you achieve your goal. I heard that it was to become the Hokage, and it would take nothing less than that to achieve it. Naruto felt refreshed after hearing that and stood up as he said, Arigato, sensei. I was a little gloomy for a bit, but now your words have fueled me again. I'm ready to go whenever you are. Yamato smiled just a little bit, knowing that this training definitely won't be a waste of time after all. Time skip, few days later, ugh, I can't do it, sensei. We've been at this for so much time and nothing has happened. Isn't there any other method? Naruto said as he laid on his back after sitting upright for many hours now. No Naruto, there isn't. Only you can reach the inside of your mind, no one else. You got to focus harder or it won't happen. Yamato said, bending his elbow after keeping his palm straight at him for the same amount of time. There was no special type of training or anything until now. Just plain old Naruto trying to concentrate and Yamato keeping the Kyuubi at bay in case it goes out of control. This was because there couldn't be anything else that could be done to have him use or control Kyuubi's power before there is at least some sort of contact between them. But sensei, for how long will we continue this? I don't see an end. I could sit here every day for my whole life and still there's no certainty that it will occur, Naruto said. Well, last time it happened due to your elevated emotional state as you told me. Guess I should throw you off a cliff and let's see what happens, Yamato wondered. Haha, very funny. Don't you dare do that ever, I'm warning you. Just find some non-violent way, Dabbeo, Naruto said. Unless you're high on emotions, the seal will hold quite durably. Lord Fourth wasn't some pushover, kid. He must have kept all measures to keep the Kyuubi at bay so that a calamity like that doesn't happen ever again, Yamato said. Yeah, I know, Naruto said, putting his palm on his abdomen. But if Lord Third thinks that it's best for the village, then we don't have to worry about anything. Let's keep trying, Yamato said. You're right. Jiji always cares for the village and everyone in it. So anyways, I was thinking that can't we just loosen the seal or something so I can get in, Naruto said. You idiot, did you even listen what I was saying? The seal is the only thing that's keeping the Kyuubi from getting out, Yamato scolded. Sorry, I guess I'm getting too impatient because of all this, Naruto said. Yamato contemplated for a few moments quietly before speaking up. On second thought, your idea may not seem so bad after all. What? But you said, Naruto started. Yamato put up a finger and interrupted in between and said, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not tampering with the seal. Actually, I can't even if I tried, because that would need a key. Anyways, coming back to the point, what I can do is temporarily suppress the effect of the seal that's stopping you from reaching out inside your mind, Yamato said. He added, but keep in mind, this will only be N with Mokuton, there's not much I can do to a seal of that level. You will have to have all your focus concentrated in that moment, or whatever the result be, it definitely won't be good for you and probably not for everyone around too. Naruto nodded in understanding as he once again sat up, folding his legs and his hands straight, resting on the knees in a meditating pose. After a few minutes toning his breathing and relaxing his body, he said, ready when you are, sensei. Yamato nodded and formed a seal on his palm. He waited for a few seconds to reaffirm his decision, but then with a, the hell with it, moment placed it on the Doublade tetragram seal that had kept the demon fox contained for many years until now. Naruto felt nothing initially, but kept his focus throughout and the suppression of the seal took effect. He was suddenly pulled inside somewhere in darkness, but in reality which was actually what they were hoping to achieve after all. His body became absolutely still as he was still in the meditation pose. Yamato was concerned for a moment and thus said, hey, Naruto, you okay? Did it work? Getting no response, he knew that it might or might not have worked, but if it did, he'd have to give him some time. So he just sat there once again with his palm in the direction of Naruto, working on his job to keep the Nine Tails power suppressed. Naruto once again found himself in a familiar place that he had once encountered many years ago, although this time he knew what it was, and also what he had come here to do. He walked through the same pipelines, covered seemingly endlessly with darkness with the sound of his feet splashing quietly in the water. He knew where the presence of the fox spirit was located and cautiously made his way towards it. A tiny bit of fear was creeping up in him, which was actually natural since not just about anyone could watch a legendary demon fox in front of him and not wet his pants. Naruto was trying to shrug it off, but it wasn't going to, since a bigger part of his fear was actually anxiety at what he was supposed to do now. At the end of the dark tunnel there was the same old room with pipes all around and also a huge cage in the center behind which was contained the gigantic creature in the form of a fox. Naruto looked around and remembered the time when Shizune would be teaching him, and when he related everything to Ramen she'd frustratingly say that his mind was a garbage dump or something. I guess Shizune-chan wasn't that far from the truth, he thought. He took a few steps forward but didn't get too close to the cage or he'd have to face a nail from the fox's claw like last time. "Hey, Nine Tails," Naruto shouted. He didn't know the reason, but all the uncertainty and doubt left his mind instantly as soon as he said these words, and the only thing left now was his willpower and courage. An eye could be seen opening slowly on the other side which radiated nothing but pure evil and malice from its giant red pupils. It waited for a few moments before addressing the boy in front of him. "What are you doing here, you brat? Go back wherever you came from and don't disturb my slumber," the nine-tailed fox said. "I'm not here to disturb your sleep, Nine Tails. But I do want to talk to you," Naruto said. "Ha ha 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 ha. Why do you think a mighty creature like myself who has lived through eons in this world would consider wasting my time talking to some lowly human, and with a child even then?" Kyuubi said. "Well, firstly we are already talking. Secondly, don't consider me immature just because I'm a kid. And lastly, if you think you're better than humans, why are you stuck in someone such as me, huh?" Naruto retorted. The Nine Tails growled, showing its majestic fangs in anger and a little frustration at the remark. The effect it desired would have on Naruto although wasn't seen even for a moment. "I swear, if it weren't for that damned fourth Hokage, I'd be free from these containments and do as I please. And yet, you humans do nothing but try to restrain us beasts only for the purpose that you strengthen your own militaristic power using the mighty strength that we possess. Make no mistake, I will achieve freedom, and when I do, you for one, will be dead," Kyuubi said. "Don't blame Lord Fourth, you stupid fox. If it weren't for him, our village would have been turned into rubble and ashes. Courtesy of you. So don't try telling me again that you're just an innocent creature that was just passing by like any other tourist," Naruto replied. "Just get lost, you annoying brat. You'd fail to understand what the truth is even if I tell you, which is in any case quite the opposite of what I intend to do to you." Kyuubi growled and flared its chakra but was immediately back to normal again. "What is this force which could suppress my power? The seal holds my power, it doesn't suppress it. No, it's something else. I'll have to find that out too," Kyuubi thought. "Yeah, whatever. Try what you can. I'm not afraid, I'll stop you. I am not letting you or anyone lay a hand, or a paw, on my village. That is my duty as a citizen of the village and as someone who aspires to be the Hokage," Naruto said. "Ha ha ha ha. You, the Hokage? Freaking hilarious. Haven't heard something like that in the last thousands of years. The fourth Hokage was a skilled genius, and you on the other hand, are a completely foolish kid. Forget fighting me. You'd be lucky if you realize what happened before you get crushed beneath my paws," Kyuubi taunted. "You'll be the one that's under my feet before you know it, you stupid fox. Just you wait until I train hard and become stronger. Even stronger than Lord Fourth or any Hokage that has ever existed," Naruto exclaimed. "I have no business with you. Do what you wish, after all, it won't be long before I'm free from this prison and the first human I'm going after would be you." Kyuubi growled and closed its eyes. "I'm not the one inside the cage, so don't go thinking you can do whatever you want. If you're gonna be using my body to live inside, you'll have to pay up rent as well. And I'll be taking your chakra as a currency for that. Do you understand?" Naruto declared. The Nine Tails was about to tell him to go to hell for Kami's sake and let him rest here in peace, but then a brainwave hit him. "Maybe it won't be so bad after all. I'll let my chakra leak away slowly so the seal would gradually weaken, and when the time comes, I'll take full control of his body," Kyuubi thought. "You entertain me if nothing else, kid. Tell you what, I'll let you borrow my chakra whenever you need it." "Need it, not want it," Kyuubi said. "Huh? That was easy. Well, saves me the trouble. But wait, how can I believe that whatever you said was true? What if you turn your back and deny it later?" Naruto asked with some hesitation. "Don't compare me with those pathetic humans you have in that village of yours, brat. I am one of the mightiest creations on this planet and I have my pride. But whatever, think what you want. I don't care about what your opinion is anyways," Kyuubi growled, going back to sleep. Naruto wanted to talk more but knew that this was the best he could get out from that fox at this point of time. He looked around for a few more minutes and found literally nothing but pipes and water. He focused on going back into reality from his mindscape and succeeded in a few seconds. He opened his eyes and said, "Phew, coming out is really quite easier than trying to go in, Datbeo." Yamato looked at him surprised, which was evident as he blinked his eyes multiple times and said, "Wait, what happened? Didn't it work? I thought for a moment you did it." "What are you talking about, sensei? I already did all that and I'm back here." "What were you doing all this time, dozing off?" Naruto asked. "What? But you've barely been like that for like 15 seconds before you opened your eyes again. Did you really manage to have a conversation with the nine-tailed fox?" Yamato asked. "No, I was there for like 15 minutes. Maybe sinned, the sense of time must be different for both of us," Naruto said. "Are you positive? You're not telling this of get out of this training, right?" Yamato asked doubtfully. "No, I am absolutely positive I saw a monster fox who threatened to kill me along with this village and probably this entire human race if he could. There's only one way to prove that and I don't think any one of us would like to watch that happen." "Same thing again after all the trouble Lord Fourth went through," Naruto said. Okay. You win. I believe you. No need to be so contentious. So how did it go? Judging by your behavior, it doesn't seem like you could get any points across very well," Yamato said, raising his hands in defeat and then being serious again. "Yeah, that stupid fox is so annoying. Acting all high and mighty. Telling me that humans are trash or something. Just wait until I leave him behind eating dust," Naruto said and exhaled sharply. "You can't outmatch the Kyuubi's power as easy and simple as you make it seem. Even Hokage-level shinobi can't do that in a battle of strength. It's a different story, although since we're ninja, we can always outfox the opponent," Yamato said, laughing at his own pun. Naruto stood there with a deadpanned look at his poor attempt to make it humorous, but he ignored it, too uninterested to comment. "I don't care about that. I'm gonna be the strongest Hokage of all, and if Shodem Hokage could do it, then I'll be able to do it too, one way or the other," he declared. Yeah, I heard it. I've been hearing that quite a lot and your training has barely started. Don't you ever want to be a little more quiet?" Yamato said. "What, you don't want me to remain motivated?" Naruto asked. "It's not that, just keep it to yourself. Use that energy in your training rather than announcing it to everyone every 15 minutes, Yamato said. "Believe it or not, saying it out loud gives me more energy and enthusiasm. And I don't have any shortage of energy if that's what you were implying in any way," Naruto replied. "Just, never mind. We're going off topic here. What happened between you and the Nine Tails?" Yamato asked. "Nothing much, I kinda threatened him to give me chakra and he said yes," Naruto said. Yamato was standing there with his jaw hitting the ground comically along with protruding eyes. He retorted with a baffled expression, "Yeah, right. Do you take me for a fool? That is a demon fox who has the power to annihilate the whole village in one blow. You want me to believe you asked and it just relented? Like yeah, whatever you want, Naruto-sama?" Ha, that look on your face. "No, it wasn't like that at all. He was quite annoying as I told you already and didn't even talk straight," Naruto said. "Phew, this is not the time for jokes." Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. "I never lied though. He did accept to give me chakra if the need arises. I can't be sure that it would actually be true, but judging by how high and mighty he showed himself bathing in pride, I doubt that he'll back down," Naruto said. "Wow, every moment brings twists and turns when I'm with you, Naruto. And I guess it would rather take control over your body later rather than dying along with you if you're in a life or death situation," Yamato theorized. "So he would die if I were to die too?" Naruto asked. "Well, temporarily," Yamato answered, "meaning?" "Well, about that, sometime later, Naruto." "What? Why?" "We are going off topic again." "Ah, that's not fairrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr I was hoping we'd manage to have some sort of communication after some tries, but you've as always exceeded my expectations," Yamato praised. "Thanks, sensei. So what do we do now?" Naruto asked. "Now, back to the basics," Yamato said as he pulled out a pack of kunai and shuriken. Ah man, boring, scene break and time skip. At the academy, Nara Shikamaru, Yan, sent. Uchiha Sasuke, present, sensei. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, I'm here, sensei. You don't have to shout every time, Naruto. I hear you just alright, Ruka said. Hee, sorry, Naruto said adjusting the glasses on his head. Okay class, today's topic is about, Ruka started. It had been a few months since Naruto had joined the academy and everything was going smoothly. Smooth, theoretically. Not in a practical sense. At least what was bound to happen was definitely happening, if nothing else. Naruto, you've scored the lowest marks in the test this time. How many times do I have to tell you to improve your score and study more? Ruka scolded. Sorry sensei, I'll try better next time, Naruto said. And Shikamaru, can you at least lift the pencil and write your name first? I had to go through previous tests and compare your handwriting, he added. Write my name, what a drag, Shikamaru replied with half-closed eyes. Why'd I have to put up with a bunch of kids like you? Learn something from Sasuke here. He scored the highest marks in all the previous tests and has the best practical skills out of any of you. Iruka said. As always, most of the boys looked towards Sasuke enviously and the girls with animated hearts in their eyes. Sasuke, though, was collected, smiling, and didn't make any attempt to brag or belittle anyone every time he scored well. It was because he had never seen Itachi do it despite him being stronger than most of the ninjas in their clan or even the entire village. And Sasuke wanted to follow in his elder brother's footsteps as he respected him a lot more than anyone else. A few boys didn't care as much though, including Naruto, who had went back to scribble some formulas on the back of his notebook which looked like doodling but which only he could know what they were meant for. Shikamaru, who had already gone to sleep after listening to Iruka. Choji, who was munching on his potato chips as always trying to hide the pack in his bag like Kiba, who was trying to do the same thing but with his puppy. I'm referring to the hiding part here, not the eating part, XD. Coming back to Naruto, he had done an excellent job at disguising his abilities, despite having numerous chances and impulses to show off, nor did he once act on it. No one in his class had any idea that he was far ahead of what he seemed, or far ahead of any of them too. At least that's what he wanted to believe. Iruka left the class for lunch break. As always, everyone scattered around and chattered loudly. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing?" Sasuke asked. "Huh, oh this. Nothing in particular." Naruto replied, wanting to lie as less as possible. "I think you should study more. You won't be scolded by sensei anymore then. And it is not easy to graduate if the score is very low throughout the year. So I hope you will try harder because I also don't want you to fail the academy test," Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him and knew that he was genuinely concerned, so replied, "Thanks Sasuke. I will. Don't worry, as I've always said, I won't let anything get in my way of becoming the Hokage. Anyways, how is your elder brother doing these days? It's been so long since I last met him," Naruto asked, wanting to change the topic. It was in a sense true, as Itachi only came a few times to pick up Sasuke and talk to both of them for a little bit. Although in actuality, Naruto knew that Itachi had came to see Sasuke numerous times during the academy hours. His stealth skills were exceptional, but Naruto's sensory abilities outmatched them completely. But Naruto never showed even the slightest bit that he had known about him the entire time. As oblivious as one could seem, he did. "Yeah, he's quite busy these days with his duties. Even I'm unable to spend time with him. So I think you should probably forget about meeting him again soon, haha," Sasuke said. "Ah, that's bad. He's a nice guy to talk to," Naruto said. "Of course he is. He's the pride of the Uchiha clan, one day," Anbu said. "Haha, then maybe I'll try to be like him too," Naruto joked. Both of them bursted into laughter. It wasn't much later after that the girls started swarming around Sasuke. Naruto gladly took the chance and slipped away from the group. Later, Sasuke, see ya. Naruto's words reached Sasuke's ears, but he was out of sight as soon as he said that. "Well, however your scores may be, at least you don't have to put up with this, Naruto," Sasuke internally voiced, exasperated. Scene break and time skip, somewhere secluded on Hokage Tower. There were two people standing under the dim evening twilight. It was getting dark, but not darker than what tragedy had taken place in the Hidden Leaf village. "I apologize, Lord Hokage. It had to be done. The clan members were going to attempt the coup d'état tonight," the shadowy figure explained. "I see. It's very unfortunate to hear this news. I deeply regret that I couldn't do anything to save my village through the means of peace. And to put such a burden on a shinobi like you at such a young age, I have miserably failed in my duty as the Hokage. Still, I must say this, Konoha will forever be indebted to you, Itachi." The fire shadow bowed his head. "Please my lord, you are the one who has kept the best interests of the village in mind more than anyone else. I am merely playing my role in helping to protect the village as much as I possibly can," Itachi replied, still kneeling down in front of him. "Perhaps, if Minato was here he'd have handled the situation well and it wouldn't have come to this. I guess it's time I handed over my title to a suitable successor. To be honest, I was waiting for you to grow up into a shinobi worthy enough to lead the village. And without a doubt, you are already like that. Unfortunately, the circumstances are far opposite from what I had wanted," the Hokage sighed. "If I may, Lord Hokage, it's my wish that you continue to be the Hokage. It may sound selfish of me, but I need you to assure me that my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, will never be harmed in this village," Itachi said. "Of course, you don't need to ask for it. But why do you think anyone will want to inflict harm upon him?" the Hokage asked. "My orders were clear, sir. Leave no survivors. As you know, Sasuke is still alive, and I wish him to be like that from now on too. He is to be the legacy of the Uchiha," Itachi said. "What do you mean orders? I gave no order to take any actions against the clan. Although I had doubts why you acted on your own, I chose to let them go. But now you're telling me that you were following someone's orders?" Hiruzen asked sternly. "I was ordered by Lord Danzo, sir. I had assumed that he was acting on your behalf, but I can't trust him with my brother's life," Itachi confessed. "Danzo, that damned old warhawk. I won't let this go easily. I will personally see that no harm comes to young Sasuke by Danzo or any other person in this village. Rest assured about that. But now what about you? I never would have wished for such a fine shinobi like you to be disgraced as a rogue ninja. Keep in contact with me, and ask if you need any help," the Hokage said. "To be named as a rogue ninja is not a disgrace to me in the least, Lord Hokage. It is in essence of actually being a rogue ninja that is disgraceful. I am Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf, and forever will be as long as I shall live," he said. "I wish the next generation of shinobi are just like you. Konoha will surely have a bright future," the Hokage said with a tiny glimpse of smile on his face for the first time after hearing the tragic news. "I'm honored, but I think I should take my leave now," Itachi said and disappeared hastily. The Hokage picked this up quite quickly as he turned around maintaining a calm expression only to find someone who just arrived there. "Naruto, what are you doing here? And how did you know I was here?" he asked. "Well, duh, did you forget Gigi? I'm a masterclass censor. Sunglasses emoji XD, Naruto said. "Yeah, how silly of me. But that doesn't answer why are you here. What was so urgent you couldn't wait?" the Hokage asked. "You're asking what was so urgent? Let me ask you what was so urgent that you had to call all of my teachers at once. Who am I supposed to train with now?" Naruto said in his usual loud voice. "Important anbu affairs, Naruto. It's something that requires all of them, including Hayate. You'll have to train on your own until they come back. I can't do anything about it," he said in a tone which said, "Don't argue, just quietly follow whatever instructions I gave or there'll be consequences." Naruto gulped and nodded saying, "I understand, I'll go train on my own." "Very well then. You may leave, now," the Hokage ordered as Naruto prepared to leave. "Hi," he said as he disappeared in a body flicker. After leaping through a few buildings, Naruto stopped on a roof of a tall building and released a deep breath he didn't know he was holding. "Phew, I didn't know Gigi could be so scary. Well, he's not the Hokage just for its name. I must have interrupted him at a really bad time or in a bad mood. And if all the Anbu force is being summoned, then it must be about something big," he said out loud. "Well, I guess I should just go home and train. It's already getting dark, so no benefit going to the training fields and back. I also have academy classes tomorrow morning," he thought, speeding through the village towards his home. Scene break and time skip, Uchiha district. It was a scene nobody would willingly want to encounter in the part of village where the Uchiha lived. The word lived literally being true as the entire clan had now been slaughtered. The bodies of the clan members lay as lifeless as dolls who had been disposed of, ruthlessly. The streets were soaked not with water but blood. Blood of innocent women as well as children. Blood of each and every one person who lived there. Blood of an entire clan. That very blood shimmered in the moonlight, at the sight of which even the most stone-hearted person would get shivers up his spine. The Hokage had already reached the place with his Anbu teams and sealed it to restrict any access to general public. The Anbu were assigned to different parts of the area to collect the corpses and look for survivors, if any. Most of them were under the Hokage's direct command, but many were also root members. "Hokage-sama, we found a survivor. Identified as Uchiha Sasuke, son of the now deceased head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Status, stable condition. He doesn't seem to have any life-threatening injuries. But we've already sent him to the hospital. He's fine, at least physically. Further investigation will only be possible when he wakes up," a female Anbu with violet hair reported. "Good. Make sure he's well protected. He's in quite a danger being the last of Uchiha," the third said, eyeing Danzo. "Hi, Hokage-sama," she said and vanished. Turning to his old teammate he said, "Danzo, I heard you had given certain orders without consulting with me or taking my permission. It won't go unpunished." Danzo replied, "With all regards, Lord Hokage, I did what I felt would be in the best interests of the Ville. Enough already, no more excuses. Your organization, the Anbu Root, is officially dissolved with immediate effect, and as is your position as my second in command. You're now nothing more than a member of the advisory council like Kaharu and Homura. And you better don't try anything stupid or there'll be consequences," the Hokage ordered in a low but stern voice. "You don't know what you're doing, Hiruzen. They weren't going to settle for peaceful negotiations anyways. If I hadn't done this, the whole village would have been in a civil war," Danzo replied. "One more word, my friend, and you'll regret it," was the only reply he got from the Hokage. Danzo wasn't one to be intimidated that easily, but he knew his limits. Hiruzen was the Hokage and he could very well have him arrested and executed on account of what he had done. Neither client without proper planning. So he decided to accept it for now. "Hi, Hokage-sama," he said as he bowed his head and left with two of his guards. Not more than a minute later, he was stopped by one of his own bodyguard, making him even more irritated. "Now what do you?" He was completely taken aback to see a set of menacing crimson eyes known as the Sharingan digging deeply into his own. "Wah, what are you doing here?" he asked, subconsciously sweating. "I heard the conversation between you and Hokage-sama there. Doesn't look like there's much left for you to do. And it's good that way." But that's not why I'm here, he said. Just a reminder, Danzo-san. I know for a fact that you love this village as much as I do and wouldn't want anything bad to happen. But, if anything happens to my younger brother, I will forget all the debts that I owe to the village and I will personally see that our enemies get the complete top-secret confidential information that I had access to, which will surely not be good for Konoha. Consider this as a gentle reminder or a warning for this village, as you may. No one touches Sasuke, Itachi said in a calm but deadly manner. He then disappeared into the sky, transforming into a flock of crows, leaving a stunned and sweating Danzo. A.N. Did you guys know that a group of crows is known as murder? Gee, don't believe me? Google it. 1. Damn it, was all he could say out loud. Scene break and time skip. Shinobi Academy. Few weeks later, Naruto watched Sasuke, who was sitting all alone sulking in the corner of the class. It had been some time now that he had heard the news of the massacre of the Uchiha clan. The fact was irrefutable that it was Itachi Uchiha who had committed such a heinous crime and was now a rogue shinobi. Just being tagged as a rogue shinobi is in itself an ultimate disgrace to a ninja, and killing an entire clan on top of that too his own, undeniably inhuman? And yet, despite all of this, Naruto couldn't help but wonder why would someone like Itachi do all of this? How, was not the question. He was a capable shinobi and considered a genius among all. He could easily pull off something like that with the element of surprise. But why did he do it? He hadn't asked the Hokage anything since he knew that anything not made public was classified information and he wasn't exactly someone who should know about it. Although he did try asking his teachers, but all he got was, honestly Naruto, we don't know anything about that more than you do. And even if we did, really, do you think we could just tell you anything without having serious consequences? We're Anbu, and you aren't even a ninja yet. Now get going with your training. Anyways, that was all in the past now. What he had to do was go to Sasuke and help him through this time. This was his first day at the academy after the incident. And he didn't seem in a good mood either, not that he should be. After all, the one he looked up to the most was the very person who had ruined his life, it seemed. Why was Sasuke left to live though, was also one of the questions in Naruto's mind. Making up his mind, he went to Sasuke in hopes of trying to talk to him. He was also worried a little as he had read in medical science that some people go into depression when there is any psychological trauma that could have a great impact. Time wasn't an issue as the lunch break had just started. Hey there, Sasuke. How you doing, buddy? Naruto asked as he was genuinely concerned, though there was some hesitation since he didn't know what exactly to expect in reaction. What he didn't expect though, was no reaction at all. Sasuke just looked at him and went back to look outside the window. Naruto was a little confused as to what happened, so he tried again. Sasuke. It's been a few days since I met you. Are you doing fine now? Sasuke said in a low but sharp voice without ever turning his gaze from the window. Get lost, Naruto. Naruto kept on trying to talk to him despite the cold attitude he was receiving, since he didn't want to break what friendship they had just because he was upset. Sasuke, please listen to me. I'm sorry about your loss, I really am. You're bound to be angry and it's okay, but don't get cut off from people or it'll get worse. Trust me, I understand how you feel. And I don't even know what to say about Itachi except that I am as baffled as you must be. Just talk to someone, anyone, if not me, Naruto said. Sasuke had already stopped listening when he heard the name Itachi. Anger flared up inside him and he acted on it immediately as he stood up facing Naruto as soon as he had finished speaking. You say you understand how I feel? Have you ever lost your parents? To your own brother? And with them your entire fucking clan? The one you revered the most suddenly fuck up your life? No you fucking don't, Naruto. And how do you know? You don't even have a clan or had parents in the first place. So just get your shit out of my face, Sasuke said. He had said this in a not so loud voice, but the fangirls sulking around in some distance because their dear Sasuke wouldn't talk to anyone noticed his angry expression. As expected, they made their way to Naruto to beat some sense into him and maybe get a good impression from Sasuke. On the other hand, Naruto was surprised that Sasuke was using such a tone and language. He had never seen him like this as he was always polite to everyone else before including himself. Sasuke, cool down, I didn't mean to. Naruto was pushed away harshly by Sasuke before he could say anything to him. Naruto could have easily blocked or dodged it, but it was against his code that no one should be aware of his strength. The outcome was that he stumbled backwards and into somebody on his side just behind. The force was enough for both of them to lose their balance and trip down on the floor, sliding across the wide stairs a bit. The fangirls ignored Naruto and immediately surrounded Sasuke, asking if he's hurt or if Naruto did something. Sakura was the most enthusiastic one, but all of them were turned down as he calmed down and left the room, as now most of the eyes were fixed upon what was going on. Meanwhile, Naruto opened his eyes, feeling the weight of somebody else on him, only to find a light blue set of eyes upon him. What's peculiar was the other person was equally transfixed into the deep ocean blue eyes of Naruto. Ino. Right, it had to be Ino. She was among the fangirls but fell down along with Naruto, although she wasn't hurt as she was above him and he felt all the pain. Anyways, at the moment she was trying to interpret what had happened so suddenly. Not that she fell down, but what she had felt when she looked into the eyes of this young ninja. Her clan had a special ability known throughout the land that they were able to tap into the minds of their opponents. Involuntarily, something of that sort did occur with her, probably. And that was even more surprising as she felt Naruto to be way more powerful than anyone else in the class. Not to mention he did feel toned under the loose clothes he always wore. Wow, who'd have thought that? Hey Ino, are you listening? Naruto said, taking her out of her thoughts. Naruto. You idiot, why'd you have to stumble into me? Now get the hell away, she said. Okay, but you would have to move first, he said innocently. She quickly realized that they weren't in a position that she'd want anyone to look at. She quickly stood up and straightened as Sasuke walked out of the room. Well, phew, that was good. Nobody saw them like that. You are not to tell anyone about this, okay? If you do, I'll punch you so much you won't be able to identify yourself, Ino said. Whatever. It isn't like I would go gossiping about such a small thing. Later, Naruto said and walked away, leaving a fuming Ino who thought she was being ignored. Naruto, although, was more concerned about what happened with Sasuke. He had reached a stage where he was being violent. Not a good sign, but still, there was something more than anger, and it was far more reaching than anger. Ego. Anger was temporary. But once someone becomes egoistic, it's quite tough to turn back. He was walking and thinking over it facing downwards when he heard a feminine voice directed at him. Naruto-san, you're not hurt, right? She said. Huh? Naruto reflexively said as he looked up. Are you alright? She repeated with constantly increasing blush on her face. Oh, I'm alright. That was nothing at all. But thanks for asking, Hinata, right? He said. Yes, she replied. It's nice to meet you. Didn't see you around very much though, he said, extending a hand. It's nice to meet you too, and yes, sorry about that. Hinata said, not knowing what to say as she had always sneaked out and lunch eating alone due to her shyness. Nothing to be sorry about, Hinata. But hey, why do I feel like I've met you somewhere before? He asked. Hinata's blush intensified suddenly as she thought, he remembers that time, and he remembered me too. Maybe it was the time when I was lost in town and you saved me from some bullies. Thank you for that again, she said, fidgeting her fingers. A-N, her trademark move XD. Yeah, that's right. Now I remember, and hee, sorry from my side this time, I forgot. But hey, are you okay, Hinata? You're looking so red. You don't have a fever or something, right? Naruto said. Hinata was unable to reply anything much longer, so she said, I had to go for lunch, Naruto-san. Maybe I'll see you later? Oh, right. Thanks again for checking on me, and yeah, I'd always love to talk to my friends. Naruto said, showing a thumbs up and a wide grin. Hinata gasped slightly hearing the last line and quickly walked away before she would have a heat stroke given the amount of heat that was burning her face up. Whoa, she left in a hurry. Well, I gotta go have lunch too, Naruto said. A group of students came back to the classroom after packing up their finished lunchboxes. They had all become good friends in the past few months, including Naruto as well as Sasuke. Shikamaru, I really wish we could go live at Choji's place. His mom makes such good food I can eat it forever, Naruto said. No thanks, I'd like to just go to my own home and sleep in my backyard watching the clouds drift by. Shikamaru replied, yawning. Thanks, Naruto. I'll have mom pack some more from tomorrow on if you like it, Choji said. No, I was just joking. I mean, not joking about the food, it was awesome. But I don't want her to have to do extra work because of me. I'll make sure to only take it from your share of food, my dear friend, Naruto teased. Yeah, like hell. I require a certain amount of calories and I take them whatever happens, regularly, Choji replied. Yeah, we can see that in your good shape, Naruto joked. What did you just say? Choji said in an angry voice. I mean your health is as good as ever. Naruto's sweat dropped. Suddenly Choji started laughing and said, well, you're not the only one who gets to pull someone's leg. Everyone else started laughing too except for Shikamaru, who was yawning, and Shino, who remained quiet as always. Kiba said, now we'll have to deal with classes again. I'm tired. We should get more training than these boring classes. This is a ninja academy, after all. We have to be able to understand things before we go apply them so that we don't go into battles without having a clue what's going on. It's essential for a ninja, Naruto cleared. Yeah right, as if I'd listened to someone like you. Do you remember who has the lowest grade average in our whole class? Yeah, it's you, Kiba retorted. This was still what everyone thought in the class, that Naruto was just a dumb knucklehead, except for one guy, guess who? Right, Shikamaru of course. This guy was literally too smart not to notice the little things. He had also confronted Naruto about his doubts when he first observed something out of ordinary. And Naruto had thought clearly about it beforehand, since the members of the Nara clan are the most curious ones, even though they're lazy as hell. He had indirectly told Shikamaru that his analysis was correct and Naruto indeed wasn't as he looked like. Upon confirmation, he also asked Shikamaru not to tell anyone about it, just in case. As expected, Shikamaru assured him that it won't happen as gossiping was too much work anyway. Rest of them though, didn't have a clue. Hey guys, I want to ask something. It's about Sasuke, Naruto said. About how he pushed you around today, or how he ignored and belittled us when we went to check on him earlier. No thanks. I don't want to have anything to do with him now. Here we are trying to help him and he's acting all high and mighty because of Kami knows what, Kiba said angrily. It's true, Naruto. We did go to check on him before, Choji said munching some newly opened potato chips. Indeed, his behavior was not one would expect from him in this time, Shino said. Whoa Shino, you can talk too? Kiba joked. Shut up, Kiba, he replied in the same neutral expression. Okay guys, I see. It can't be helped. It's up to him now I guess. All we can do is let him take his time. Naruto sighed as the teacher entered for the next class. Scene break and time skip, training grounds. So what will we be training today, sensei? The usual sparring? Naruto asked. No, coughs, it's time for something advanced. You can practice when you're alone, since there's always scope for improvement. For now, it won't help even if we spar with you continuously. Cough, so we'll be going to the next lesson. I hope you're ready, Hayate said. I'm always ready, Datbeo, said Naruto. Yeah we get it already, just calm down. Now listen carefully, this exercise is different than the others and is a quite advanced version of Kenjutsu, Yugo said. Wow, I'm getting to learn an advanced technique right now, yeah, Naruto said. Of course, and you are very well able to learn it now. But keep in mind two things. This is a delicate task so you'll have to be extra careful and it will take far more practice than you previously had, she added. Getting to the point, Coughs, what you'll be doing is using chakra with your sword, Hayate said. But I already do that, don't I? I can add chakra to my Bakken to make it more durable and sharp, Naruto asked. Yes, you can. But what we'll now be doing is that we'll add elemental chakra to the sword, Yugo said. What you mean, like I can add chakra natures to them too? Damn it, I can't do Kaden yet. How cool would it have been to swing a blazing sword? Naruto pouted while showing an action of slow-moving sword with his Bakken. Shut it, how many times have I told you that this isn't child's play? If you weren't so good at this, I would haven't even tried to train you, Yugo scolded. Sorry, I'll make sure to be serious from now on, Datbeo, Naruto said while saluting in the attention pose which was actually comical, and ultimately which made a tick appear on Yugo's forehead. Next time you fool around Naruto I swear I'm gonna, Yugo started. Okay. Cool down. Let's keep our composure, Coughs, and stay focused, Hayate said eyeing both of them. Fine. Give me your Bakken, Naruto, Yugo said. What? But why? He asked. Yugo gave him a quick hard stare which drained any thoughts of arguing with her out of him. He pulled out his Bakken and handed it to her quietly. Look closely, she said. She coated the Bakken with a thin film of raw chakra and said, you already know how to do this. A few moments later, the chakra started transforming violently, giving out electric sparks. Unfortunately, the Bakken wasn't able to withstand it and the wood splintered almost immediately. Wait, I'm sorry, I won't fool around. Please don't break my Bakken like that, Naruto said. Look closely, Naruto. She isn't Coughs breaking it. This is what you're going to be training for from now on. Coughs, do you think your Bakken would be able to withstand? Naruto realized that it was indeed true. She had channeled lightning chakra in the Bakken and it shattered on its own. So, I'm guessing you have a solution to this problem? Naruto asked expectantly. Of course we do. Yugo said. She pulled out a scroll from the back and rolled it open in front of them. She weaved a few hand signs and placed her hand on a storage seal. In a moment as the cloud of smoke disappeared, and a plain thin rectangular staff of pitch black stainless steel became visible. Although it was quite shiny and attractive, it still didn't look much different from a Bakken, except that it wasn't wood. This is what you'll be training with, from now on, Yugo said. Naruto blinked twice before looking at it again. Wasn't Kenjutsu supposed to be trained with a sword? But again, a Bakken wouldn't do, so I'm gonna train with a staff? I don't have any problem with it or anything, but isn't changing the weapon type going to be diverting from the current training? We are training Kenjutsu at the moment, after all, Naruto asked. This time, Hayate and Yugo blinked looking at each other and then towards Naruto. What cost do you think this is? Hayate asked. A metal staff. Well, Naruto said. Yugo just shook her head while Hayate just picked it up and threw it to Naruto, who caught it easily. Upon handling it though, something seemed off. Got something to say? Hayate asked. Yeah, it's so light, it feels kind of like a sword. This staff is actually great for Kenjutsu, Naruto said. Suddenly he felt a light punch on the top of his head. Wwwww. What's that for? Naruto said. Apparently, it wasn't that light as a lump formed on Naruto's head anime style. What was that for, you ask? What did I teach you in the beginning? Kenjutsu is a revered art and you should always respect the sword. Using other weapons too as a whole is regarded bukajutsu. Kenjutsu is all about swords, never forget that. A bakken might be a wooden sword used for practice, but it's a sword nonetheless, Yugo said. I don't understand. First you give it to me yourself, and now you're the one who's complaining about it, Naruto said. Hold the edges of your so-called staff, and pull them. No questions, Hayate said. Naruto frowned at first as he was indeed going to ask about it. Nonetheless he followed the instruction exactly as was told to. To his surprise though, it detached from itself on the right side and inside it could clearly be seen a sword, without a doubt. And it wasn't just another ordinary sword, he could feel. Wow, it's a sword. I could have never imagined, Naruto said. Well, that was unexpected to be honest. Considering how much books you read, I thought you'd have a good knowledge in all the subjects. Looks like you don't study as much after all, Yugo said in a teasing manner. HMPH, it's one thing to read and another to actually memorize all of it. Don't expect that I can recall everything, Naruto said. This type of sword is called a shikomizu. Originally, it was the name of a sword that was concealed in a cane, but it can also be referred as a sword stick. It might also resemble the shirasaya, but that is used solely for the purpose of storage. It is because a sword without tsuka is quite dangerous in combat, and for the same reason it's going to be risky for you too, Hayate explained. Naruto was listening intently and recalled quite a lot from when he had read about all types of weapons. He was grateful that his teachers had given him such a sword. Yet he could not stop but wonder about one thing. But sensei, if you think that it's not good for combat then why did you buy it in the first place? Naruto asked. As a matter of fact, neither of us bought it. It's a gift to you, from Lord Hokage, Hayate said. Flashback, oh Hayate, it's you. Come inside, the Hokage said after hearing the knock on the door of his office. I came here for the weekly report on Naruto's training. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Hayate asked seeing all the stacks of papers around the table. Since it was meaningless for both of them to approach the Hokage just to submit a report, they had decided to take turns every week. It was Hayate's turn this time. Of course not. These things just have no end to them. Still this is something I just have to do. Phew. Anyways, I hope the boy's not lagging around in his lessons. I missed the last few reports since I was quite busy, the Hokage asked extending his hand to accept the report Hayate had formed. As the Hokage was reading it, Hayate replied, No sir, it's quite the opposite. The kid's improved a lot. He still has a lot to learn, but at least it's safe to say that he can handle a sword on his own. So, keeping the same schedule for the next weeks? The Hokage asked flipping pages from the report. I think it's time to change that, sir. There's only little he can learn just by sparring. I talked to Yugo and we came to a combined conclusion that we should start teaching him something new. It's advanced but the earlier we start, more the time he'll get to practice. With your permission, of course, Hayate said. Having completed reading the report and request, the Hokage said, Since I don't know firsthand, we'll leave it to you people to figure out what's right. You have my permission. Sir, understood. Thank you, Hayate said. You still intend to teach him that with a bakken? Hiruzen asked with an amused expression. And no, of course not. I'll find him a good sword for practice somewhere, Hayate said. I see. Hold on for a minute. Hiruzen said as he stood and went towards his almirah while Hayate stood there quietly wondering what it was about. The Hokage unlocked the almirah, took out a scroll and handed it to Hayate. Upon reading the name of the article written on the scroll, Hayate was dumbfounded. But sir, this is not something to be given to a child. With all due respect, I know you see potential in him, but still, Hayate said. I understand your concern, but don't worry. Give it to him, train him well. I had given the original one to one of my students, and it sure was a grave mistake. Still, I believe in the will of fire. And me giving him the blade is just a little token of that belief. It might not be the original one, but it's still quite tough and sturdy. Good luck teaching him. He's not an easy student to handle, haha. The Hokage said taking out the pipe out of his mouth and exhaling the smoke at the same time. Yes sir, if you say so. And yeah thanks. If there's nothing else, I'd like to take permission to leave, Hayate asked. The Hokage turned to go back to his table while waving his hand to dismiss him. Once he was gone, Hiruzen said, 12 more stacks, huh? Even shadow clones wouldn't help for this much. Well, I guess it can't be helped if some of these cigar ashes fall on the papers accidentally and catch fire. With a pleased grin on his face. Flashback over, from Gigi? Naruto asked blinking twice. Yes, and this is no ordinary one either, as you may already feel, Hayate said. Not an ordinary blade? Naruto repeated. Okay guys, if any one of you didn't get which one I'm talking about even after such an explanation, that's totally a hopeless situation. But oh well, I can't leave you in the dark either, so. It has a name. It is known as the Sword of Kusanagi, the grass blade. Although it's not the original one, but still holds the sharpness and durability which outdoes most of the run-of-the-mill swords. Personally speaking, I don't think it should be used by anyone other than a master swordsman. But Hokage-sama has placed his belief in you that you will one day prove to be worthy of it, Hayate said. Naruto once again ran his eyes on the sword which he held in his hands. It was truly amazing. And the Hokage had assessed him worthy of wielding it. That's it. I won't disappoint him, no matter what happens, he thought. A.N. If you stgo search Sasuke's Chikudo on Google. Phew, how tiring is it to explain such little things. But you're my dear readers after all, XD. Do you think you're worthy of wielding it? Yugo asked Naruto out of curiosity. Well, I guess we'll know in a few years, Naruto said with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 10. Everything felt slow to Naruto. He had woke up early today, and no matter how leisurely he completed all his daily chores, the clock just seemed to move even slower with every passing minute, it seemed. He decided to leave his home, hoping to divert his mind somewhere else. He purposefully avoided the busy streets lest he'd get in trouble with some or the other civilian and hopped on the roofs. Subconsciously he didn't know where he was going and ultimately ended up at the academy. Even after the realization he decided he had no reason to leave and come back again, so settled down on the swing under the tree in front of the academy. Yeah, guessed right. That very swing which had more screen time than 1010 XD. Lightly swinging in a to and fro option, he went deep into his own thoughts again as a few early bird students started making their way into the main gates. This was the day when he could finally ease up in front of everyone. No more deception, no more acts, no more insults. He had always avoided any sort of confrontation with anyone, mostly civilians, as much as possible. Now he could walk freely as a citizen of Konoha. No, not just a citizen. He would finally become a shinobi today. It had been 4 years since he had joined the ninja academy. And today was the day of the graduation test, aka the Genin exams. Hey Naruto, you want to sit this one out? Hey, are you listening to me? Hey Naruto? Huh? Naruto asked, coming out of thoughts. I asked if you want to sit out on these exams? Because we're almost out of time? Oh Shikamaru, hi. No, I was just thinking about something. Why are you here? Naruto said. I'm just late. It's a drag to even appear for the exams, but my mom won't listen. Shikamaru whined. Yeah, wait a minute. If you're here then I must be pretty late too. Damn it, guess I lost track of time. Naruto said, standing up and rushing towards the classroom with Shikamaru close behind. Hey, wait a minute. If we're already late, we might as well be relaxed at least, Shikamaru said. Sorry Shikamaru, but I've waited for this day for a long time, Naruto chuckled. They reached the classroom door quick enough and Shikamaru said something just when Naruto slid the door open. What's with the wardrobe change? As soon as it was said the whole class looked at him, and safe to say everyone was a little surprised at Naruto's look. He had discarded the previous baggy clothes and wore a plain white vest with a folded sleeve blue jacket on top and a plain black jeans below. The only other accessory was the equipment pouch on his belt. He had discarded the goggles he used to wear on the head. If I'm gonna be wearing anything on my head today, it will be my own shinobi headband, was the only thing in his mind. Sensei, may we come in? Naruto asked. Sure, be quick. It's been 4 years and all the same for Shikamaru. But I didn't expect you to be late today. Your grades aren't that good for you to be so confident of yourself, Iruka said. Although he didn't actually mean it, since Naruto had many a times been treated to ramen by the same guy and he had a good understanding of Naruto overall. They shared a close bond since both of them could talk their heart out to each other as they had a similar life as orphans. Sorry, sensei, was all they said before they sat on their respective seats. Naruto stole a quick gaze around the classroom before the test would start. It seemed that many of them were still watching him, or rather his different look, mostly girls. It was mostly because of him not looking like a goofball and decent for once. The Sasuke fan club was busy in admiring their Sasuke-kun as usual and how he would score the highest today as usual. Oh boy, how wrong could they have been. XD his friends were curious as well, but not very much since they could ask him anytime later. One student in particular though was looking at him constantly, although not directly. Still, he could observe the gaze from across the room and gave a slight smile looking in that direction of the room. Oh, the blush that crept on her face. Alright, it's time for your test. Since I'm the one chosen to conduct the exams this year as your head invigilator, I'm going to explain the rules only once, so listen carefully, Iruka announced. A.N. Don't worry guys, you can read them as much times as you want, winking face. Intelligence. Stamina. Skill. These are the qualities that a shinobi must have to even have a chance at defeating any opponent or completing a mission. There will be 3 stages in this test. Firstly, you will be attempting an examination which, added to your previous academy records, will be used to assess your knowledge. To give another chance to those who couldn't perform well throughout the year, the weightage of the score of this exam has been increased to 40%. Secondly, you will be examined on the basis of your physical strength, stamina and dexterity. You will be required to complete a course of hurdles and obstacles. The sooner you complete it will get you better scores. The last one will be a test of your shinobi skills, mainly ninjutsu. All of you will be required to perform the 3 basic jutsus including henge, kawarimi and bunshin. Iruka explained. Additional points can be granted for any unique skills a student can show us. The combination of all the scores judged by the teachers will decide which and how many of you would be selected to be graced with this headband of Konoha. I wish you all the best of luck, Iruka finished. There was a mixed reaction from different parts of the class. Sasuke had a neutral but smug look on his face which could be seen as, these kind of things aren't even worth my time. His fan club added fuel to his ego as usual, not that he cared anyways. Naruto's peer group wasn't that nervous since most of them belonged to clans and they had to receive regular training with or against their wishes. It was a no-brainer that all of the civilian kids stayed away from Naruto due to their parents' warnings. A few like Hinata were pretty confident as well as nervous at the same time since her clan was a very renowned one and she didn't want to disappoint her father in any way. Some of the civilians who genuinely wanted to become shinobi were quite nervous though. It was mainly because of the reason that during the times of peace, only those students who meet the minimum standards of a shinobi are allowed to graduate. In a few minutes, an assistant teacher brought in a bunch of question papers for the first part of the test which were swiftly distributed throughout the class. Looking at the questions, Naruto let out a small smirk which went unnoticed by anyone. The test was far easy compared to what he had studied throughout the years. Combined with his practice of writing, it wasn't even quarter the given time before he had completed the paper and handed it over to the teacher. Don't tell me you didn't even try to attempt the questions? Iruka said before he saw a smile on Naruto's face as he left the class. Although, most of the students didn't see him as he was facing the other way and few chuckles were heard around the class. Except Shikamaru who had already calculated the bare minimum questions needed to pass and was already dozing off on the table. Out of curiosity, he picked up Naruto's paper and was shocked. Each and every question had been answered perfectly. This had never happened before. Even the likes of prodigies like Itachi and the Yondaime hadn't got these kinds of scores, if the records of the academy were to go by. Kami help me. I don't think this is the only surprise I'm going to get today. Iruka thought as he put the paper back and resumed conducting the exams. Naruto was tired of waiting around so he went to Ichiraku's for good old breakfast ramen. Until he finished a few bowls and an additional one for good luck in the graduation exams from the owner and returned. The first part of the test had pretty much completed. They had been instructed to be present in the academy groard of the test which examined the physical aspect. Just for the sake of doing it, he started stretching a little to loosen the joints. He heard someone calling him so looked at the side. Yo Naruto, given up on the test so easily? You're the dead last in the class, don't think it will be covered on the basis of previous marks. From what I think you're as good as doomed. Kiba laughed as all his friends approached him. He had a nature of trying to look superior to others, and didn't mean any ill intention towards anyone. So Naruto always shrugged off the remarks knowing that it was just who he was. Guess some traits do run in the bloodline, like the wild nature of Inuzuka's. No comebacks, huh, well. Just you guys see, how I will shine in this test. I've been training with Akamaru and my sister a lot. I might not be very good with studies, but no one will be able to defeat me in physical strength. Kiba said a little too loud. How silly of someone like you to think that anyone can defeat Sasuke. Ha ha ha, everyone will see just how strong you are, isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura said with hearts in her eyes looking at Sasuke. The fan club girls all nodded in unison along with her wishing to get attention from Sasuke. He, on the other hand, just ignored them as usual and walked away with all of them in tow behind him. Sorry, Kiba. But neither you nor they're all perfect, Sasuke-kun, will be able to win this. I'm totally prepared to ace this thing. Naruto said completing his stretching exercises. Aren't you confident today? Or should I say overconfident? You always lost whenever we have had a race. What makes you think you'll win today? Kiba asked. Nothing. I just have a gut feeling. I have practiced a lot, Naruto said plainly. Shikamaru and Choji both were busy doing their work of being bored and munching potato chips respectively. Shino, although, was quite intrigued in Naruto's demeanor. He had always been the silent and observant one, typical of the Aburame clan members. He didn't particularly have any disliking towards anyone except Kiba, who always managed to irritate him somehow. But Naruto was a mysterious case. While always acting goofy as much as Kiba, for some reason he just didn't seem to be irritated by him at all. Like he knew a way around Shino's mind and behavior, treading carefully not to blow any fuses. Line up everyone, boys on the left and girls on the right. The second test is about to begin, Iruka announced. Shino put the thoughts on the back of his mind and did what he always does, observe. Some girls whined about not being able to be close to their Sasuke-kun. Soon after, the ground beneath Iruka transformed into a hurdle course consisting of many pillars, ropes, nets and walls among other things. A genjutsu had been placed on this spot so that no one could have the advantage of preparing for anything specific beforehand. Huh, they think that this is ninja training. This is child's play. If I had to kill Itachi I'd have to find some way to get stronger on my own if this is the standard of being a shinobi, Sasuke thought. Listen up. One by one your names will be called and you will have to cross this hurdle course. The less time you take to complete this course, the more points you will get. Although, if anyone takes more time to cross it than the specified maximum limit, he or she will be disqualified. We have decided that a time of more than 45 seconds for the boys and of 60 seconds for the girls will be the limit for this test. Any questions? Ruka said. One random hand rose up from the boys' line. Yes, you may ask, Ruka said. Why do girls get more time than us? It will be the same in the battlefield. No enemy is going to take pity just because they're kunoichi. You might be correct in a manner, but not quite. You see, if you have studied properly, you must know that it's natural for boys to have more physical dexterity than girls in general. Of course, there are many kunoichis in the history of shinobi who have surpassed even the mightiest of their male counterparts of their time, but it's not right to judge everyone on that basis, Haruka explained. Then why let them become ninjas in the first place if they're so weak? Some random boy asked, getting glares from the female crowd. That question is completely illogical from every point of view. Shinobi aren't arm wrestlers who depend just on brute strength or physical abilities. There are a variety of methods by which even a weak person can outsmart and defeat a much powerful opponent. With the right combination of bronze and brains, it is possible to do anything. I hope that clears everyone's doubts. Now, to the exam, if there aren't any other questions, Haruka said. And thus the test started as each of the students were called upon one by one. These were the results of the test as follows. Shino Aburame, 34.76 seconds. Weak physically, Kiba Inazuka, 28.55 seconds, physically strong. Choji Akamichi, 36.94 seconds. Brute strength makes up for speed. Shikamaru Nara, 44.17 seconds. Lazy AF, otherwise okay. Most civilian boys, 42.39 seconds, average score. Hinata Hyuga, 39.35 seconds, skilled but not physically strong, since muscle strength is not Hyuga clan's style anyways. Ino Yamanaka, 52.66 seconds, belongs to a clan, but well, spoiled AF. Sakura Haruno, 57.75 seconds, weak-ass cheergirl. Most civilian girls, 54.76, average score, by some divine coincidence, A.N. He. I feel so good reading this. The only turns left were of Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha, next, a supervisor said, on your mark, go. Sasuke sprinted hard trying to overcome all the others by a large margin, and showing a range of acrobatic moves along with strength, he managed to finish quite early. Sasuke Uchiha, 19.92 seconds. Very well done. This is the fastest out of all this year, Ruka announced. Of course it would be, this is Sasuke-kun we're talking about. He does nothing less than the best. And I think this might be the best score of this test in all of Academy ever. Isn't that right, sensei? Sakura asked. I'm afraid you're wrong, Sakura. There have been a few who have completed it even quicker than this. It's not even in the top 5, Ruka said. Of course there would be him among them. Damn it, I can't even beat his Academy scores. How am I supposed to kill him like this? Sasuke muttered under his breath angrily. The final participant will be Naruto Uzumaki. Come forward, the supervisor announced. Let's just go. Sasuke-kun was the one we were waiting to see. Baka Naruto will probably fail anyways, Sakura said. I might not rule him out just yet. He's a skilled prankster. Escaping also requires quite a lot of skill. Ruka joked light-heartedly and everyone laughed, including Naruto. Naruto took his position at the finish line and let out a deep breath. On your mark, go. There wasn't a single person in the entire class whose eyes could constantly follow Naruto's movements. His speed was such that you could see him running around, but just barely. Although the teachers could easily see him, they still couldn't believe their eyes. A.N. Haha, funny? N. Naruto Uzumaki, 7.01 seconds. This is absolutely great, Naruto. I couldn't have even believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Going by the records, this is the third highest score anyone has ever achieved in this test, Haruka said, surprised. Naruto walked up to Haruka and said, Sensei, I could have used the body flicker technique to reach the finish line in no time. But then those guys would complain of cheating, so I kept the pace slow. Which made Haruka's eyes enlarge. He had said this quite softly so that nobody else was able to hear it. Taking advantage of the situation, Sakura shouted, Sensei, he cheated, right? That's what he's telling you. That he had played a prank and now asking forgiveness so that you don't fail him? Right? No one can beat Sasuke-kun, let alone Baka Naruto. There's no such occurrence, Sakura. The score is perfectly valid and Naruto didn't cheat, replied. But that isn't possible, Sakura screamed while the rest of the fan club nodded vigorously. I'm not here to acknowledge groundless allegations. The second stage of the exam is complete and the highest score is achieved by Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata is ranked highest among the girls, Haruka announced. In addition, the score of the written test has been posted on the notice board. Even so, I am happy and equally surprised to tell you that the highest scorer of these tests is the same. Uzumaki Naruto has achieved a perfect score and is the only one to do this in this academy so far. Hyuga Hinata got the best score among the girls. Well done. The next test will be in the training arena. Everyone is required to be present there in the next 15 minutes. Iruka announced and all the teachers vanished in a flicker. There was a complete chaos in the students. And yet, one of them was particularly shaking. With rage or fear or excitement, who knows? It was Sasuke Uchiha. How could anyone beat me, an Uchiha? I was supposed to leave everyone in dust. And get strong enough to kill Itachi and avenge my clan. How can some nameless bastard do what I can't? He said to nobody. Soon enough, his fan club led by Sakura approached him giving empty consolations on the likes of, "You don't need to worry, it was a fluke," or, "He might have cheated somehow," or, "We won't leave you no matter what." He walked away from them saying, "Hey, leave me alone," hoping that what they said was true. But in the back of his mind he knew, he had definitely been outclassed out there. Meanwhile, Naruto was swarmed with many people including his friends as well as a bunch of Sasuke's now ex-fangirls. Those who were told by their parents to stay with whoever scores best came here and those who were instructed to be with someone from the elite clans stayed behind. Talk about opportunistic gold diggers. They have instructions to follow anyone who gets the best scores feeded to them, Naruto thought. He looked towards his friends with apologetic eyes saying, "Sorry guys, catch up later," and disappeared. We have reached the final part of the test. Congratulations to those who made it here. I will now explain this part. Listen carefully. Firstly, target exercise will be conducted. Stationary and moving targets will be given to everyone, Iruka stated. "Sensei, what will be the minimum targets required to pass this time?" Sakura asked. "Please do not interrupt, Sakura. I was coming to that. There will be no minimum targets specified by the invigilators. Each student should be able to assess their own skill set, hence everyone will set their own bars and try to achieve that score. Good luck," he finished. The stationary dummies were easy and mostly everyone had done well. But the moving humanoid dummy targets were a different story. The students attempted the target exercise one by one and these were the results. Shino Aburame, 4/5 Kiba Inazuka, 4/5 Choji Akamichi, 4/4. Shikamaru Nara, 3/3. How lazy can one be? Hinata Hyuga, 5/5. Ino Yamanaka, 3/5 Sakura Haruno, 3/4 again. By some divine intervention XD, the only ones left were those two. Sasuke opted to go for 10 shots and could manage to hit 8 out of them all. "Wow, that's the best score out of everyone. Sasuke-kun is so awesome," Sakura said. "Naruto-kun can beat him easily. Sasuke lost in last 2 rounds and he will this time too," one of the girls who had shifted to Naruto fan club retorted. "This is not a competition, everyone keep quiet and let the examination continue without any distractions," Iruka scolded. Naruto chose to hit 12 targets in total. "Baka, do you think you can hit even 5? It will only give a bad image when you miss them all. You should have opted for 1 and tried to do that somehow," Sakura said. Sasuke was also smirking since in his opinion Naruto had dug his own grave this time. He, of the Uchiha clan, known to be the masters of shuriken jutsu, could only hit 8. No way that fool could ever go beyond 5, that too if he got lucky. Naruto ignored all the comments and released a deep breath focusing on the targets. Larynx. Thud. Spine. Thud. Lungs. Thud. Thud. Liver. Thud. Jugular veins. Thud. Thud. Subclavian arteries. Thud. Thud. Kidneys. Thud. Thud. Heart. Thud. L crash. The dummy broke from its original course and fell down after being a few meters in the air. The 8 vital points when hitting any one of them would be sufficient to cause heavy internal bleeding and without proper medical attention, certain death. Naruto finished. All of the Naruto fan club girls cheered in unison, who were soon joined by many of the Sasuke fan club members as they now realized that their last hope of rubbing off their victory in their counterparts' faces was all but gone. "Very well done, Naruto. Now, all of you stay here. The final part of the test will be conducted in the training arena. I will call out the names individually and then I will be assessing your skill in ninjutsu. Maintain the decorum of the academy. I don't need anyone starting a fight or competition around here. No mischief either. There is an exam going on. Now where is Mizuki-sensei? I'll have him keep an eye on all of you," Iruka said and went inside. "Ah, Mizuki-sensei, I was looking for you. If there's no problem, can you keep the students outside and check? I know many of them would create a ruckus if left alone," Iruka said. "Of course, Iruka-sensei," Mizuki said politely. One by one, the students entered the arena and showed their ninjutsu skills. The ones belonging to a clan had showed their clan jutsu, so there was no way they'd not pass, except Shikamaru, who had to be convinced about how it would be more of a drag if he didn't do it, and Chuki, who had to be lured into it by offering another bag of potato chips. By some divine providence yet again, A.N. Sorry, this is the last time LMAO. The last one to be judged was Naruto. He went inside with a really mischievous smirk. As soon as he entered the arena, he observed a pillar blackened, as if burnt. Sensei, may I ask what happened to that pillar? Naruto asked Iruka. Oh that, Sasuke demonstrated his fireball jutsu which hit that pillar. Return now. Show me your henge, kawarimi and bunshin, Iruka replied. Naruto just stood there and did nothing. What, after all that, don't tell me you're actually bad at ninjutsu, Iruka asked. I don't think I can show it with everyone Arun. Although before he could say anything, the students started pouring inside the arena quickly. Shikamaru with a bored expression. Choji munching chips as usual, Kiba with Akamaru on the top of his head. Sakura along with the Sasuke fan club, Shino being Shino. Hinata with her trademark finger poking each other, and lastly Sasuke with an annoyed expression. Hey, what are you all doing here? I think I said everyone has to remain outside until the test was complete, Iruka said. Don't scold them, Iruka. I allowed them to watch. Is there a problem with that? A voice said as a way too familiar figure emerged from the crowd in front. Hokage-sama? I didn't know you were here. Of course they can watch if you allowed it. I just thought that a student might not be able to concentrate with all the others around, Iruka said nervously. Is that so? I just happened to remember that today was the day of the graduation exams. So I dropped by to check how everyone was doing. It seems though you don't want any of us here. Anyways, let him begin, the Hokage said. With a timorous voice, Iruka looked at Naruto and said, begin. Just show me whichever you can do or are good at. Naruto took out a few kunai which confused Iruka. But what happened afterwards was even more surprising, scratch that, it was horrifying. He threw all the kunai towards the Hokage and all of them hit the mark with surprise on the Hokage's face. Hokage-sama, Naruto, what the hell? Iruka said but the Hokage vanished in a cloud of smoke leaving a wooden log emon. I really don't know how kawarimi works in the first place. I mean, if you're so fast that you can somehow dodge the attack, go somewhere else, bring back a log, replace it where you were and then go hide. Then just dodge it and attack your opponent, damn it. It's like a minato hikara where you can replace yourself with an imaginary wooden log from somewhere but it's E rank and doesn't need a rinnegan. That's messed up, really. Iruka looked around but found by a light tap on the shoulder that the Hokage was behind him. Hokage-sama, are you okay? Iruka asked. Of course I am. This is nothing. Please continue, Hiruzen said. Yo Gigi, how you doing? Naruto said. Yo Naruto, everything's fine. Nice work, the Hokage replied. Wait what? What are you saying Hokage-sama? And what is this behavior Naruto? Attacking Hokage-sama is a punishable offense, do you not know that? Iruka said. I know. But do you really think if it was Gigi the Anbu would have left me free until now? Naruto asked. What do you mean wait, that's right. Why are the Anbu not here? Iruka said. Before he could comprehend it though, the Hokage poofed into a cloud of smoke yet again revealing Naruto. Surprised, Iruka-sensei? Naruto grinned. Iruka was now baffled. What just happened? The Hokage wasn't here, it was just Naruto. But how could he touch objects if it was a clone? There was just one explanation. It wasn't a regular bunshin, it was the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto had actually learned a B-rank jutsu usually used by Jonin-level ninja. Yes, Naruto. Consider me surprised and impressed. You should not use it frequently though, this jutsu consumes a lot of chakra. You can exhaust yourself anytime like this. But, even if it was a prank, there's an exam going on and you broke the rules by letting everyone in here impersonating Hokage-sama. I won't let this go by without deducting your marks for misconduct. Let's just say whatever you gained by showing this is now lost by your wrong behavior, Iruka said. Naruto though, kept smiling and Iruka could have sworn he was about to laugh very hard any second now. What is it now? He asked with a sigh. Naruto replied, what if I told you I didn't break any rules? What do you mean? Iruka asked eyeing him. Watch for yourself, Naruto said. In a matter of seconds, the whole crowd of students burst into smoke and there were dozens of Naruto standing there. Iruka was now stupefied. Absolutely stupefied. As far as he knew, the only way possible for anything like this to happen was that he was under a really good genjutsu. But alas, chanting, Kai, didn't seem to help at all. Naruto, are all of them? Iruka asked pointing a finger at the bunch of clones. Yes, presenting good ol' multi-shadow clones, Naruto said with pride. Even Naruto didn't know why, but he felt a really strong desire to show off in front of Iruka. Just a little, but still. He had bonded with him quite well over the years but never had he revealed any of his training nor Iruka forced him to. So in a way he wanted Iruka to acknowledge his strength now that he can openly display it. So, lifting up his left hand he formed half the sign of the cross required to perform the jutsu. Immediately, dozens more of Naruto filled the arena and it was almost filled with hundreds of them. No, Naruto please don't, I've had enough for today. I still feel like I'm dreaming and I'll wake up any second now. Iruka said wide-eyed. Naruto grinned even more, completing the cross sign with his hands, and hundreds of more Naruto started dropping on each other due to the lack of space. Naruto, stop this. What is happening here? Iruka shouted, being flooded by shadow clones around him, pushing them away. Naruto laughed and signaled all his clones to vanish, and instantly they complied, disappearing into a puff of smoke. Taking deep breaths, Iruka asked Naruto, "What do you eat, Naruto?" Naruto replied in full confidence, "Ramen, huh, should have guessed. Ha ha ha," Iruka laughed. "So with Henge, Bunshin, well technically Kage Bunshin and Kawarimi, do I pass?" Naruto asked. Yeah, of course you do. Just don't do these kinds of mischief anymore," Iruka said, looking at the sheets looking for his name. As soon as Iruka said this, a familiar face appeared from the door. "Ah, I see the graduation exams have been almost completed. I just happened to remember that today was the day of the graduation exams. So I dropped by to check how everyone was doing. Why'd I sense a deja vu? Something's wrong. I can feel it, Eminem. And judging by the smile on her face, it must have gone pretty well until now," the Sandaime Hokage said. "Shut it, Naruto, that's enough. I told you not to do that and you're at it again," Iruka said, irritated. "Excuse me, Iruka. You must be mistaken, Naruto is standing right there. I am surely not him," he said. "Just stop it, enough already. Next time you change into Hokage-sama, I'll punch your shadow clone out of existence and I'll disqualify you from the exams," Iruka scolded the supposed to be Henge. "And Iruka, next time you talk to me like this you'll be going out of the same window Naruto is trying to get away from right now," the Hokage said in mock anger, getting an idea of what Naruto might have done. Iruka looked towards the window and saw Naruto nearby the window, ready to leave anytime. "Hard luck, sensei. That's not me, and you can find those anbu in the ceiling and behind the benches," Naruto said. Iruka hesitantly and slowly turned his head back towards the Hokage, who still maintained that angry expression on his face. I'm really sorry, Hokage-sama. It's just that Naruto had changed into you and then you came again and, haha, Iruka said, laughing nervously. Upon seeing the Hokage same as before, he jerked and bowed as much as his flexibility allowed and asked for forgiveness. It was only when he heard light laughter that he opened his eyes and looked up. "Did you really think I don't know how mischievous Naruto is? I've gotten used to his pranks. I assume the latest one before this was putting itch powder into the ANBU's uniform," the Hokage said. Suddenly, two masked figures emerged from their hiding places, shouting something on the terms of, "Wait, it was you? I had to wash those clothes thrice to get rid of it, and do you know how much my muscles ached after the whole day itching around?" Naruto just scratched the back of his head and sheepishly said, yeah, I'm sorry." Grudgingly, they went back to their duties without any more complaints. After all, complaining to the Hokage was meaningless, since it would only lead the conversation to the fact that how a kid who's not even a genin could infiltrate the headquarters of a supposedly elite specialist force. "Now, are you done with the test?" the Sandaime asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I just have to mark him and we'll be done," Iruka said. "Wait, who said I'm done here?" Naruto told Iruka. "What do you mean? You still have something else to show?" Iruka asked. "Of course I do. I haven't even shown you actual ninjutsu yet," Naruto said with a huge grin on his face. "Come on, now don't tell me you're going to. No, that's it, I've seen enough. I'm leaving," Iruka said, walking towards the door after picking up the sheets from the table. Before he could pass through it though, the ground underneath him rumbled and a wall of stone sealed the door. In addition, the ground erupted, taking Iruka upwards with it and moving towards Naruto. When it was close enough, the shape of stone molded into a chair with a handbar in front, kinda like in a Ferris wheel, so that he couldn't move. "Okay, Naruto. I've seen it, you can do Earth style. I won't be able to applaud your skills any further because I don't even have any words left to say to you," Iruka said. "What have you seen? I just made sure you get comfortable and enjoy the show," Naruto said. It seemed like he was enjoying watching Iruka like that very much, and of course here was a plus point, since Iruka wouldn't go too out of league even if he did try something. Once Iruka had been made really comfortable, Naruto weaved a set of hand signs. Multiple differently sized dummies erupted from the ground in the arena in front of them. Now the preparations are complete. Naruto brushed his hands. He then took his time demonstrating each of Raiden, Suiden and Futon on those earthen dummies one by one. The Hokage was having fun watching the scenes unfold. After all, it doesn't hurt to enjoy yourself once the primary purpose is accomplished, which was currently being demonstrated by Naruto. Oh, I'm not gonna show all those techniques here. It's more interesting to have them shown in real battle, not on dummies. And officially though, I'll let you guys in on a secret. It's partly because I'm still working on which techniques to have him use, XD. In the end, Iruka's face was completely blank, almost devoid of any expression. "Sensei, you okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" Naruto asked. "Huh? Oh, nothing. Let's just be done with fire style and I'll go book an appointment with a psychiatrist, he said. Hey, don't joke about things like that. And well, I can't use Kaden very well yet, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Yet, oh Kami, save me from this guy, Iruka said, looking above. Okay, the exam is over. You're free to go, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said while controlling his laughter at the ironic situation. Iruka went out of the classroom along with the Hokage, and Naruto just followed them. When they reached the grounds, everyone was scattered in groups talking among themselves. It was only when Iruka announced that the Hokage had arrived that all of them assembled immediately, with Naruto joining them. My dear children, I am extremely pleased to see all of you young ones having such high zeal and enthusiasm to become a shinobi, the Hokage started. After a long speech ranging from the duties of shinobi to the will of fire, he said, as you may all understand, the life of a shinobi is very tough, and we cannot allow anyone to pass the academy unless they are deemed capable to withstand that harsh and relentless life. To all those who have passed, I wish you the best of luck, and to those who didn't, I hope that you'll keep working hard and achieve whatever your heart yearns for. It's not that the exam was competitive and someone or the other was bound to be dropped. But over the course of years it had become a standard that many of them could not graduate. Since this was a time of peace, there was no necessity to have quantity rather than quality graduate. Also, many would drop out of the course after failing once and apply for something else, since the academy taught the children everything that a regular school did with the addition of ninja techniques. The Hokage stepped backwards and prompted Iruka to come forward and announce the results. Iruka nodded and came forward holding a sheet of paper in his hand. I would like to thank Lord Hokage, who despite being busy took time to come here and grace us with his presence. Now, I am really delighted to announce that the percentage of people who have passed this year has been the highest since the last few years. There will also be no doubt when I say that some children have shown exemplary skills, which shows the hard work and dedication they have put throughout the years, Iruka said. Instantly, the fan clubs somehow activated themselves and started murmuring how awesome Sasuke and Naruto were. No disturbances, please. I will announce the names of those who passed now. Please collect your headband from Hokage-sama on the stage as your names go by, Iruka said. There were a lot of graduates this year compared to the previous ones, as Iruka had said. The reason was kind of obvious, as there were many children of the clan heads, and due to their general influence, the civilian students had also tried to improvise their skills to keep up. Hinata Hyuga, please come up, Iruka said. Hinata, being the shy girl she was, slowly climbed the stairs and bowed before the Hokage. Raise your head and accept this Hide-8. You are now a shinobi of Konoha, the Hokage said. After accepting the headband, Hinata turned to return back to where everyone else was. Wait a minute, Hinata. There's something else, Iruka said, smiling. Huh? Oh, hi, Hinata said. It's my pleasure to announce that Hinata here has performed number 1 out of all the girls. Hence, I'd request Hokage-sama to present her with this year's award of Best Girl, Iruka announced with a genuine smile and pride in his face. Hinata was embarrassed of all the cheer that was directed at her from the crowd and the applause from the teachers. She was awarded the prize by the Hokage and instructed to stand on the stage before she could once again try to get back with everyone else. One additional reason for Hinata being shy, except for her clan reasons, was that she didn't have many friends at the academy either. Unlike boys, girls were very competitive and jealous of each other and mostly tried to get the attention of smart or cool boys, mainly Sasuke. Since she belonged to a clan, and a very elite one for that, they were jealous of her. Although no one outwardly disrespected her, or didn't dare to, rarely anyone tried to interact with her personally. Once someone from the Sasuke fan club, most probably Sakura, had said that her Sasuke-kun belongs to the Uchiha clan, which was far superior to the blind-eyed Hyuga. Fortunately, Hinata was not one to pick a fight, and nobody in her clan got to hear about this little incident. Otherwise strict action could have been taken against Sakura, as she had publicly, no matter on how small a scale, disrespected the Hyuga clan. She just kept her focus on improving herself for the sake of the clan, and to have a good image in front of Naruto, whether she chose to believe it or not. In any case, she was the one standing on the stage holding the prize, while many girls from the crowd made excuses like, yeah, she's from an elite clan, of course they're gonna be favoring her, while some were thinking of befriending her in order to gain some favors. Now for the last person to graduate from the academy this year, I would like to call upon the stage who surprised not only me but pretty much everyone around here by his exceptional skills, Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka announced. A roar of cheer from the Naruto fan club was heard, as well as his friends was heard as he walked up on the stage. He stood in front of the Hokage proudly, although when Hiruzen was about to address him, he saw a mix of emotions in Naruto's eyes which were undoubtedly damp. Gigi, I can't tell you how I'm feeling right now. If there's one word that can explain it, I feel like I've been granted freedom. Like I can also be called a citizen of Konoha, on my own rights, Naruto said with a heavy voice. Wrong. You were always a citizen of Konoha, and you're a shinobi now. Wear this headband with pride, my boy. I have high hopes for you. the Hokage said with the kindest smile Naruto had ever seen. Rubbing his eyes quickly, he accepted the Hide-8, thanked everyone and immediately tied it around his head. Again, I'm elated to be the one who has been given the opportunity to tell you that Naruto with his unmatched skills in both physical and mental aspects has been given the title of Rookie of the Year, Iruka said. Skip this note, it's boring. Sorry about these notes being a lot around here. But it's easy to convey something when it's related. Now what I want to say is that I will be adding parts like this even if there are a lot of stories containing the Rookie of the Year thing and might seem boring to those who read a lot of them. But for those people who are new, I want to make this story as interesting and complete as much as possible. Thanks for understanding. All of the crowd cheered except for Sakura and her few colleagues who were complaining about how Sasuke should have got the title. Theo the prize and called Hinata forward to have both of them stand next to each other as the final act of the ceremony. Hey Hinata, congratulations. You did great, look forward to working with you in the future, Naruto said extending a hand with his trademark grin. Thanks very much Naruto-kun. Congratulations to you too, Hinata said shaking his hand although quite red-faced. Over the years, Naruto had conversated with Hinata enough times that she had at least controlled herself from not fainting or blushing every time. Even though, being congratulated by him publicly was too out of the ordinary even after the supposed practice she had got. The program would have come to an end if not for some interruption by a certain someone who could not swallow his pride, more precisely, arrogance. This is a complete fraud. I refuse to believe that this nameless kid was able to perform better than me. I am an Uchiha, and I have been the best for the last 4 years, he shouted. Sasuke had been frustrated since the first time it was announced that Naruto had beat his scores twice, and then getting less targets than him had fueled his anger since he hadn't seen anyone since Itachi do that technique so flawlessly. Still, keeping his anger in check was possible for him as there was one trump card he had left, or rather, a last straw. The Fireball Jutsu. Kaden was the speciality of the Uchiha and he had already learnt the Fireball Jutsu when his father was alive. He had honed it over the years and now he could make a decent fireball. Basically no one was expected to perform any kind of elemental ninjutsu since it was considered a higher level technique. So he was sure that he would gain quite an extra bonus after showing that in addition to performing all the academy ninjutsu perfectly. But having heard that Naruto had somehow equaled that too, he didn't even think that Naruto could do more XD, and is now considered the best, broke the dam of his emotions and now his anger was flowing unrestricted. I understand how you're feeling, Sasuke. And you were the top scorer throughout, no doubt about that. But Naruto performed better than you today and even you saw that with your own eyes. He deserves that title, don't you agree? And it's not saying that you're not good. In my opinion you too are a person who holds great potential and I hope to see you become a fine shinobi one day, Iruka said. I don't care about any of that. I know that I'm good, and I'm better than him. Give me a minute with him and I'll wipe the whole academy floor with his face, Sasuke said. Sasuke, that's going too overboard. The test is over and Naruto, Iruka said but was cut off. Sensei, I'd like to request that you accept his proposal and conduct a match between the two of us. I wouldn't like to leave here giving the impression that I cheated in any way. Especially to one of my classmates, Naruto said. Quickly adding, with permission of Lord Hokage, of course. Iruka looked at Naruto and then towards the Hokage before giving any reply. The Sandame took a few seconds to ponder over the situation looking at the bunch of young crowd and then nodded giving an indirect thumbs up. Iruka sighed and announced, by the permission of Lord Hokage, I would like to tell everyone that a sparring match will be held between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. This will be only an exhibitionary match and does not hold any relation to the graduation test. Even so, since it is conducted on the academy grounds and I will be the referee, it will be considered official and will have to go by the rules. Everyone cheered happily as an additional spectacle between the two of them would be quite enjoyable and exciting. Except a certain lazy ass you-know-who, XD. As all of them moved to the arena, which had already been cleared by the staff after Naruto's assessment, the participants and the referee moved to the center of the ring. This match will be a one-on-one sparring match between the two of you. Only the use of taijutsu will be allowed. Use of ninja tools and ninjutsu is prohibited. The use of lethal attacks and killing are by all means strictly prohibited as well. The match will be considered over when either one of you gets out of the ring, is unable to fight or accepts defeat voluntarily. Any doubts? Iruka said. Not getting any response, he announced that the match begin and jumped backwards. Haha, you should have accepted the title quickly and skedaddled your way out of here as soon as you could. Even if you somehow got the scores accidentally, at least you would have been left with some respect. But you chose to entertain my proposal instead and look where we are. Let me tell you, in the simplest of words, you dug your own grave. Sasuke said with an arrogant grin on his face. If you can move half as fast as your tongue does, you might defeat me in no time, Naruto chuckled. You'll be eating your words in a few seconds, Sasuke shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, he posed himself in the taijutsu style of the Uchiha clan. The Interceptor Fist. On the other side, Naruto didn't make any movements and resorted to shifting his stance, revealing his taijutsu style. Sasuke mocked him, saying, "You really think any style would be able to defeat the one of the Uchiha clan?" Naruto said nothing, which infuriated him since he was the one giving silent treatment to everyone around. And getting the same from someone who's superior to you in skill greatly reminded him of his brother. All patience left him when he realized that the stance that Naruto had taken was none other than the basic one that had been taught in the academy. "So you mean to tell me that you had the audacity to fight with me, an elite Uchiha, when all you've got is that old fighting stance that they teach the academy kids?" Sasuke said angrily. "Are you mocking me?" he said, charging forward towards Naruto. Naruto just shook his head lightly at Sasuke's actions. As soon as Sasuke reached Naruto, he threw a punch from the right which Naruto easily ducked and simultaneously swept his foot, to which Sasuke reacted by jumping in order to avoid it. Although he had hoped to elbow Naruto downwards when he got down, it proved to be a big mistake in itself. Naruto had quickly shifted his balance to the foot he was sliding, and used the other one to kick Sasuke in the air itself, all while having his back at the guy. The kick hit Sasuke square in the gut and he felt it quite good. It had enough force to throw him up and backwards in the air that he landed back first where he stood initially. Naruto could have used his chakra-enhanced strength to put an end to Sasuke with the first blow, and it would have been well within the rules. Still, he didn't want this to be a contest of raw power. After all, he had worked his ass off to get better in every aspect of combat, including speed. "Yay Naruto, go. You can easily defeat him," one of the girls from the Naruto fan club shouted. "Huh, as if Sasuke will beat the crap out of stupid Naruto in no time," Sakura said, although not very loudly as she couldn't be as much sure. Meanwhile, neither of the contestants were listening to them and were engaged in their own battle. Sasuke got back up and once again attacked Naruto, albeit carefully this time, since he didn't want to be too hasty this time, since he attributed his previous folly to be just a result of his recklessness and Naruto's luck. Even so, he wasn't able to land a hit on Naruto after trying to hit him from every angle possible, while Naruto was simply blocking each one of his moves by using the basic taijutsu style, which pissed off Sasuke even more. And Naruto's lack of aggressiveness had already made Sasuke a little unsettled in the back of his mind, since he wouldn't be able to gauge or block his attack due to lack of observation of his moves. Having enough of this, Sasuke took his attacks to the extreme and found an opening where Naruto couldn't be able to dodge it in time. True enough, he punched Naruto directly in the abdomen. "Ha, think you could run away from my attacks? You're done for. Accept it." Sasuke smirked, although signs of fatigue were showing on his face. "Yay! Go Sasuke, show him how cool you are," Sakura shouted. Naruto took a deep breath as if relaxing in some beach in a hot summer. "Arrogance. Impatience," Naruto said. "What are you blabbering? Have you gone insane just by getting a single punch?" Sasuke said. Naruto grabbed his wrist, which was still on his abdomen. "These are the two things that will cost you dearly. Not just this match, but your whole life. Believe me," Naruto said. "What the hell? Shut up and fight. Don't preach me, you bastard," Sasuke shouted, trying to get away from Naruto's grip on his hand. "Oh well, it's not like I expected you to listen," Naruto said. He removed Sasuke's hand by turning it to the side and delivered a hook on Sasuke's face. Not wasting any time, he kneed Sasuke in the gut, followed by grabbing his chin as Sasuke arched forward due to the sudden attack and threw him with force, leading to Sasuke skidding across to the other end of the ring. "I would ask you to accept defeat gracefully, but I know you wouldn't listen anyways," Naruto said. Sasuke stood up wobbly and shouted, "That's it, I don't care what happens. I'm taking you down." Immediately he whipped out a pair of kunai and threw them at Naruto. "Sasuke, that's against the rules of the match," said Iruka tried to stop him. The kunai were easily dodged by Naruto, but he knew that these were just a distraction, as he had already seen Sasuke weave a hand sign before the kunai were on him. "Haha, consider this your end. Kaden. Gakyaku no Justu," Sasuke said. A giant fireball formed in front of Sasuke in a few seconds and was launched in the direction of Naruto. Sasuke looked completely exhausted as he had used all his chakra into that one attack. Due to its huge size, no one could follow what happened behind it. Although Sasuke was confident that he had ended the duel. No matter what the official outcome would be, it had shown everyone that he was superior. "That's it, Sasuke won. That'll teach Naruto to stay in his own limits. After all, Sasuke is the best," Sakura shouted. Sasuke smirked and turned to get out of the ring, but before he could do so he heard. "Do you know what the weakness of the fireball jutsu is?" He turned again in surprise and said, gritting his teeth, "Impossible. The fireball is big in size and holds good destructive power, but the vision of the user is also blocked. And you thought that creating a large fireball is better than a regular one. Not keeping in mind that its fallacy would be pronounced too." Naruto's voice echoed around in the smoke. Sasuke was frantically looking for Naruto since there was not much he could take in his fatigued condition. That was supposed to be his final attack after all, and Naruto shouldn't have been anywhere except the hospital. A shadow appeared to his left, but before he could even lift his hands to block any attack, a kick was delivered straight on his left cheek. You can't avoid the opponent's attack, unless you possess the Sharingan, Naruto said while completing the kick. Sasuke skidded around multiple times before his back hit the wall. His mind immediately blacked out from consciousness. Everyone except Sakura and a few fangirls erupted into cheer at the victory of Naruto. Although nobody liked Naruto or talked to him in general at the academy because of their parents and his goofy behavior, none of the boys liked Sasuke either after he started acting like a stuck-up brat. Hence, watching an underdog pull out a victory and the two kind of one-sided seemed fun after all. There was no doubt that Naruto's friends and the fan club were the loudest ones among them. Sasuke Uchiha has been disqualified from the match for the use of tools and techniques which were against the rules. The winner, by default, is Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka declared. Although Naruto had defeated him fair and square, the rules were still as important and hence he had been already disqualified because of that. Scene break and time skip. Naruto knew that once he exited the arena after meeting all the teachers and the Hokage, he would be flocked all around by those annoying fangirls. The only time he actually empathized with Sasuke. So, being extra prepared, he left a note in Shikamaru's pocket to tell the others and meet him where they usually hung out while bunking classes. He made sure to write an additional point about Shikamaru having to come there even if it was a drag. XD. Shikamaru found it soon enough and told the others about it. Although he knew about Naruto's skills well in advance, he was curious as to how the guy would explain it to others. That would be a real drag, and watching things like these were very interesting. The Naruto fan club was scattered around looking for their hero. It was an understood agreement that the one who found him first will have the first chance of hitting on him. While all of them were looking around, Naruto and his friends were already quite far away from that place. It wasn't anything secretive though, just a clearing in the bushes at the back of one of the bigger parks. It was a place where everyone could do whatever they liked when they bunked classes. Shikamaru gazed at the clouds. Choji munched on his chips. Shino secretly let out his bugs to roam around in nature while otherwise looked so passive that he could be mistaken for sleeping. Kiba and Naruto, being the more active ones, played around with Akamaru in the woods. When all of them reached the place, they found Naruto already there lying on the grass with his eyes closed. Hey, wake up! You called us all here to show us your victory nap? We had to go to our homes to show these headbands too. Kiba shouted near his ears. Ouch ouch, hey, I hear you alright. I was just waiting for you all to show up and took time to relax. You could say I was preparing for, Naruto said. He was interrupted by a punch on the face from Kiba, who couldn't control himself any longer. Naruto fell to the ground saying, when were you thinking of telling us, you liar? Kiba shouted. I think that's going too extreme, Kiba, Choji said. I always thought that you were just a good old fun-loving guy like me, but I get to see that you were deceiving us all along. Not saying that I didn't like that stuck-up Uchiha get a taste of defeat, but still, aren't we your friends, Naruto? Kiba said. I wanted to tell you but I couldn't, and I won't say that I'd do something else if I had the chance to redo it. You don't know how everyone else treats me. It's not only the children, it's the whole village. It didn't give me any pleasure to keep things from you, but I didn't have a choice. Although, that's the reason I called you guys here. I want to apologize for that. I'm really sorry guys, Naruto said. HMPH, can you promise that you won't do something like that again? Kiba said, eyeing him. Of course, I can't. Naruto grinned. All of them looked at him with a disbelieving expression and then burst into laughter. Unpredictable and straightforward as ever. I see. Okay, I forgive you. Just don't forget to stop by and say hello every now and then even if we pass the academy, Kiba said. Of course not. We'll just be on different teams, that's all. But again, who knows, we might end up on the same teams. It's a good thing that we all pass, Naruto said. Getting no response, he saw that they were all giving a "we already know all that" look, so he thought of something that will cheer up everyone. At least that's what he thought. Let's celebrate. The lunch is on me, Naruto said loudly. Yeah, Choji and Kiba said. To Ichiraku's, Naruto shouted. No, not a Gaon. Scene break and time skip. Naruto had finally agreed to his friend's wish to not go for ramen. So by popular vote, going literally anywhere was decided, much to Choji's delight, since he knew quite a lot of good places to eat. Everyone had returned to their home. They had to break the news to their family. Everyone had been welcomed with different reactions, which could be seen like this. Nara household. I'm back home, Shikamaru said, unstrapping his sandals. Oh, you sure took a lot of time coming back. Unfortunately your dad had to go to work and couldn't wait any longer. He mumbled something about being John and Commander was a drag and left for a meeting. His mom came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. No big deal, it's not like there's something he would have done had he been home, Shikamaru said nonchalantly. Yoshino Nara, wife of Shikaku Nara, was exactly as you'd imagine. Being in the family of the extreme degree of lazy bums, she had to be the complete opposite. loud and outgoing. She had been a shinobi, and a very brilliant one, but retired from duty when Shikamaru was born. She could have rejoined but decided that she was content being a housewife and a good mother. And being a good mother, she wasn't letting Shikamaru off the hook easily. "Wait up, young man, what do you mean? He wouldn't have done anything. Today was your final exam, right? How did it go? He would want to know about it as well," Yoshino said. "Like I said, nothing he would have done. And he already knows that I pass. Just another day. What a drag," Shikamaru yawned. "Oh, you passed. That's great. I was worried that you might fall asleep halfway. Congratulations," Yoshino said, hugging him sideways tightly. Thanks mom," Shikamaru said, shifting uncomfortably, but he knew not to interrupt moments like these. "Okay, I'm gonna make something good for dinner. Your favorite," Yoshino said. "Whatever suits you, mom. Just know that I'm not gonna come down to help," Shikamaru said, pulling out his headband and giving it to Yoshino before heading to the backyard to take a nap. "You didn't tell me who scored the highest? He's gone already," she said as she went back to the kitchen. "Akamichi household, mom, I'm back," Choji said, who was unusually not munching on potato chips right now. "Hey Choji, you're back late. We were waiting for you so long we even had lunch," his father said, coming to greet him at the door. "Oh, thanks dad," Choji said. His mother came quickly before he could say anything else. "Oh my child, what happened? You're not eating your chips? Have you been hurt? You never lose your appetite?" she asked. "No mom, nothing like that. I just had lunch, and I stuffed myself. Still going through digestion. Before you say anything, I didn't waste money on junk food. It's just that one of my friends treated everyone to lunch since he ranked first," Choji said. "Oh, is that right? Although it would have been great to have you as the highest scorer, it's good to hear that it was one of your friends too. So who was it?" Choza said. "Oh, don't hog him with questions all at once. Come on Choji, go change your clothes, and get some rest. I made your favorite lunch today, but I guess we can eat it later," his mother said. "My favorite? You know what? I've digested most of it already. Let's go have a feast," Choji said, running to the dining room, flipping his headband into his dad's hands. Inuzuka household. "Hey mom, sis, where are you? Guess what? I cleared the exams," Kiba shouted, running around the house with Akamaru in tow. "Geez, it's already so noisy in the kennels today and you're screaming on top of that. Keep it down, Kiba, go to your sister," his mother said from her office room. She usually wasn't the person to spend free time in office and only used it whenever the workload was heavy, so disturbing her was inviting hell itself. Kiba sweated and ran off to the small clinic around the kennels in which his sister worked. She was quite busy as she had recently started working as a vet. "Hey sis, you know what? I'm a ninja now," Kiba said, poking his head through the door. "Congratulations, Kiba. Now please let me work. Ask mom if you need something," she said. He deadpanned at the game they were playing. None of them were the least bit interested. "What kind of family are they? Here I am, a shinobi after 4 years of academy training, and they still think I'm a kid playing around," he thought. "Hey Akamaru, maybe she'll be interested in knowing who scored the highest. That would be a good surprise too," Kiba said. "Woof woof," Akamaru agreed. He ran off to his home again, looking forward to seeing his mother all surprised. He reached the door and entered without asking for permission. "Mom, forget everything else. You'll be shocked to know who topped the exams," Kiba started saying, but was interrupted by a flying sandal on his face. What the he was about to say when he saw his mother's angry expression like she was about to blast. "Here I am laden with all this clan paperwork and you have to come disturb me. Get the hell out of here and don't come back until dinner," she shouted. Kiba ran away from his own home, showing a physical skill better than he had performed in the same day morning's test. Hyuga household. Hinata had directly reached home after the graduation exams. Unlike the others, she had cleaned up and dressed properly in accordance with the clan's attire, in the lack of a better word. She had requested a permission to see her father from his assistant, since he was mostly busy in the office and their relationship was too formal for a parent and child. This was mostly how they interacted. It was only because he had asked her beforehand to show her results to him after the test that she had requested to meet him. "Lady Hinata, Lord Heishi has summoned you in his office," Hinata's assistant relayed, who was told so by her father's secretary. "Okay, thank you," she said as she left for his office. She knocked on the door twice and felt a wave of nervousness fill her heart. It was always like this. She tried hard to live up to everyone's expectations, especially her father's, but never succeeded. "Enough. Come in," was the only reply, which came from the other side in a purely authoritative voice. She slid the glass door and entered the office, closing it behind her. "Ohayo gozaimasu, Odo-sama," Hinata said. "Ohayo, Hinata. Have a seat," Heishi said. "Hi," she said as she sat in a cushion in traditional Japanese manner. "So, what brings you here?" he asked. "You might have forgot since you're so busy, Odo-sama. You had asked me to inform you myself after the graduation exams are over," Hinata said meekly. "Right, is it that day already? Well, I tend to be busy a lot. In any case, what was your result?" he asked. That was it. No asking how she was, or how did she do. If she was happy or not, nothing mattered. Just the clan and the result. I passed. Hokage-sama was present there and he personally handed over the Hite 8 to everyone, Hinata said, showing her headband to him. Hokage-sama? If we had known he'd be coming there, everyone would have attended the ceremony. Well, it's good that you at least passed. Otherwise the name of the Hyuga would be in dust. You're a shinobi now, so you're allowed to go on regular missions like everyone else. Keep in mind though, that you're a member of the Hyuga clan, and of main family on top of that. Keep your actions and behavior in accordance, Heishi said. Hi, Hinata said. You may leave, he said. Hinata just sat there without replying anything, hesitating to ask something as if in a dilemma. Is there something else? Heishi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I was awarded with this too, she said, showing him the trophy. Heishi was surprised since he didn't exactly expect Hinata to get a prize, he was just expecting her to pass. How unexpected. Best among the girls, huh? I suppose you're not as bad as you seem to be, he said. Hinata wasn't sure of showing him this in case he didn't like it or didn't meet his expectations. But he was fine with it, and even complimented her, although in an implicit manner. Still better than nothing, she guessed. Although it means that someone else was still better than you. Just that ith clan was he from? Actually, never mind. But if someone like you could come this far, I'm sure young Hanabi would definitely win the first prize and bring glory to the Hyuga clan, Heishi said. Hinata skipped a beat and felt her heart clench. It was always like this. Whatever she did was never enough for him. Hyuga this, Hyuga that. And then Hanabi. Hi, I'll take my leave, she said. Heishi just nodded, giving the trophy and headband back, after which he got busy with his work. Hinata walked as quickly as she could back to her room. Do you need anything, Lady Hinata? Her assistant asked. No, thanks. I'm a little tired from the exam, so I'm going to rest. Please don't disturb me for some time, Hinata said without looking at her. Of course, Lady Hinata. As you wish, she said, bowing, and went outside, closing the door. Hinata sat down, folding her knees in front of her chest, resting her head and back along the wall. I should be happy, right? I became a kunoichi and even got a prize. Yet why is it that I'm always sad? Hinata said to nobody, tears on the brink of falling from her eyes. It's not that she had any qualms with her younger sister being preferred for the day when the clan heir would be decided. She truly didn't have any desire for holding power within the Hyuga clan. Neither would she turn back if given the responsibility. But it was what would happen to her when she would be considered a burden in the clan and thrown out, not in a literal sense, as she belonged to the main household and thus would be useful in building relations. She had accidentally stumbled in on a conversation between her father Heishi and her grandfather Hiroto, who had been discussing about herself at that time. She didn't want to eavesdrop but couldn't help but listen since it concerned her future. Flashback, Heishi, you need to understand this. Your elder daughter is not fit to be the heir of the clan, Hiroto said. You don't need to tell me that. I can only wish that she was more confident and worthy to lead the clan, Heishi said. She's just like her mother. You didn't teach her enough at a young age and now she's taken on her kind and gentle nature. At least young Hanabi fares better in this case, Hiroto said. I know. Whichever shall be the case, what of the other one? Heishi asked. Had it been your sons, like in the case of Hisashi and you, they would be transferred to the branch family without any doubt, Hiroto said. Heishi flinched at the mention but didn't say anything. Since you have daughters, one of them, probably Hinata, will have to be married off somewhere and branded with the caged bird seal to protect our clan's secret. We will try to have the marriage as high profile as we can, hopefully somewhere in the family of the daimyo if we're lucky. That would elevate our standing quite a lot, Hiroto said. Is there no other option than the caged bird seal? Heishi asked out of genuine concern. You know there isn't, Hiroto said. Heishi just nodded in reply. Hinata put her hand on her mouth to not let any sound escape, but her shaking eyes were telling how shocked she was. She quickly but stealthily ran back to her own room as the Byakugan could detect anyone as suspicion was aroused. She had cried till morning that night. Flashback over, as she closed her eyes about to break down, the image of Naruto flashed in her head. Hey Hinata, congratulations. You did great, look forward to working with you in the future. The kindness and happiness that she saw on his face at that time made her strengthen her own resolve. That's right. I am a ninja now, I shouldn't cry over silly things. I just have to keep working like him and never back down. I will achieve my goal too, one day, she said with her face heating up. After all, Naruto was quite handsome as of now and only Kami knows what a lady killer he'd be as he grew up. With the hope of a yet new and better tomorrow, she actually went to get some rest. Aburame household, Dad, I passed the exam, Shino informed. Good, his dad replied. Naruto had gone to find his teachers who had trained him over the years. It was going to be continued for complete 4 years that Naruto was in the academy, but due to his hard-working nature and a certain shadow clone spamming Justu, he had learned everything they had to offer in a span of 3 years. For the last 1 year, he continued practicing and training alone, honing and mastering the skills in his arsenal. Practicing one move 10,000 times, huh? He had taken that statement to heart and made thousands of shadow clones every day until exhaustion, trying to perfect each and every move to his very best. In those past months, he didn't have much time to make contact with his teachers as they were busy in their own work. But today was a different scene. He needed to meet them all and thank each one for everything they did for him. Searching around, he finally found out that Yamato was out for a mission, so he'd meet him later. And Hayate was on duty as the Hokage's personal guard. At the moment, he was entering the famous sweet shop where many of the shinobi like to hang out. He recognized that deep violet shade of hair in no time, although a second member was also there with a similar shade of hair who made him a little uneasy. Nonetheless, he approached the table with a normal expression and said, "Konnichiwa sensei, how've you been? And you too, how are you, Ank?" Before he could speak any further, a snake coiled up his torso and around his neck. "Don't, how've you been, Anko-chan, me kid? You wouldn't have even remembered me had I not been here," Anko said, eating dango, giving him a hard glare. Okay, I'm sorry. I was very busy, training. But I'm sure I'll meet you every now and then, okay?" Naruto said, defeated. "Come on, Anko, that's not a proper way to greet a fellow shinobi," Yugo said, sipping her tea. Anko snickered and called her snake back into her sleeves. The rest of the shinobi didn't pay any heed since Anko was usually like this, not caring about what anyone says. "Well, so that was actually why I'm here. To tell you. And you ruined all the fun," Naruto said. "Haha, did you really expected me to doubt you'll pass after all that I taught you?" Yugo said. Naruto just laughed, although hesitantly, since he didn't know how much if at all Anko knew about their training. In reality, Anko had made Yugo tell her what she had been doing all the time since she had been meeting her less frequently too. Yugo had told her that she was training someone, however was under orders not to say anything to anyone. Anko already understood what it was about since the Hokage had helped her too when Orochimaru had left her alone like that. "So who's your team in charge?" Yugo asked. "I don't know. They've called us tomorrow at the academy to announce the assigned teams and the Jonin sensei," Naruto said. "I just hope you're lucky enough to get Kuranai or something. I heard she's going to be assigned a team this time around," Yugo said. "Who knows? Anyways, I'll talk to you later, Yugo-sensei. Thank you for everything. Anko-chan, later," Naruto said and left the shop, waving them off. "HMPH, why are you, sensei, and I'm, Anko-chan, not fair," Anko said, stuffing half a dozen dango in her mouth. Yugo just chuckled at her behavior. Scene break and time skip. Hokage Tower, Naruto was currently talking to the old assistant that was present on the reception. "I'm telling you, he's not available at the moment. There's a meeting at the council today which will take a lot of time. Come back tomorrow," she said. "But he was just at the academy," Naruto said. "Come back tomorrow, today not possible," she said. "But, okay, fine," Naruto said. "Unless there's an urgency," she asked, knowing that the Hokage had given them quite a scolding many years ago when he was held up here due to the Hokage being busy after he was attacked by a mob. "Oh, no, nothing like that. Thanks, I'll be back tomorrow," he said. He went outside thinking, or the rest of the day. "Guess I'll do some training, have some bowls of ramen and then hit the bed. Good old routine." Meanwhile, inside the conference room, there was a meeting going on. A hearing, to be precise. "I don't even know why Uchiha-sama is brought here in the first place. It was just a match. Everything goes, right?" a councilwoman said. The hearing wasn't even required for such a small case in front of the council. The Hokage would have judged on his own. But the civilian council had insisted that they be present on the time. The Hokage had allowed them but seemed calling the shinobi side unnecessary. Therefore the Hokage and the civilian council were assembled to pass the judgment. Sasuke was the one on trial, of course. This was an official match between two shinobi at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Sasuke broke the rules of the match. Whatsoever be the outcome, such type of defiance is not expected of a shinobi. And for one who hasn't even started missions yet, that is truly unacceptable, the Hokage said. The civilian council had always tried to suck up to Sasuke, due to the fact that one day he was the only heir left from one of the major clans of Konoha and they could manipulate him to their wishes if they got on his good side. But that can be spared. I don't think anyone would complain if the opponent got hurt or even killed. It would be good riddance of that demon foe, she said. Councilwoman, one more word from your mouth and I'll see that you never sit on that chair again, the Hokage said sternly, with all of them feeling the pressure of his killing intent. It's like the spiritual pressure, Ryotsu from Bleach. But the closest thing to that I saw in Naruto Fix was killing intent. If anyone has better ideas, PM me. On the account to breaking the rules of an official match and putting on risk the life of another fellow shinobi, you will be fined with your pay for the next 10 D-ranked missions, along with 1 hour of community service for a fortnight, the Hokage declared. But Hokage-sama, I don't think the community service is necessary. Uchiha-sama understands his mistake. I think the matter should be closed after him being fined, the councilwoman said. The reason behind it was simple. A fine equaling the pay of a few D-ranked missions would be easily covered by the funds from the Uchiha clan. Although Sasuke was not the official representative of the clan treasury belonged to him. And the Hokage being his guardian was not in favor of letting him allow complete access to those funds, but the civilian council had somehow put a good argument why he should, and the shinobi council having no complaints gestured. Whatever you see fit, Hokage-sama. What I decided is final. I've already kept the punishment as lenient as possible. Don't test my patience now. The Hokage said, bringing over the next file. Sasuke just scowled, knowing that what he did was against the rules and any further argument from him would only make matters complicated. After all, there was a whole side of a council trying to lick his boots, so why take on unnecessary work? Scene break and time skip, on some random rooftop. Naruto was stopped by a certain silver-haired person when he was going back home after training. No, it's not that one. There's not just one silver-haired person in Konoha, although he's the only badass one, not gonna lie, XD. Naruto had already sensed him approaching some time ago but decided to act oblivious. Konbanwa, Mizuki-sensei. What brings you to me? Naruto greeted with a smile. He knew that Mizuki never particularly liked him during the academy, and probably was one of the goons of the civilian council in the academy. After all, even shinobi can be bought with a good price. Hey Naruto, I was looking for you. I heard that you bagged the first place in the test. Congratulations, Mizuki said with a really genuine looking fake expression. Apparently, Mizuki hadn't seen any part of the test as he was appointed in other duties at that time. The news of the demon brat who topped the test was shocking to him too. He was always so dumb in the academy. Must be that Iruka, he was always lenient on him. Sometimes too much, and being the head examiner, he could easily have that brat wherever he wanted on the ranks list, was what he concluded. Thanks Mizuki-sensei, but I don't think you'd come all the way to tell me that, Naruto said. True, since you got first place I really didn't want that you failed to become a genin, Mizuki said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You don't know this, but the Jonin sensei that are assigned to every team test whether their squad is ready to become a ninja or if they're the compatible teachers for them in their own methods, Mizuki said. This guy actually might be right. Sounds reasonable. Whoa, I didn't know he actually is a good person, Naruto thought. Thank you, sensei, I'll do my best to pass that test too, Naruto said. I'm sure you would. But there's another method to make sure that you'll pass no matter what, Mizuki said. Alternative method? What's that? Naruto asked confused. You have to bring me a certain scroll from the Hokage's mansion. It's a stealth exercise, so make sure no one catched you or you'll fail. Once you deliver it to me, you'll pass for sure. It's called the Scroll of Sealing. A simple search and retrieve mission, Mizuki explained. Damn, and I thought he was a good guy. He's trying to compromise the secrets of the Leaf Village itself. I don't know who does he work for, but that's not some funny trick. I have to let Gigi know straight away, Naruto thought while keeping a straight face. So, what do you think? Mizuki asked a little anxious. Of course, if you say so sensei, Naruto said. Haha, what a fool. I knew it, now I'll take the scroll away to master and all the fingers will be pointed towards the demon brat. Whether he be executed or not, it's still a win-win situation for me, Mizuki thought. Okay then, meet me at this specific location before dawn. If you can't do it by dawn, you'll fail. So be quick about it, and remember, it's a secret test. I'm just telling it to you so there's no need to tell anyone else about it, not even your friends, Mizuki said. Of course, I won't tell my friends or anyone to come there. It will be just me, Naruto said. After all, I'm more than enough for the likes of scum such as you, he added in his mind. Scene break and time skip. I've got to find Gigi fast. I can't do anything against that guy without proof. And again, even with evidence I'm in no position to take any action, Naruto said to nobody reaching the Hokage tower. As he was about to enter the front gate, he remembered that the receptionist had already declined his request to meet the Hokage for the day. Although yeah, it was an urgency, heck it was an emergency, but still it'd take too much time. He went to the roof quickly and sent a chakra pulse through the entire building. Ordinarily, the chakra in the building is dampened for safety purposes, so sensing chakra without his special technique would be next to impossible. Found him. How is he busy? He's just reading some scroll or something in his study, Naruto thought aloud. He quickly maneuvered through the windows and entered the study in a hurry. Due to the same, he forgot that the anbu guards were always on their toes and in a matter of seconds the kunai in their hands were around Naruto. Okay, I'm sorry to barge in. Just, please, Naruto said breathing heavily. The Hokage nodded and signaled the guards to go back to their positions and they swiftly complied. What happened? You seem quite unsettled, uncharacteristic of you. The one who always gives everyone else trouble, the Sandame asked. Not the time for humor, Gigi. This is serious, Naruto said. I see. Sit down and tell me everything, the Hokage said. He ordered the guards to leave them alone immediately with a gesture and they complied. Naruto sat down and told him everything, how Mizuki approached him honored to steal the scroll of sealing in exchange for securing his position as a shinobi. This is bad. One of our own trying to betray us and divulge classified information to outsiders. Good thing you informed me. As reckless as you are, the duty of a shinobi is foremost. I think that's all for you. I'll assign someone on this mission, the Hokage said. Wait, that's not fair. I want to be the one to complete this. Assign me, official or unofficial. Either way he's not going to get away from me, Naruto said. You're still adamant as ever. First day being a shinobi and you want a high-ranking mission. I don't know about that, Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. Please, Naruto added. Well, I guess even if I don't assign a mission I can't stop from going there, Hiruzen chuckled. Then that means, Naruto asked. Very well, I acknowledge that your skill and knowledge far exceed your current rank. This is your first mission. Your job is simple. Capture Mizuki and bring him back here. I will be keeping someone for backup there though, the Hokage said. Understood. Can I take the scroll now? Naruto asked. Oh no way, that is a very important piece of information. Take a counterfeit. It's not like you're making a deal with him, the Hokage said, raising an eyebrow. I'm definitely taking the real one. I'll protect it with my life. And well, I'm curious to look at it too, Naruto said, scratching his head grinning. Unless and until I'm here, I can't allow that, the Hokage said. But what if I somehow immobilize you? Naruto asked, smirking. Don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself, boy? It won't be that easy to get rid of me, the Hokage said. True. Although I have this killer technique that even you can't dodge, Naruto said. Hiruzen was now unsettled. Curious too. Naruto wouldn't use anything large-scale here. Yet he was confident that it would work on him. Naruto formed the half-plus sign for the shadow clone jutsu and a cloud of smoke formed. Kage Bunshin? That's nothing new, the Hokage said. Orochimaru no Justu, sexy harem jutsu. It wasn't a moment too soon as the words left his mouth that a bunch of really almost uncensored women winking face jumped on the Hokage shouting, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen could have prepared for a bijudama at that time, but he had never expected something like that to happen in a million years. He was knocked out flat due to the blood loss that occurred from his nosebleed, anime style, XD. Sorry Gigi. That was my ultimate weapon. I added the Kage Bunshin technique to the henge and it's done. Hopefully those anbu don't catch up to me, Naruto said. He quickly took the scroll from the cupboard where it was neatly displayed and shunshined out of there. Scene break and time skip, somewhere in the woods. Phew, these were some dangerous jutsus. Most of them are suicidal, and if someone could use them effectively, they're basically genocidal. Not even one I can perform right now. Except the multi-shadow clone, which is just forbidden due to risk of chakra exhaustion. Well, it's getting late. I guess I should visit Mizuki now, Naruto said to no one as he headed towards the designated location. Meanwhile, the Hokage had got up and almost got a nosebleed again when he remembered how he was knocked out in the first place. Propping himself up, he ordered the anbu to summon a specific person. Naruto upon reaching found Mizuki already waiting there for him. His body language seemed to give away his impatience. Mizuki was ready to escape the hell out of there as soon as he got his hands on the scroll. Where is that damned brat? I hope he's not arrested by the authorities before I get my hands on the scroll, that is, Mizuki thought, tapping his foot. Mizuki-sensei. I got the scroll. Fortunately there was no one around when I picked it, so the test wasn't that difficult, Naruto said. Dumb as ever I see. The search parties must be onto you by now. Before they catch up, I need to get that damn scroll out of here, Mizuki thought. A job well done, Naruto. You're certainly fit to be a genin. I'll make sure you don't go back to the academy, Mizuki said, eager to take the scroll away from his hands. And in return, I'll make sure that you don't end up anywhere except the leaf prison, Naruto said. Wah? Mizuki couldn't finish his statement as he was thrown in the air several dozen meters and crashed into a tree thanks to a hard chakra-enhanced kick on the chest. Did you really think that I'd be dumb enough to believe you and betray my own village? The people might not like me, but this village is my homeland, Naruto said in a loud voice. Gah! Cough cough, such power. How did you? Mizuki said, clenching his teeth while breathing coarsely and painfully due to the broken ribs he had now. That is not for you to know. I won't forgive, let alone talk to a criminal who can't even be of his own home, Naruto said, unsheathing his katana. Watching that, Mizuki hurriedly took a few food pills and instant painkillers in order to get out of this desperate situation. He still didn't think Naruto would be able to stop him alone, but if he had known the plan already, the Anbu hunter squads weren't far enough. Naruto quickly engaged him in a duel before he could have had the chance to escape. He used the sword quite easily and proficiently and put Mizuki on back foot, who was barely parrying all the blows with his kunai. Mizuki jumped backwards and threw explosive tag-laced kunai at him. Naruto was about to jump when the earth around his legs protruded and bound them. Mizuki had hurriedly formed hand signs for an earth-style jutsu while Naruto was focused on the explosive kunai. Knowing that Naruto was too close to the blast, he fled, still scared of the other ninja that would soon arrive. Moreover, the scroll of sealing would have been destroyed too with the blast, but he doubted it was the real one. Fool! You might have become a genin, but don't think of comparing yourself to me. You could have survived if you had brought help from the start. But it worked out for me, at least I can get out in time, Mizuki thought out aloud. Suddenly, he shouted as he felt a searing pain across his chest and abdomen. The gash wasn't very deep but covered his whole front and length. Through his unsteady vision, he could roughly make out Naruto in front of him holding the katana covered in his blood. But his eyes, they were filled with hate and were red. Like hell you are, Naruto shouted in a deeper voice. Mizuki landed on the ground and narrowly avoided being knocked unconscious as his landing was somewhat softened by the grass. He saw Naruto upon him in an instant and pulled up a kunai to block the sword that Naruto plunged straight into him. The sword hit the kunai, but Mizuki was too much worn out to be able to keep on much longer. You demon bastard, this is your true form. You should have been killed long ago. It's a matter of time before you take this dear village of yours down to dust with yourself, Mizuki said. Naruto growled even more and the sword started to be covered with blue sparks as he channeled lightning chakra into it. The sword passed through the kunai like a hot knife through butter. Sorry, this simile is so common but still sounds too good XD, and stopped in front of Mizuki's heart. I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, and I don't need to hear anything from the likes of you, traitor, Naruto said as he pulled off the headband from Mizuki and prepared to push the sword through. Mizuki had lost all hope of fleeing long before, and now closed his eyes for his inevitable end as the sword poked his skin. Naruto, stop! What are you doing? A voice said as a person gripped Naruto's forearm, stopping him from going any further. Naruto looked at the person who had interfered with the same red slit pupil eyes containing an angry glare. Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto's eyes seemed to lose their viciousness as the red color receded, exposing the cool bright blue eyes once. Naruto said, clenching his head with his hand as he felt like he was experiencing a heavy headache, or a light migraine. He retracted his sword from Mizuki's kunai and sat down leaning against a tree. Yes, it's me. Hokage-sama told me everything. I was assigned to see that you come back safe and take the scroll of sealing back from Mizuki. But here I am watching you already have the possession of the scroll and Mizuki was on the brink of death. And would have died had I not been here. What got into you? Iruka said. Dawn had already arrived and the sun was starting to rise by the looks of the sunlight that was flooding the forest. The headache Naruto faded away in a few minutes, after which Naruto realized what he was about to do. The last thing he remembered clearly was getting angry at Mizuki, and then his memory faded. He gave into his emotions and clearly lost all sense of judgment at the time. I am sorry, Iruka-sensei. But I'm okay now. Can you carry Mizuki back? He's not my or anyone's sensei anymore. I'll return the scroll of sealing to Gigi immediately, Naruto asked with a sad expression. Iruka stared at him for a moment, not being able to decide if that was the right thing to do. But he relented, knowing that Naruto should have a chance of figuring whatever issue he had by himself. Sure, breakfast at Ichiraku's. It's on me, Iruka asked. No, okay, can we postpone it until dinner? Iruka looked at Naruto, who still looked down but had a genuine smile on his face. Huh? He asked. You see, I've got to freshen up and go to the team assignment session in the morning. I'm sure you remember that too. Then the Jonin would obviously want to at least talk to us. Or maybe get some training. Then I'll get some sleep in the afternoon. I'll be good by evening, so dinner would be great, Naruto said. Hey, of course, Iruka said, smiling himself. Naruto nodded and left the place, taking his time to reach the Hokage tower. There was a lot on his mind after the incident in the morning. How would he be able to face the Hokage after what happened? How would he react? The mission was almost compromised. Had it not been for Iruka, his status as a shinobi would have definitely been scrapped. I was so confident last night that I could do it. I just had to incapacitate Mizuki and take him back. Instead, I succumbed to the anger that I felt towards him. I still can't believe myself, he thought. After reaching the tower, he knocked on the office door twice, waiting for the permission. After getting it, he quietly entered the room and closed the door behind him. The anbu were ordered to leave for the time. I suppose the mission didn't go as expected, judging by your expression, the Hokage asked. No, I was able to complete the mission, but it was thanks to Iruka-sensei. If you hadn't sent him, I'd have killed Mizuki. I feel so unsure of myself now, Naruto said, slightly hyperventilating, unable to meet eyes with the Hokage. And the scroll is safe? The Hokage asked. Yes, it is. I'll put it back at the same place. And here's Mizuki's headband, Naruto said, placing it on the table. Then I suppose your first mission was successful. Prepare a report within the next 3 days. Submit it here and collect your paycheck from the respective department. I'll forgive you this time about the scroll, but there shouldn't be a next time, the Hokage said. Wait. Didn't you hear what I said? I almost failed the mission, Naruto said wide-eyed. The Hokage sighed and said, look Naruto, that is exactly why I had sent Iruka there. When there's a mission, it's either a success or a failure. The process doesn't matter. What you are required to do is do your job. Now in your case, I was able to watch what happened. Don't ask me how, I have my ways. You got angry at Mizuki, lost control of yourself and jeopardized the mission. Then how can you let me off like that? Naruto asked, even more confused and guilty. It wasn't you, it was the Kyuubi, Hiruzen said. The Kyuubi? Naruto asked. Its chakra leaks out from the seal. Apparently, it is triggered by strong emotions. You were quite angry at Mizuki. I don't know why. You're usually cool-headed. Reckless, impulsive, unpredictable and sometimes act like a knucklehead, but still. What you need is to control your emotions and not let them get better of you in the battlefield. It applies on every ninja out there and twice on you, since you're not one but two beings. One of which is filled with hatred and anger. The Hokage explained. I see. That just means I let the Kyuubi get the better of me. It won't happen again. Naruto said, getting a little idea of what triggered the change in him so suddenly. Good. I hope so. The Hokage said. Arigato, Gigi, I'll take my leave. Naruto said and turned. One more thing. Yes? Naruto asked. Don't use that ridiculous jutsu of yours on me ever again. Scene break and time skip. There wasn't much time for Naruto to think about anything as he rushed home to freshen up, changed his clothes, prepared some quick meal and set out to the academy. He was still late to the session. Most of the students had already been assigned to their respective teams. He took a seat near Shikamaru, who could somehow tell that Naruto didn't sleep last night due to some reason but kept quiet about it and just waved. You three are assigned as Team 18, Iruka said. Yes sir, understood. 3 of the students stood up and said. Now, the next team will be Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. You 3 will be assigned as Team 8, Iruka said. Hey Shikamaru. Why are the numbers jumbled up? Naruto whispered. Who knows, sensei just said that he was busy somewhere and couldn't arrange the list properly in time, Shikamaru said. Naruto just nodded and didn't question anything on the topic after that. Hi. The newly formed Team 8 said in unison. After they sat down, Hinata turned her head slightly, looking at the back where Naruto was sitting. He was currently looking at Shino and Kiba, where the latter was giving them a thumbs up. So I won't be on the same team as Naruto-kun after all. It was just a far-fetched wish after all, she whispered to nobody. Naruto turned his head towards her and gave her a warm smile along with a small thumbs up. Hinata turned tomato red and turned her head straight. No, that's wrong of me to think like that. Naruto-kun always gives it his all, be it anything. I'll do my best in whatever I do too, she said to herself. Meanwhile, Naruto realized something at that time. If these 3 are on one team, and the 6 people remaining are us. Can't say I didn't expect it before, but oh shit, Naruto said loud enough that it was audible to those beside him. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, assigned as Team 10, Iruka announced. The 3 of them stood up and bowed slightly. Ino was looking at Sakura, who was teasing her, implying that she got to be on her dear Sasuke's team. HMPH, was her only reply as she turned her head away. Lastly, we have Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. You 3 will be assigned as Team 7, Iruka said. All 3 stood up but had different reactions. Sasuke had the usual smug expression and kept silent. Sensei, can't it be just the 2 of us? Naruto Baka can be left alone without any team, Sakura said. For the first time, Sensei, I actually agree with her, Naruto said with a deadpanned expression. I'm afraid that isn't possible. Unless you decide not to be shinobi, you'll have to stay that way, Iruka said. Naruto just said, understood. And Sakura said, whatever, me and Sasuke-kun will do special training. While having hearts in her eyes, and Sasuke just humphed while looking out of the window. With that, all the team placements are complete. Your Jonin sensei will arrive shortly to pick up their respective teams. As the last day being your sensei, I hope all of you have a bright future ahead and wish you the best of luck, Iruka said smiling. Everyone stood up as Iruka left the room. Tough luck, Naruto. Although it's a drag for me too, at least I don't have to deal with those guys. Besides, Choji is on my team, so I guess it'll be okay, Shikamaru said. Yeah, I guess it is what it is, Naruto said. I guess I do understand why I'm placed with him. A part of me even knew it'd happen. Now that I'm on a team with him, I don't think there'll be much to worry about being failed irrationally. Still, it would be such a bother to be with them afterwards too, he thought, not knowing that this was not the logic behind team placements. One by one, the Jonin in charge of each team announced their respective squads and ordered them to follow him, The in-charges of Team 8 Team 10 were a little late but somehow reached at the same time XD. Waving goodbye to his friends, he was now left alone in the classroom with his to-be teammates. Sakura was as usual fawning over Sasuke, and Naruto was getting bored since their sensei was taking too much time. He tried reading a novel but was soon forced to close it since it didn't interest him at the moment, because reading it here was a tad bit uncomfortable. "Hey Naruto, can't you see both of us here? Give us some privacy, will ya?" Sakura said. "It's a classroom for Kami's sake. Go somewhere else if you want privacy, and I don't have any intention of poking around in your affairs, but here we are, a team. And we're all supposed to wait here for our Jonin sensei, who is taking forever. Man, that's annoying. Gotta do something about it," Naruto said. "Wait Naruto. What are you doing? Pulling a prank on the very first day will make a very bad image of us. You, whatever. I'm blaming all of this on you. Me and Sasuke-kun have nothing to do with it," Sakura said. Naruto completed his setup by putting back the chair from which he had put the duster into the top of the door. "Suit yourself," he said as he went back to his seat. After waiting for another half an hour, they heard footsteps coming towards their room. "Cha. Even if I didn't plan that, this is going to be interesting. Serves that guy right for being so late," her inner Sakura thought. "Like hell he's gonna fall for that. He's a Jonin class. There ain't ninjas far above this guy's set of skills." Sasuke thought, eyeing the door. The door opened, revealing a silver-haired man with his face almost completely covered by a mask and the Hite-8 revealing just a single eye. A duster fell as soon as he opened the sliding door. "Huh, a prank. I can easily avoid it, but if it's the result of teamwork," he thought. The duster hit his head, covering his hair with chalk powder. Not that it could get more white XD. Sasuke looked wide-eyed at the Jonin that was standing at the door. That was a silly prank. How can he be an elite ninja if he can't even dodge that? Moreover, how can they send some pushover to train someone as me, one of the Uchiha? Sasuke thought, clenching his teeth. Nobody said a thing. The silver-haired guy took a step forward, saying, "Who did that?" Suddenly a tripwire activated due to his foot before he could complete the statement. A water balloon flew past his head as he narrowly sidestepped the trap that had been placed on the front bench. Interesting, but that isn't enough to. He couldn't complete his statement once again as the water balloon hit the wall behind, triggering another mechanism that burst a lot of orange glitter from the wall behind. This time he couldn't dodge it and his head was visibly colored orange along with the shiny sparkles. "Ha ha 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 ha. Mission successful." Naruto burst out laughing. "I'm sorry, sensei. I tried to stop him but he didn't listen. Me and Sasuke-kun didn't have anything to do with this," Sakura quickly said. "Cha, bullseye. You deserve this," inner Sakura thought. Sasuke just averted his eyes when the man looked in his direction, implying that he really didn't care what was happening around. "Well, my first impression for you guys is that you're a bunch of idiots," he said. Everyone's sweat dropped. Still, even if there was no teamwork, that kid managed to form a triple-level trap. Even if it was a prank, I wasn't observant enough, he thought. "Okay guys, meet me up at the roof in 2 minutes. We're already quite late," he said and disappeared in a smoke. "The reason was you," everyone said comically. "A cage bunchin', huh? Guess he won't be roaming around town with orange sparkles today," Naruto said. "Hey Naruto, that was all your fault. Now he'll go extra hard on us," Sakura said. "Yeah, whatever. People like that don't keep a grudge over something like this. Anyways, we've to reach there in 2 minutes. See ya," Naruto said as he vanished in a flicker. Sasuke ran instantly towards the door, knowing that Naruto was already ahead of him and he didn't want to be late than the given time just to be tagged as a slowpoke. Sakura just ran behind him shouting, "Wait for me, Sasuke," but couldn't keep up. "Whoa, you're already at this part? You've got quite a unique taste, don't you sensei? Reading this thing publicly," a voice said behind the man who was currently reading the latest part of his favorite book series. He was startled and quickly closed the book, putting it away. "And how do you know about it?" he asked. "Well, I just started reading it yesterday, after I received my headband," Naruto said, showing his own version of the book, which was just the first part. What? But this is not for children," he said. "Old enough to kill, old enough to die, old enough to do anything. Wasn't this one of the rights in the shinobi code?" Naruto asked, smirking. "Yeah, but still. Anyways, how'd you get here so quickly?" he asked. "From the wall, of course. How'd I get behind you otherwise?" Naruto said. "Well, I guessed. But that means you already know how to walk on the walls?" he asked. "Duh," Naruto said, raising his shoulders slightly. Before the conversation could go on, Sasuke reached the rooftop, emerging from the stairs. He was panting slightly, but managed to reach within 2 minutes. Sakura followed him but was far behind, and was panting heavily when she finally arrived at the place. All three of them sat down on an elevation on the ground while their sensei stood leaning against the parapet. "So all of you introduce yourselves. Start from the pinkhead," he said. Sakura was annoyed by the nickname but nevertheless said, "Like how? Can you explain it first?" He sighed and said, "My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't have a dream in particular. My likes and dislikes, I don't feel like telling you that. As for my plans in future, I haven't decided anything yet." That just told us nothing except his name, Sakura thought. The famous Kakashi Hitaki, copy ninja of the leaf? Didn't expect him to be like this. Too embarrassed to tell us that your likes are being late and reading porn in public? Naruto thought, trying to contain his laughter. Okay, your turn now, Kakashi said. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are, my dream is, my plans in future are, Sakura said, blushing every time saying anything and looking at Sasuke, dreaming of marriage and children. Your dislikes? Kakashi prompted. Baka Naruto, Sakura said. Likewise, except that you two are my teammates now, so I don't have a choice, Naruto said. Kakashi just shook his head and sighed. Next, Blondie. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The things I like are eating ramen and meditating peacefully in nature. The things I dislike are people who judge anyone without even knowing them. My plans for the future are to be acknowledged by everyone and take Konoha to great heights. And my dream is to become the Hokage, Naruto said enthusiastically. Like you could become Hokage. If anyone can, it will be Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. Next, Emo. Kakashi said. Sasuke visibly flinched at the nickname as he expected something like brunette or norette, going by hair color. Still, he didn't comment on it while Naruto couldn't completely contain his cackle. My name is Sour in Strength. I dislike a lot of people, but someone in particular. I don't have any dreams or plans because what I have is a goal and I will achieve it. I have to destroy a certain someone and restore my clan, Sasuke said. Both Naruto and Kakashi caught on what he was talking about, while Sakura was completely oblivious. She was more focused on blushing, thinking about how he would restore his clan. I guess that's enough for the introductions, Kakashi said. So when will we be starting the missions, Sensei? Sakura asked, hoping to spend more time with Sasuke in this manner since personally he didn't pay any heed to her after hanging around for professional purposes. Don't know, it's not a when, it's an if only you pass the test, Kakashi said. What do you mean? We already passed the graduation test, Sakura said. Oh, that was just to see who has potential to become genin. Nothing more. Only a few teams of those selected will actually be allowed to pass and become genin. Rest of them will be sent back to the academy, Kakashi said. What? Everyone said. That's a bluff no matter how you look at it. With so less ninja graduating and given the high mortality rate of genin out there, Konoha's forces would be crumbling right now. But again, it isn't like everyone passes. These are the times of peace. If a jonin decides that a team should not pass, he must have the authority to send the team back. And this is Kakashi Hitaki here. He surely must have some good standards. Plus he isn't stuck up to Sasuke like many other people. In any case, I can't afford to fail at this point, Naruto thought. Sasuke scowled at the revelation. How much more are they going to test me? I'm an elite. I should be personally trained by a high-level jonin so that I can get stronger faster. I have to kill that bastard as soon as I can. Why are they treating me like I'm an equal to this weak fangirl and that damn Naruto? I can't understand how, but he's stronger than me at the time. I should get special techniques and strong jutsus to surpass everyone, he thought. Sakura was thinking about something too. No, if they fail us and for some reason pass Sasuke-kun, I'll have to part with him. And some other girl will swipe him in the meantime. I can't let that happen. I'll have to pass that test too. I hope Sasuke can help me when I'm in trouble. We're both a team after all, she thought. Out of your daydreaming, come tomorrow at Training Field 7 tomorrow at 5 a.m. And I suggest you skip breakfast, or you'll probably puke. Kakashi said the last part in a heavy voice. Understood. Naruto said. Might as well try to read as much as you can by today. If you fail, I'll be taking it from you. Kakashi winked. Haha, you have no shame, have you? But I guess that's a good idea, just in case, Naruto said laughing. Well then, see you guys later, Kakashi said as he prepared to depart. It was nice meeting you. It seems even if I'm with them on a team there's someone who I can vibe with, Naruto said grinning. Kakashi couldn't help but let out a chuckle, likewise. Only he knew if he was replying to the first part of the statement or the whole. He disappeared in a flicker and the newly formed team was left there. I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow then, Naruto said trying to be polite. Don't be late, Naruto, or we'll have to listen to Sensei's scolding with you too, Sakura said. Oh, about that. I don't think Sensei will be there until 10 or 11. Still I'll reach there by 9, just in case. After I have a decent breakfast at Ichiraku's. You guys are invited if you want. Treat is on me, Naruto said. Even if he didn't like them, they were still his teammates. They were all going to watch each other's backs on the missions. Better to try to form good communication if not friendship as much as possible. Are you crazy? He said 5 o'clock. We can't be late. He'll disqualify us immediately. And I don't have any intention of puking out anything during the test. We don't need your invitation. We'll reach there early morning and go out for lunch together later, isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura said. Suit yourself. Naruto said sighing as he vanished in a flicker. He's gone. And now I'm all alone with Sasuke-kun. Maybe we can go on a date, Sakura said giggling. But Sasuke was nowhere to be seen when she turned her head. In hopes of catching up to him on the staircase, she ran as fast as she could. Sasuke-kun. Wait for me, Chapter 11 Location, Training Field 7. Time 9:15 a.m. A loud feminine shriek could be heard throughout the area, causing many perched birds to fly away. When is that guy going to be here? We're here since 5 in the morning and he hasn't shown up yet, Sakura said loudly. The other two occupants looked in her direction, wishing she would shut up bitching about it. Although one of them did empathize with her because he was in the exact same situation. Sasuke had decided to be on time even if Kakashi was going to be late. He didn't want any more punishment work to do than he was already ordered to do by the council, or precisely, the Hokage. Therefore, he too was stuck here since morning doing nothing other than listening his teammate who was head over heels for him and thus ecstatic that they were alone in the middle of a secluded place, which meant they could do whatever they wished. Of course, he had no interest, and after much effort, he managed to convince Sakura to settle down somewhere away from him when he went to sit on a tree branch. Naruto, on the other hand, had the same book he was reading yesterday in front of him, and was reading it quietly, trying to ignore the others. He had spent the morning leisurely, had an extra nap, did his daily chores, dressed up accordingly to the test and strolled the streets heading to his ultimate feasting destination. Gobbled up quite a lot of ramen bowls following the quote, breakfast like a king. Not that he followed the same for dinner when it came to eating ramen. Tucci, the old guy, was out on some business, so Ayame was the only one on the shop. Fortunately, nobody else was around so early in the morning too. Having nothing else to do than sit around in the store, she always liked to have Naruto as company. Mostly because he always had some or the other interesting thing to tell her and never looked like he was lying about it. Even if he said he pulled pranks on the anbu, it seemed that he was completely honest about it. Unbelievable, huh? Naruto had finished the ramen quickly since he didn't want to be late. At 9 a.m. he had sounded confident in front of the others the day before, but he also knew that being late than Kakashi himself would not be right. Reaching the training field, he had no difficulty locating the other, going by the grumbling sounds their tummies made. You're late, Sakura shouted. Duh, is sensei here, though? Naruto asked nonchalantly. No, he still isn't here, Sakura said. Told you, and that you shouldn't have come on empty stomach here, he added. But sensei told us not to eat anything. Defying orders is not what shinobi do. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura said, not getting any reply as usual. Yeah, but he didn't order us. He specifically suggested us not to do that. It was a ruse, obviously. If you're running empty on fuel, how can you hope to perform at your best? Naruto said. The other two knew Naruto might be true, but there was no time to correct that, nor they had the presence of mind to actually listen to someone. So Naruto didn't say anything further and just sat down reading his book leaning against a rock until their examiner arrived. Time skip. Hey guys, did you miss me? Kakashi asked. Not really, Naruto said, but it was suppressed by the "you're so late" of the other two, especially Sakura. All of them assembled in front of him. Haha, sorry, I got lost on the path of life, he replied. That is so old-fashioned, Naruto pointed out. Picked it from the next page you were about to read. Unfortunately, it's time out for you, Kakashi said, giving his eye smile expression. I'll surely reach there, Naruto said. We'll see. What are you guys waiting for? Let's get started, Kakashi said. You didn't even tell us what we have to do, all of them said. Oh right, my bad. You see these silver bells? He asked. All of them nodded, observing the two bells that were hanging from his waist side. The task is simple. You have to get them from me. Whoever gets the bell passes, Kakashi said. But there are only two bells there. What happens to the one who doesn't get the bell? Sakura pointed out the obvious. Back to the Future, McFly. Huh? Everyone was confused. I'm sorry, what I meant was, Back to the Kitchen, Sakura. What? Again everybody was confused. What am I saying? Kakashi said blankly. A.N. Hey Kakashi, I told you not to watch movies late night, breaking the fourth wall. And also good luck with incoming feminists. XD. I mean, the one, will be, sent, back to the academy, Sakura. Kakashi said, phrasing out every word. That isn't fair, Sakura shouted, not worried about any other thing since she perfectly knew both Naruto and Sasuke were way out of her league. If they were to go by the rules, she was definitely already going back. There is nothing expected to be fair in this world, Sakura. Especially not for a ninja, Kakashi said. Sakura wanted to say something, but she didn't have any words to make him change his opinion. He was right, after all. Suddenly, an idea clicked in her mind. Sensei, I want you to exclude Naruto out of the test, Sakura said. Hey, what the hell? What for? I didn't do anything, Naruto said, surprised. Yes, exactly. You didn't what you should have done. Sensei, you asked us to come at 5 a.m. and Naruto was 4 hours late. If he does that on a mission, wouldn't that be unacceptable? Sakura said. Hey wait, if it had been a mission I would have come on time, Naruto said, clenching his teeth at how his own teammate was trying to go against him. Say what you want, hee. You're not going to get out of this easily, she thought. I don't think that's a good reason to exclude him out. If he wasn't here when I came, I would have thought about it. But since I was late too, I really don't think it'd be fair to judge him on that basis, Kakashi said. But he just took advantage of your laziness to skip out on his own responsibility. How's that fair? Sakura asked. Didn't I tell you just now? Everything isn't supposed to be fair. Or how it looks on the surface, for that matter. He was observant enough to take it to his advantage. It came with a risk, of course, Kakashi said. HMPH. Sakura said, turning her head, stopping herself from saying that it wasn't fair, yet again. Kakashi looked at the three and sighed. There wasn't even a shred of teamwork between them. He pondered over canceling the test and sending them back right then, but then he decided that he could at least give them a chance. Hey sensei, what's that in your hand? Naruto asked. Oh, this is your lunch. You have 1 hour until the clock rings. Whoever doesn't get the bell will be tied to that post while the other two will be allowed to eat their lunch, Kakashi explained. What? That's not what you said yesterday. You just told us to skip breakfast. I didn't even have dinner because of that, Sakura screamed. All of them had to cringe listening to her shrill unpleasant, didn't waste any more time listening to the complaints. Remember not to hold back. If you're not prepared to kill me, you're going to fail the test for sure. Good luck. Your test starts now, he declared. Naruto instantly pulled a smoke bomb and activated it right where they were standing. Sasuke immediately launched himself towards the trees where he could hide effectively. Sakura too followed his actions since Sasuke did it. They've at least hidden themselves quite well using the woods as cover, Kakashi said quietly, eyeing both of them discreetly. But he was more surprised when he saw Naruto standing there looking ready to fight. Huh? Don't you think you should? Kakashi asked, pointing towards the others. Nah. What good will that do? I'll take you head on, Naruto shouted. Kakashi twitched his eye, unable to understand how the seemingly smartest of three would take such rash steps. Although the Hokage had informed him that Naruto would be the most unpredictable person he'll ever meet, but still move. But you were the one who used the smoke bomb, Kakashi said. That was for the others, Naruto said plainly. Is it teamwork? Or is it stupidity? I can't choose, Kakashi thought. Wasting no time, Naruto threw a few kunai in the air diagonally towards Kakashi in the upward direction, forming a curve. Kakashi looked at the trajectory of the kunai and looked at Naruto again, who was about to launch a few more kunai no senbon. Simple strategy. He aimed the kunai a little farther behind me so that when I jump backwards trying to dodge the senbon, those kunai will hit me. Quite ineffective and childish, though. Expected more from him, Kakashi thought as he pulled out his own kunai. He deflected all the senbon easily with his own kunai, which fell around him, while all the kunai in the air embedded into the ground behind him harmlessly. Kakashi observed a ghost of a smirk on Naruto's face before the latter started charging towards him barehanded. Now what is he up to? Kakashi thought. He wouldn't have been too concerned about a genin attacking him using taijutsu in normal circumstances, but something about that smirk felt off. As Naruto was about to reach him, he heard a sound like a cloud popping, and before he knew it he was immobilized by a bunch of arms. What? Kakashi said, wide-eyed. You're mine, Naruto said as he jumped, preparing to punch Kakashi in the face. Kakashi felt a pair of hands from one of the clones reaching for the bells. He immediately switched himself with one of the clones using a kawarimi, barely avoiding the hands. Little did he know that Naruto knew it beforehand what was going to happen. The one in the air revealed 2 senbon from his fist and threw them directly towards Kakashi. Kakashi, not having made proper contact with the ground yet, could do nothing but block the senbon with his left forearm, as dodging in time was out of question. First hit, success. This was easy, Naruto claimed. Not giving Kakashi any more time than he should have, all of the Narutos launched themselves on Kakashi, engaging him in taijutsu. Although that wasn't very effective, as Kakashi made light work of them, hitting each and every one of them hard, making them burst one by one. The only drawback was that Naruto had precisely hit the muscle tendons in his left arm, and now he could only use his right hand for the time being. You're one crafty boy, using kunai as deceptions to make clones. But again, I never expected you to have that much chakra at disposal to be used for just one attack, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. Don't act like you've seen it all. We're going to have a lot of fun today, Naruto said, grinning widely. Before Kakashi had the time to ask what did he mean, he attacked, leaving Kakashi to defend himself, which was actually quite easy to his surprise, as he landed a kick straight into Naruto's chest, which made him fly several meters away. Although the real surprise, which actually explained the reason for previous one, got him more as Naruto popped out of existence in a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a baffled Kakashi alone in the field. He pulled out the senbon from his left arm and threw them as it started functioning again. I'll have to be more careful. I don't even know where he is at the moment. I can't even sense literally any trace of his chakra. It's as if he disappeared altogether. If I didn't know better, I'd have said he left the test and went home, he thought. Scene break. Naruto was hiding far from the place where his clones were doing all the work. He sat on a tree branch against the trunk, eyes closed, trying to understand what the whole thing really was about. It couldn't be that he'll only pass 2 of us. All the genin squads are formed by a jonin leader and triad of genin. The bells are not just simply targets for us to achieve. It's something else. The real purpose of this whole test is something else. What could it be? What could it be? 3 people, 2 bells. And he's a jonin. Is it really that simple even for 2 people to get them from him? He'll surely not go that easy on us. Or it won't be a test. It's not an elimination game. It's like either we all pass or none of us do. Wait, that's it, Naruto said out loud excitedly, and fortunately he was far enough that Kakashi couldn't hear him. Sensei is after that exact point. He wants to see if we can work as a team. If there were 3 bells, it would have been quite an easy deal for everyone. Work together, split the bells. But he did the opposite. He wants to pit us against each other to compete for the bells and see if we can overcome our differences and work as a team. This fact is absolutely crucial when facing enemies on a real mission, he concluded. As he completed his contemplation, the memories of all his clones returned to him. Haha, should have been there to see his face. Anyways, now that I know this, I should get to both of them to tell them this too. Not that I care either way, but Sakura would be glad to hear it. She seemed pretty tense thinking that me and Sasuke would pass and she'd be let out, he said, and headed out to meet with his teammates quickly. MMMPPPHHHHHH. Wadayata Naruto what do you hawaidal a vimielo Naruto, Sakura said as Naruto had removed his hand around her mouth only to place it again when she tried to shout. Will you please keep your voice low, we don't want Kakashi-sensei to find us, Naruto said as he carried her. She eased her movements and nodded, looking at him. Naruto gently removed his hand from her mouth. Just listen to me, only Sasuke-kun is allowed to touch me. If you ever try to do that without asking me again, I'll rip those hands of yours off, she whispered harshly. If you were at least more aware of your surroundings like your Sasuke-kun, this might not even have happened, Naruto retorted. True enough, Naruto had signaled Sasuke to come with him, and after some forced expressions Sasuke nevertheless complied. Sakura, unaware of this, was about to shout when Naruto tapped her shoulder. He clamped her mouth with his hand and retreated into the woods, leaving 2 transformed shadow clones behind to avoid suspicion for now. Kakashi wouldn't attack them directly, after all the clock was ticking for them. Every passing second was their loss. HMPH. That's enough, Dobi. Tell me why you brought us here. Surely not to distract us and get the bell for yourself? Because I'm thinking of doing the same to you, Sasuke said. Okay, calm down. I don't have any wish to help you guys out either, first point. But I figured the meaning behind this test. And it requires all of us to act, Naruto said. What do you mean? Explain, Sasuke said. 2 bells, 3 competitors. He's literally pitting us against each other. It's not because he wants us to fight. It's because he wants us to work as a team nonetheless. Sakura, you won't be excluded even if you don't get a bell. The bells are not the goal. They're just meant to signify the reason what this evaluation is all about, Naruto said, a little excitement creeping in his voice. Really? I could pass too? Sakura asked, a little enthusiastic. Naruto couldn't stop a smile forming on his face and replied in an affirmative. Bullshit. That's just a ploy to have us work for you. I'm not falling for it. I'll take that bell myself and not you or that Jonin can stop me, Sasuke said smugly. Yeah. Right, Sasuke-kun. I'm sure you'd get that bell no sweat. I guess Sasuke-kun got your lie, Naruto baka. You can stay here without the bell. Sasuke-kun will get both the bells for himself and me. Then we can be on a team together. Just the 2 of us. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura said, giggling. Whatever. I'm off. Don't call me again for such fucking ridiculous assumptions of yours, Sasuke told Naruto as he walked away with a struggling Sakura behind him. Naruto was flummoxed as to how someone could be such an egoistic, dense bastard that he couldn't even get the situation after it being laid out to him clearly. And then a crazy fangirl who'll believe whatever he doesn't give a shit about her. Calm down. Calm down. Think of something, Naruto told himself. But nothing else came to mind. This was going to be tough. Damn it. Naruto ran in the direction of the other 2 as the memories of his clones returned to him. Unexpectedly, Kakashi had sneaked up to them and did away with them easily, and he was now most probably after the others. A good possibility was that Kakashi had noticed a glimpse of Naruto dragging away a struggling Sakura, and that was all he needed to know, Naruto assumed. He had reached quite close when he heard a loud shriek which could only belong to one girl. He hurried towards that direction from where the sound came, although very discreetly. It was unnecessary as Kakashi had already left and there was just Sakura standing there blankly, her legs shaking, probably trapped in a genjutsu. Kami, why can't these guys just listen to me for once? Naruto whispered hard. He sent a few clones around to check the perimeter of the clearing and ran towards Sakura as soon as he got an affirmation. He stood in front of her and poked her forehead, kinda like Itachi did, and said, Kai. Her constricted pupils reverted back to normal just before her eyes shut down and her body went limp. She fell forward only land on Naruto, who reflexively caught her from falling. She was now leaning completely against Naruto with her face on his left shoulder and her arms held by Naruto, keeping her standing. Naruto was quite surprised that it turned out to be like this, as he wasn't quite expecting it. He had considered for a moment to let her be, but then it wouldn't be right because of two things. 1. He knew that the purpose of the test was teamwork and no friend should abandon another whatever be the situation. 2. Well, Sakura might be a nuisance at times, but she was after all just another human, and as long as her crazy personality wasn't around, she was a good person. Well, a third reason too, what guy doesn't like having a girl in their arms lol. He lifted her up carefully to get her to a safe location and put her behind his back piggyback style. Hee, I know you guys definitely imagined bridal style at first, you'll have to wait quite some time for that I guess, and left the area. By the help of one of his clones, he found a decent inconspicuous spot surrounded by bushes where he laid her against a tree. Phew, I hope the other one's not as completely defeated as this one was, Naruto said as he left her alone for the time. Tracking the chakra of the two people, he already knew that his hopes most probably wouldn't come true. Still, without having any other option, he sprinted towards where he would eventually find his teammate almost completely buried in the ground with just the head left out. You need to learn a lot about controlling your emotions. A ninja who cannot do that will most probably die during a battle. Had I been a real enemy, with no one to save or help you here, you'd already be dead long ago, Kakashi said with his eye smile expression. Yeah, like hell I'm gonna be able to beat a Junin. You have been taught much more than me. We'll leave you in dust before you know it, just you see. I'm an Uchiha. HMPH, Sasuke said. Oh really, and here I thought you were wishing to destroy a certain someone, as far as I can guess. He's at the very least Junin level, Kakashi said. Shut up, don't you meddle in my affairs. Just do what you were appointed to and teach me jutsus, Sasuke said, getting desperate. Good luck wriggling out of there. It's not going to be easy, Kakashi said, smiling, and left into his own. Naruto was quietly listening to them from a little distance, hiding behind a tree trunk masking his chakra. Damn it. How am I supposed to get him out of there safely? More importantly, why do I have to? He thought. The situation wasn't very good. It had become kind of a rescue the hostage mission all of a sudden. Be prepared for anything, anytime, was only what he could tell himself. Think Naruto, think of something. Meanwhile, Kakashi was whistling about reading his porn close to Sasuke leaning against a rock. That won't be completely correct though. He wasn't actually as interested in the book at the moment as he was in Naruto. The book was just a pretense while he was carefully scanning around the area for Naruto to do something. One thing he knew, that Naruto had somehow learned how to hide his chakra so well that even he couldn't detect a trace of it. Such proficiency in suppressing chakra would mean that he's got to be an exceptionally good sensor as well. Hence, the extra carefulness was justified. Now, how will you handle this? I'd have left him alone normally, but I believe that you will be able to find some way to save your teammate yet again, Kakashi thought. A few seconds later, he heard cracking of a tree branch nearby. He's coming, Kakashi whispered. True enough, as a bunch of explosive tag-laced kunai made their way towards him. He jumped on the rock and flipped backwards as the kunai exploded, shattering the rock into pieces. Why don't you try something else? This was not a deception enough to buy you time to get the both of you out of here, Kakashi said through the dust as Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke. Naruto crouched and put his two fingers on Sasuke's forehead like he did with Sakura. What the hell are you doing, Dobi? Get me the hell out of here and I'll go kick his ass, Sasuke shouted. Sorry Sasuke, I don't think so. Maybe next time, Naruto said with a neutral expression. Sasuke was immediately enraged at the unintentional but familiar gesture and was about to let out curses as loud as he could, but before he could do that everything blacked out. Despite being an Uchiha, Sasuke still couldn't counter a genjutsu easily until he possessed the Sharingan. Who said the both of us were leaving this place? He said to Kakashi. Interesting. You knocked out your own teammate. Is that what you planned to do in a real battle? Kakashi asked. Desperate times, desperate measures, sensei. He would have been more of a hindrance than a help. I already asked both of them to work together and they refused. This is the only option I have left. Get them out safe and fight you one-on-one, Naruto replied. What a shame, but do you think you'll be able to take the bells from me alone? Kakashi asked. Only time can tell, sensei, Naruto said, smirking. 3 shadow clones appeared behind Naruto, who quickly took out Sasuke and were carrying him back into the woods. Bold of you to assume I'll sit back and let that happen, kiddo, Kakashi said as he started sprinting towards the clones. Naruto flipped backwards onto the trunk of a tree, horizontally crouching upon it, and said, and bold of you to assume I'll sit back doing nothing either. As he said that, he suddenly vanished, leaving behind a large crater in the tree created by exerting a large force on it. Even to Kakashi, just a blur was seen, and not a moment later, Naruto was almost upon him with a clenched fist about to pound him in the face. If someone needs to get a rough idea how it looks, DBS episode 110 where Goku tries to end the fight by punching Jiren before his transformation ran out of time. Naruto thought, you don't have time to change course or dodge sensei, since your momentum is too great. Blocking it would lead to serious damage. The only way you can get out of the way is. Kakashi didn't have any time to think as he turned his foot along the ground to purposely lose balance and skid away. The advantage was evident. Naruto was in an even higher momentum and couldn't do anything but fly past just above a skidding Kakashi. The reflex saved him from the direct attack. Although, he didn't account for what would happen next. Skidding after moving at such speed could already deal good damage on a rocky terrain, but fortunately it was Konoha and the area had plenty of grass. But only in a few moments, the terrain changed as Naruto's super strength punch combined with high velarficial seismic wave which ripped apart all the rocks and soil, sending out large amounts of debris flying. What? Was the only thing Kakashi could say when he looked back as he braced against the rubble by crossing his hands in front of him. After being thrown around a couple of dozen feet, he groaned and stood up looking at Naruto who was healing his reddened hand. Ouch, that hurt a lot, Naruto said to no one specifically. You know that could have hurt me 1,000 times more if it connected, Kakashi said. Nah, you're really good. I knew you'd dodge it even reflexively, and even if you didn't, the exercise would have ended a lot sooner, Naruto said casually. The clones had already cleared away into the forest, hastily leaving no traces of anyone except the student-teacher duo in the battlefield. Kami, this kid is scary. Care to tell me what you did back there? Kakashi asked curiously. Is it okay to do that in the middle of a fight? I mean, we can do all the explanations in the end, Naruto said. Don't be a spoil sport. I know you're doing that purposely to tease me, Kakashi said. Haha, you got me, sorry about that. It's just that I wanted to see how a ninja who copied 1,000 jutsus would look when he didn't get to learn a new one, Naruto said laughing. Kakashi couldn't have hid his amusement without his mask on. He was regaled at the fact that someone less than half his age was actually able to give him a hard time not only in battle but was also cleverly pulling his leg in the middle of it. Guess it wouldn't be fair to leave you wondering like that. It's pretty simple actually. This was just a modification of Shunshin. I call it Shunpo, the flash step, Naruto explained. Watch Bleach Tour Shunpo reference. The Shunpo, huh? Kakashi repeated. Yes. You know that Shunshin is just high-speed movement, right? We can do it by channeling chakra to our feet to enhance our speed. What I did was use a much more higher amount in a short amount of time and burst it against the surface. It works like a single-step jet boost. It's a good thing you were moving, or you wouldn't have been able to dodge it. It would be a different story when you anticipated, but at that time you surely weren't, Naruto explained. Wait, you mean you got that much of a speed boost purely through chakra outburst? Kakashi asked. Yeah, and I know what you're gonna say. It's too risky as it can deplete your chakra reserves too fast. I know that, but don't worry, I have lots to spare, Naruto said. I already heard about your super strength but couldn't believe it at that time. I've seen it now and I still can't believe it. And now it's super speed too, huh? This will be interesting. I won't fall for it again, though, Kakashi said. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Anyways, here I come, Naruto shouted. The sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the field as Naruto striked at Kakashi using his sword while Kakashi defended using a kunai which he had pulled out not a moment too soon. It was because he had already sensed Naruto accumulating chakra in his feet and his hand was moving towards his sword just before he disappeared. Both of them were skidding on their feet, especially Kakashi who was on defense the whole time. Naruto pushed hard with his sword and with his enhanced strength managed to overpower Kakashi who flipped over backwards and rolled around a few times before getting back on his feet quickly. It is so embarrassing to use this against a guy who's not even a genin yet, but you have left me no choice, Kakashi said. It wasn't that he couldn't handle Naruto right then, but he didn't want to take unnecessary risks, especially with the hundreds of kilopascals of force that could easily break his bones into pieces. P.S. I know force is measured in Newton while Pascal is the unit for pressure, i.e. force per unit area. So what I did in the statement was on purpose. It looks cool from a literary perspective. Don't start teaching me physics in comments, thanks. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked. Kakashi put his hand on the cloth of the headband angling diagonally covering his eye and straightened it revealing a bright red eye with a deep black pupil and 3 curves tomo-like pattern. Wait, what? You have a Sharingan? I thought you lost an eye or something in battle. That's why you keep hiding it, Naruto said baffled. So that's why he's known as the copy ninja. No wonder he could master 1,000 jutsus, he thought. You're not the only one with secret techniques. Your Shunpo won't work on me now, Kakashi said. Let's check if that's true, Naruto said as he once again used Flash Step. This time, however, Kakashi was completely ready as he sidestepped knowing Naruto's exact path of movement. He didn't just stop at dodging though, as he gripped Naruto's wrist with one hand as he passed by and pushed him upwards with his other hand, thereby converting his translational motion into a rotational one midair, which Naruto couldn't resist being in high speed losing his balance, producing a high momentum rolling motion just as Naruto hit the ground. He skidded along the ground with many twists and turns creating a cloud of dust and finally crashed hard into a tree trunk. As the dust cleared, Naruto stood up straightening his back which produced a few crackling sounds. Lesson 1. Never underestimate the Sharingan. You saw through every move, Naruto said. You created shadow clones in front of the tree which reduced the impact by a large measure. Impressive and quick thinking, Kakashi said. I would have been in the hospital if I hadn't done that, Naruto said. Well, yeah probably. So what'll be your next move? You can't hope to keep doing one move over and over again. Even if you have huge chakra reserves, you're depleting them as fast, Kakashi asked. He's right. I've already used it a lot and he perfectly used it against me last time. I'm nowhere near out of chakra but if I keep this up, I will surely be exhausted in a matter of time, Naruto thought. Kakashi knew that Naruto's clearly smart enough to know that, hence he had already covered back his Sharingan. True, Naruto could attack once more in the same manner, but using the Sharingan too much would also be taxing on his own body. Also, he was getting a hang of the movements that Naruto did while performing Shunpo. Naruto didn't know that though, and genuinely thought that Kakashi was just being easy on him. He clenched his fist around the sword handle and started running towards Kakashi saying, that was not the only technique I've learned over the years. It's all well and good otherwise but you still lose your cool sometimes, Kakashi said in a soft voice. This time, the fight was a combination of taijutsu and bukajutsu. Naruto was displaying his dexterity with the sword while Kakashi was using a basic kunai along with his hand-to-hand combat skills. You were quite fast with your Shunpo, but your speed seems almost average in combat. It seems you bargained speed for power. Not that it's completely useless, but you won't be able to defeat your opponent when you can't hit him, except if you get lucky. Naruto just gave him an enigmatic smirk before his face went back to normal except for the twinkle in his eyes which said, I know something you don't, so Kakashi felt there was definitely still some trick up his sleeve. Naruto was trying hard to get in a position that would make it easier to snatch the bell but Kakashi was also aware of that and didn't give him a single chance to get near enough. Soon enough though, he found an opening and immediately acted on it. Kakashi had to turn around a complete circle since Naruto had overpowered his strength on the opposite side of his dominant hand. As he was turning back, Naruto created a cage bunshin right behind him and slashed his sword at him simultaneously. If he'd defend from the attack, the cage bunshin would steal the bell. If he turned back to stop the cage bunshin, he'd get serious damage from the attack. Lutuation. Before he could connect though, Kakashi detonated a smoke bomb on the ground covering the whole area in smoke. Naruto couldn't see anything but felt his blade connect with someone. Damn it, Naruto said. He had already sensed that Kakashi-sensei's chakra was nowhere nearby even before the smoke cleared, which meant that he had successfully evaded the attack. When the dust settled down, Naruto's clone had already poofed out of existence and there lied a wooden log on which was written, too slow. Phew, that kid is amazing. I never thought I would have to use this much energy to handle him, Kakashi said. He was presently sitting relaxed on one of the tree branches inside the dense tree canopy, a good distance away from the clearing. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew he won't be able to fight Naruto while reading his book in any scenario. He definitely is at least Chunin level. And WTH that impressive Kenjutsu and the amazing strength. I'd even say he could be at a Tokubetsu level Jonin. And that Shunpo, he seems to be confident but I know it's not perfect yet. He uses up more energy than needed and a few other rough edges. Who knows how effective that will be once completed, he said. The only difference between him and Naruto right now which was working to his advantage was the most important one, experience. It was only due to that he was such a skilled shinobi. His reflexes had been conditioned to avoid dangers subconsciously, his strategic mind had been honed to the degree that he could come up with effective solutions through the fights and most importantly, his wisdom, which meant taking the right call at crucial times and situations. In this case too, Naruto was only lacking in the sense that he didn't have as much real-world battle experience and couldn't utilize his abilities to the best. Hell, if Kakashi had been fighting him when he was the same age as Naruto, the latter could probably have wiped the floor a dozen times with his to-be-wore all-time mask easily. Back to the situation, Kakashi knew he couldn't slack off at the time, since Naruto could approach without being sensed. Back to work, he said to himself. Naruto was now getting a little tense as the time limit was approaching soon enough. He knew exactly how much time had passed since the test had begun. 48 minutes. That meant he had more or less 12 minutes to do something to get his hands on that bell. And if Kakashi managed to get away this time, it was as good as over. No, I don't care what happens, I'm definitely going to become a shinobi, Naruto said as he prepared himself for the final showdown of the day. He was hastily jumping on tree branches as now he didn't have the luxury of time, hence there was no way to mask his chakra completely. Once he reached the place, he saw Kakashi on the ground hiding behind another huge tree. A slight smirk could be seen on his face. He took a chakra wire, looped it around a branch, and landed on front of the tree after hovering around half of the trunk. Like Spider-Man. He looped the wire around the trunk, attaching it to a kunai with impressive speed, trapping the other person to the tree. "Aha, caught you, sensei," Naruto said. Although, at the same time, he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through himself and was temporarily paralyzed. Not a second later, a similar wire from the other side caught Naruto surprised before he could react and bound him to the tree. "What the hell?" he shouted. Kakashi landed in front of him waving his hand. "Hey, I never thought it'd be that easy to catch you," he said. "So you were hiding somewhere all the time while the bait was a lightning clone?" Naruto asked. "True, there isn't much time left now. All I have to do is restrain you," Kakashi said. Suddenly a kick landed from the right on his torso and he wasn't able to evade in time. Now, Kakashi-sensei, you did say you didn't expect me to be caught that easily, right?" Naruto said, having fooled his opponent as the bound shadow clone burst into smoke. A few minutes ago, Naruto was about to jump at the opportunity to catch Kakashi by surprise when he first reached the place. But his battle sense told him that Kakashi was no novice, and that he must already have some plan to remain one step ahead of Naruto in the game. He increased the sensitivity of his chakra reception, and found that Kakashi was actually hiding at the top of a nearby tree watching him. A slight smirk formed on his face as he had now entered a truly interesting game of hunting. Instead of normally going towards the Kakashi clone, he looped the wire and hovered round the tree to get a moment when he'd be out of Kakashi's line of sight behind the huge tree trunk. That was all he needed. Immediately, he created a shadow clone who held onto the wire, while the real one remained behind the tree waiting for an opportunity to catch Kakashi unguarded. Flashback over. He knew that he had managed to get the first hit on Kakashi and it was a nice chakra-packed one. But alas, to his surprise, Kakashi turned into water and due to the minimal reduction of angular momentum, Naruto rotated at his own position and fell down losing balance. "What? But how? I'm sure I sensed nobody around other than him," Naruto said, rubbing his head after he hit the ground with it. He didn't have much time to think around as all of a sudden, a kunai hit the tree trunk above him, triggering a trap which showed itself as a net made of the same ninja wire he had used around him and lifted him up from the ground a good distance. "Man, this seems bad. Only 10 minutes left," Naruto said out loud. Kakashi came out of the hiding spot that he had been using from the nearby tree in front of a trapped Naruto. "True, I didn't expect you to be caught that easily, so I went through the trouble to create a double trap," he said. "I guess that plan succeeded, but I still don't get one thing. I'm sure I sensed you coming down from that place and there was no one up there until now. How'd you pull that off?" Naruto asked. "Since you aren't getting out of there now and we don't have anything to do for some time, I'll entertain you. I already knew that you had somehow sensed me, due to which you had to go through the trouble of replacing yourself behind that tree. Yes, I did know. Hence, I had to mask my presence far better than what I was doing before. That's when I used a trick that I had been taught in the Anbu Black Ops. It's known as the dormant corpse. I completely block my chakra as well as reduce my body movements and functions to a minimum. It is used when in enemy territory you are surrounded but have to hide in a small area. Never thought I had to use it against a kid though." "You did well," Kakashi explained. "Wow, that's so cool. But you're wrong about one thing." "Who said it's over?" Naruto said, smirking. "I applaud your confidence, but that wire is ninja grade. Your super strength or speed won't help you get out of the net. Even your sword won't be able to cut through this easily, that is, if you manage to draw it out in that cramped space," Kakashi said. "Maybe, but you're not the only one with tricks up their sleeve." Smiley face, Naruto said. I recommend that if someone wants to get more indulged into the story fights, listen to Naruto themes, e.g. Raising Fighting Spirit, my favorite. That will create more excitement while enjoying the battle. I had this idea from one of Boruto manga readers who listened to some random high-energy music while reading new chapters. I know this thing is not at all compared to that one, but still, what is there to lose? Stop if you don't like that. If you want to start doing this, do it now, before moving on to the next part. Naruto grasped the end of the net where it was tied to the suspending wire. He pulled it downwards to get in a headstand position, taking the net along with him upwards. This released the weight of his body on the net, which was transferred to his hand holding the end. He positioned his foot around the suspending wire through T around his foot twice. Once again, he shifted the balance towards his foot and pushed downwards, getting upright. Now you must think, what good would that be? Taking 2 turns and getting even more cramped inside must leave him in an even worse situation, wouldn't it? Maybe? But Kakashi's widened eyes, no, wait, told otherwise. Where did he learn that? It's an escape technique used to untangle oneself from the net by transferring weight upon another nearby object. He didn't have that option, so turned the suspension to his use. This lets him freely access his sword or any other weapon. It's not a very basic technique, but that's the point. It's not taught in the basics, yet he somehow learned it. But still, even if he managed to untangle himself, he doesn't have the time to cut through the wire, he thought. As expected, Naruto pulled out his sword reverse grip and angled it at one end of the net. Kakashi knew that it wasn't possible, but the look in Naruto's eyes told him to get ready to duel once again. Naruto was almost about to laugh. And then, he swung it. With one fell swoop, the net dropped in half as if a knife had been run through a spider web along with the suspending wire. And Naruto, still wielding his sword, landed smoothly on the ground. He was smiling widely, looking at the startled expression of Kakashi. The fact that this guy can make expressions with one eye is just amazing. 2 questions. Where did you learn that technique, and how did you cut through that net? Kakashi asked. Answer to the first question is that I studied. I've read a lot of books and studied a lot of things over the years, sensei. Including all of them regarding ninja techniques. Naturally, I picked up a lot of techniques out of them. Naruto grinned. I guess that may be right. And the second? Kakashi said, getting more curious about the next one rather than dwelling over the first, since it wasn't too out of line. Sorry sensei, I've already lost a lot of time and now we're down to just above 7 minutes. Maybe later. Naruto said, messing with Kakashi. Kakashi was afraid that he'd get an answer like this. I don't know what he did there. All it seemed was a slash of his sword. But even with his super strength, it would have taken at least some sawing to cut through the wire, he thought. Oh well, guess I'll have to wait 7 minutes then, he said. Don't be too sure of it, Naruto said, smiling, further confusing Kakashi. Although the smile vanished from his face in a few seconds, as he did know that time was a luxury for the next few minutes. Without any delay, he launched forward to engage Kakashi in a duel. 2 figures could be seen flickering through the forest, hopping on the trees with clanking sounds in between. Looks like I'll have to go on the offensive first, Naruto said as he flicked his sword into the air. Kakashi backed onto a tree, crouching horizontally, waiting for literally anything. Mii ushi inu hitsuji. Doden, huh? I did expect him to have some kind of jutsus still left up his sleeve. Looks like he can do elemental jutsus after all, Kakashi said as he jumped on a branch. As he said this, a wall erupted in front of Naruto, on which he jumped immediately. What is he? Wait, it can't be Kai, Kakashi said, surprised. Soon after he released it, he found out that he was still standing on the ground instead of the tree branch, while Naruto had already gained a higher ground with his mouth and lungs inflated in a completed ushi hand sign. Sweden. Mizurapa. Wild water wave. Naruto caught his sword, which was mid-air above him, and aligned it in front of himself. A huge wave of water swamped across the area, with Naruto controlling its whole intensity, directing it with his sword. Engulfing in it Kakashi too, who didn't have any time to dodge but settled to brace for impact and was carried hundreds of meters away. As he washed up against a tree trunk, coughing some of the water, he saw Naruto had already closed the distance between them. 5 minutes left. That was no ordinary genjutsu. I would have picked it up in no time. You already know how to use the demonic illusion. False surroundings technique, Kakashi said. Naruto just shrugged in response. More so ever, both Doden and Sweden weren't any illusion. You already know how to use 2 chakra natures perfectly. That's a coup even many Jonin aren't able to pull off, he added. Well, don't you think a Hokage has to be strong? Just working on that, Naruto replied. I see you sure are not holding back. Looks like I wouldn't be able to save the bells unless I have to use this, Kakashi said as he unmasked his headband from the left eye, which was the Sharingan. He observed that they were now standing in the clearing that they had originally started in. But before Kakashi could stop the movement to his peripheral sides, 4 Naruto shadow clones in some distance simultaneously used a mud wall jutsu to create a wall barrier around the 2. You think I'll flee rather than fight even after I've started getting serious? Kakashi asked him, raising his one eyebrow, which shadowed his distinctiveness. Naruto smiled ever so slightly and said, and you think I'm going to take any chances while my dream is on the line? That's still not a good excuse, but I guess okay, Kakashi replied. 4 minutes left. Naruto dropped all the rest of his smoke bombs in the enclosed area, covering it in dense smoke. Interesting. He knows his strengths well. He's trying to block my Sharingan's vision while relying just in his own sensory skills. It's ironical having bragged all over. Still, it would be better get out of here soon, Kakashi thought. As he turned to his left and headed towards the wall, multiple sets of punches and kicks made their way all over around him. With his conditioned reflexes and a Sharingan on top of that, it didn't take him long to dispose of the clones swiftly. He used the smoke to his advantage to camouflage and conceal the number and position of the shadow clones. Never seen a kid do such interesting tricks before. 3 minutes left. Still, what's he getting at? There's not much time to fool around. And knowing him, these aren't just random desperate attempts. He's definitely onto something. I should get out as soon as possible, Kakashi said to himself as he stepped onto the wall to climb on it. To his surprise, the movement activated a trap as lots of kunai and shuriken made way towards him and was forced to jump back. He had also set up traps in the wall beforehand to take additional measures. "Guess I'm not getting out of this situation easily," Kakashi said. Sweden no jutsu, water bullet technique. Kakashi looked at the incoming stream of water and weaved the hand signs of a mud wall. "Damn it," Naruto was heard saying as he threw a few explosion-tagged kunai on the mud wall. The explosion resulted in clearing of the smoke and revealed a damaged Kakashi with crossed arms in front so as to brace. 2 minutes left. "Great, you look tired enough. Those bells are now as good as mine," Naruto said as he whipped out his sword from the sheath. "You sure look confident given the time you have is almost next to none," Kakashi retorted. "True that. I'll have to be quick. Here I come," Naruto said and pressed his feet to the ground seemingly in position to use a flash step, although a kunai was placed on his neck from the back. "Haste makes waste, Naruto. A ninja must see through deception." Kakashi's voice came from behind. "What? But how? You used the mud wall as a distraction," Naruto said as he looked at the Kakashi in front of him dissolve into a water clone. "Correct. You didn't pay attention. Using a water-style jutsu also makes it easier for the opponent to use the water to their advantage. You should analyze your opponent first. Are you ready to give up now?" Kakashi said. I know. You guys must be like, Kakashi must know he's sensory type. Why'd he dumbly assume that Naruto would just stand there? Simple answer. Plot purposes. If in every fight, Naruto Koid would ruin the fun. Just go on with it, thanks, enjoy. Naruto suddenly disappeared into smoke and a kunai was placed behind Kakashi. Guess I saw through it again. Kakashi looked back nonchalantly and said, "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Again, Kakashi also poofed into non-existence and a voice behind Naruto shouted, "Leaf Village Secret Ninjutsu, 1,000 years of death." "What? Ah," Naruto said, turning his head slightly, looking at a sitting Kakashi with slanted eyes. But then he stopped. "Sorry, just kidding." A bright light shone from his body as he inflated up in matter of fraction of seconds. A staggered Kakashi had a split second to jump away behind before it exploded into thousands of pieces, although he could only minimize the damage, not completely evade or nullify it. It was a clone all along, and an explosive one at that. I can't imagine what this boy can't do. But wait, where is he now? Don't tell me, Kakashi said as he looked above. 1 minute left. True enough, Naruto was gliding down the air with his sword in both hands but in a reverse grip with the sharp end pointing downwards. He isn't attacking me, but the ground? Is this another genjutsu? No, I've been keeping aware of that since before. And he certainly hasn't gone crazy, Kakashi thought. As he hit the ground, Naruto pushed the sword inside while himself performing a headstand, taking only the support of the said sword. Raiden. Jabashi, lightning style, electromagnetic murder. Raiden. As the sparks of dense blue electricity waved through the sword, it suddenly became painfully clear to Kakashi what had just transpired in the given situation. There was no doubt that he had been clearly set up, step by step, and he had fallen right into it. Heck, he was literally standing right in the middle of it. Every step Naruto had taken was to ensure that he ends up right where he was. How? Let's see. First, the tools from the trap. He was standing between the kunai, shuriken embedded in the wall where he had first tried to escape from, and Naruto, who just released a lightning jutsu. It's a well-known fact that electricity strikes good conductors far more preferably than anything else. Also, Naruto had already probably made them negatively charged. Hence, the path taken by electric discharge will almost invariably be the one Kakashi was standing on. Secondly, the water. Ah yes, the water. Ah yes, the irony. After giving a lecture to Naruto on how to not let the enemy take advantage of the surroundings and fall into a problem, he himself was literally ankle deep into it. Water, by itself, is not as much damaging in a direct attack, although being a highly efficient conductor, it greatly intensifies the power generated by Raiden, which is already quite effective and paralyzing against others. Lastly, and most importantly, the element of surprise. Kakashi wasn't a novice, evident from the fact that he had deduced everything moments after Naruto revealed his attack. Had he known about Naruto's ability to use Raiden beforehand, he'd have kept that in mind from the start. Credit to Naruto too in keeping it from him until now. Although now, what's done was done, and Kakashi really didn't have anywhere to dodge. The walls were laden with traps, the water going to be electrocuted, and honestly, there wasn't any time. The electricity crackled through the water and virtually reached him in no time. Not a moment too soon, Kakashi could be seen cursing slightly under his mask as he said, "First gate, open." As he jumped above the water, he had no option but to direct himself towards Naruto. Sometimes offense is the best defense, but at the time it was the only option. As he saw the electric discharge being spread through the air towards him as well, he released his signature move, Reikuri. He directed his Reikuri wielding hand in front of him midair, cutting through the electricity smoothly as the name rightly suggested. A.N. Those wondering what's Reikiri, it's just a glorified version of Chidori named as Lightning Cutter, because Kakashi had perfected it to a stage where he could cut lightning in half. Naruto, for the first time in the battle, had the look that something unexpected had occurred from his plan. He released his hands from the sword while pushing against it a little to regain upright posture midair. Kakashi was never going to actually hit Naruto with that jutsu lest he'll kill him for sure. He was just aiming to place his hand on a non-vital part on his abdomen right before it connected with Naruto so as to make him surrender or at least not try any other tricks since time was about to get over soon. And there was nothing Naruto could do that would actually stop his Reikiri. And he had almost done it. The distance between him and Naruto was about a few meters at best, and he could now easily place his feet back on the ground to stop himself and regain balance before it connects. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't have much time to process everything and hence focused only on the attack that was about to hit him real bad. He instinctively clapped his hands together and formed a ball-like jutsu in front of him to engage with the Reikiri. Wind style. Spiraling wind sphere. What? Kakashi could only say as he made contact with the sphere quite early and identified that it was anything but a genjutsu. It was only a matter of milliseconds, but what happened was as follows. Reikiri, being a lightning jutsu, was conventionally weaker than wind-style jutsu. Thus, it was not immediately eliminated due to the force of Reikiri. Plus, Naruto's chakra was quite dense. Although, it was equally true that Reikiri was one of the highest level ranking Raiden jutsu and couldn't be as easily stopped. So, the collision between the two forces ultimately couldn't be handled easily and the wind sphere, although reduced in intensity, stayed in place. The Reikiri was slitted and deflected above directly towards his heart. Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. His mind replayed the exact scene of a brunette girl standing in front of him with teary eyes saying his name replaced with Naruto, asking why'd he do this to his own student. His heartbeat fastened, yet he couldn't stop his motion at this point. He seriously hoped that someone would come and kick him on the side, reprimanding him on how that was too close. Anyone, Hokage-sama, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, anyone. Yet he knew that it wasn't quite possible. He'd rather prefer to wake up from a nightmare and go to his students to take their graduation exam. Naruto, on the other hand, was actually quite blank. He didn't exactly have a plan that he could take out or any other move he could make within the fraction of a second. Dodging was out of the question. Kawarimi was next to impossible. There was one jutsu already in his hand and whatever he could do was up to that one. But it would be too late for him to hit Kakashi with it unless he wanted a supercharged blade going through his chest. So he did the only thing he could, went back to the basics. Like literally to the basics, to the time when he couldn't even do the basics properly. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but it's gonna hurt, a lot. He immediately infused as much chakra as he could into the sphere, making it unstable intentionally, and then it exploded. The outcome was that due to the explosion, Kakashi was propelled or rather deflected upwards and sideways. Due to his linear momentum, the straight path also still continued, but now it didn't pierce his heart at least. A win-win situation, right? Not quite. Kakashi's hand containing the Reikiri went just above Naruto's left shoulder, grazing it. But the actual blade of the Reikiri rather cutting it deep, leaving a large gash. At the same time, the wind sphere hurt the both of them. Mostly Kakashi took the impact though. All in all, both were quite heavily damaged and flew to the opposite corners of the walls that enclosed them. Both laid down for a few seconds regaining composure and Naruto said, "Damn it, sensei. That was so mulled off there. First, I don't even know how you jumped away on the water so fast, and I don't know what it's called, but apparently you're able to supercharge the other jutsu with positive charges and repel other electric discharges, even lightning. I had never thought of something like this, ever. Here I am, a Jonin, ex-Anbu captain, against a kid who's not even a ninja yet, in a stalemate. I can't think of anyone who'd be praising me right now, but again, you're always the peculiar one, Naruto. Although I should be grateful, you managed to deflect my Reikiri and save yourself, or else I couldn't have lived this one off after what happened with her. And while I'm unable to comprehend how you're able to use futon too, that wind sphere was something. I cannot even imagine what would have happened to me if you had also mastered change in chakra form." Kakashi thought at the moment. But he settled on saying, "You didn't do half bad yourself." Bruised and battered, both Naruto and Kakashi stood up groggily, looking at each other. The battle wasn't over, and none of them were going to concede until it ended. "So, what are you gonna do next, Kaden?" Kakashi asked. "Everyone asks the same question, it's so irritating," Naruto humphed. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle slightly, thinking about all the others' faces. Naruto started walking towards Kakashi at a normal pace. Now what? Kakashi thought. He realized though that he never had the chance to put Naruto under a genjutsu up until now. It was the perfect time to use the prowess of his Sharingan. Now that the smoke had cleared, there was no sudden disturbance and the fact that Naruto was looking straight at him. He opened his left eye wide and looked at Naruto to cast him into a strong genjutsu. No matter how good Naruto would be in breaking genjutsu, he wouldn't be able to break this one easily. Definitely not in almost half a minute. Suddenly though, he had to close his eye due to sharp stabbing pain in the back of his orbits. What? Did I use that much chakra already? No, there's no way I get exhausted without using anything much. At best the chakra drainage was due to Reikuri. Then why? Kakashi said, holding his hand over his eye, looking at the ground, kneeling down. I guess you're starting to get it, sensei. Or maybe the rush of your adrenaline doesn't let you feel it? Naruto asked. Kakashi looked up at him. He was currently standing beside his sword that was embedded in the ground. His left shoulder was completely stained red and he was applying emergency Iryo ninjutsu to stop the bleeding as a first aid. And what does that mean? Kakashi asked, feeling bad for him but irritated at the same time. Try standing up again and you'll know, Naruto said, wincing slightly at the sheet pain. Kakashi did as told. Or so to say, he couldn't do as he was told. He was simply unable to. His legs weren't listening to his mind. Neither were his hands. He was suddenly being completely paralyzed. Since you seemingly know Iryo ninjutsu as well, I suppose you did something to me? Kakashi asked. Well, you can relate them somehow, but not exactly. It's a poison, Naruto said. A poison? But when did you? Kakashi asked. Sorry sensei, no time, Naruto said as he pulled up his sword from the ground and threw it towards Kakashi. With laser precision, the sword cut the threads of the bells from Kakashi's waist and embedded them in the wall. Kakashi jerked back against the wall from the sudden movement and was at eye level with the bells beside him, swinging and ringing gently with the blowing wind. Naruto immediately shunpoed in front of the sword gently and kneeled down. Sorry sensei, I know time's almost up, but there's just a different fun in ruining the end moment for someone else, Naruto said, reaching for the bells as the last few seconds were left. Kakashi closed his eyes and smiled at his own condition. Last time he felt so helpless, he didn't remember. Og. Not now. Kakashi jerked his eye open to check what suddenly happened to Naruto. It seemed that he had reached to pull the sword by his right hand, while reaching for the bells with his left. Due to the stretching of muscles, the cauterized wound had reopened and Naruto had to clamp his other hand on the shoulder to press and stop the bleeding. The wound was more deeper and bigger than he had originally thought it was. Hey, Naruto. Are you okay? R-I-I-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N. The clock went off. No, I don't know how the bell got so loud. Naruto's facial expression was one of pain combined with forlornness. He still held his hand over his shoulder and rested himself against the wall on the other side of the sword. Kakashi chose not to say anything for a minute. Then before he could open his mouth to say anything, Naruto replied, I'm fine. Kakashi looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Fine, I am not fine. I almost got the bells, Datbeo, and I had every opportunity to take them yet I messed up, he said. I'm talking about your injury, Kakashi said plainly. You needn't worry about this. I'll easily manage this until evening or so, Naruto said as a green glow appeared in his hand. I see. You know what you're doing. I'm impressed, Kakashi said. Thanks. I have a question though, Naruto said. What would that be? Kakashi asked. Do I get to have lunch? Naruto asked, grinning, not expecting an answer. Kakashi was taken aback by the sudden change in mood but was pleased by it nonetheless. The two sat in silence for a minute or two before it was broken. Quite a turnaround after you wanted to watch someone lose at the last moment, Kakashi said as he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Yeah, say what you want right now. 'Cause I'm not gonna give you the antidote and you can very well miss lunch in my place, Naruto said sarcastically. I'm starting to feel like you're my sensei and recruiting me into Team 7, Kakashi said. Naruto laughed and finally stood up, reaching for the antidote in his pouch. He injected the same in his bag directly into the spinal cord for rapid action. While it took effect, he started treating Kakashi's injuries, which were mostly superficial except the injuries due to the wind sphere explosion which had broken a rib or two. Kakashi was now a little comfortable as his breathing had normalized due to the clearing of the poison along with the return of proprioception in his limb joints. Whatever Naruto was doing also reduced the pain due to his internal injuries. Looking at the wound now even up close, closed as it was, Kakashi felt guilty again. Are you sure you don't want me to take you to the hospital right now? I told you already. As long as I don't push it, it's gonna be fine, Naruto said. Plus, the bleeding's already stopped. No threat to life. The only thing they'll do at the hospital is give me a clean dressing and antibiotics to prevent infection. Even more so, my body seems to be healing these kinds of wounds kind of as soon as they occur. It is due to the other chakra inside me, I guess. I see. So, now can you tell me what was that poison? Why couldn't I detect it, and when did it exactly enter my body? Kakashi asked, unable to resist the curiosity. Oh that, let's see. The poison is a neuromusculotoxin. Meaning it affects the part of the muscle that gets signals from the nerves. It's specially designed only to paralyze the movement muscles. Effect on respiratory muscles are minimal, same with those of the face. Next, you couldn't detect it because it's highly diluted and takes a lot of time to act. It did take time, since it was a small amount injected quite far from the brain or the spine. The only thing that helped was you getting as much blood you can pump and chakra you can use. The Sharingan did its job too, giving you exertion. And well, I got the recipe from an expert of poisons, so it's also quite high quality. I can't tell you where though. Naruto explained. Kakashi closed his eyes. You must know by now when you were injected. You must have thought I was just getting desperate to land an attack. Well, you said it yourself. A ninja must see through deception. Naruto joked. Flashback, you're one crafty boy, using kunai as deceptions to make clones. But again, I never expected you to have that much chakra at disposal to be used for just one attack. Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. Don't act like you've seen it all. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Naruto said, grinning widely. Before Kakashi had the time to ask what did he mean, he attacked, leaving Kakashi to defend himself, which was actually quite easy to his surprise as he landed a kick straight into Naruto's chest, which made him fly several meters away. Although the real surprise, which actually explained the reason for previous one, got him more as Naruto popped out of existence in a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a baffled Kakashi alone in the field. He pulled out the senbon from his left arm and threw them as it started functioning again. Flashback over, in the end, I just wanted to electrocute you, which would amplify your nerve impulses, making the poison act a hell of a lot faster. And then I just take the bells. But you came up with that crazy strong jutsu of yours and rest is history. Naruto said as he finished the patching up. Kakashi stood up, having been healed enough and the poison antidote taking complete effect. Can't let a test be too easy, right? He said lightly. He then nodded to Naruto to take it easy back to the lunch site while Kakashi went on to get Sasuke and Sakura. Scene break and time skip. Sasuke-kun, you're really alive. Thank Kami, I was so worried, and thank you for saving me. I won't die this easily, and I already told you I don't have anything to do with you, let alone save you. And the drama began again. Kakashi had brought them in their unconscious state and released the genjutsu. As soon as they woke up, Sakura began hugging Sasuke and he gave his usual complacent look. Naruto reached the place a little later as he had taken his time to wrap a cloth around his wound to keep it pressurized. Oi Dobi, how dare you get in my battle and attack me from behind? I'm gonna crush you, Sasuke accused. I'm pretty sure you would have crushed an ant or two given that your head was still outside the ground, Naruto retorted. Why you little, okay guys, that's enough, Kakashi said. Both of them fell silent and averted their gazes. It's past lunchtime and no one was able to get the bells from me, Kakashi said. So what does that mean now? Will all of us get lunch or none of us will? Sakura asked. Naruto will get the lunch. He saved the both of you and fought well. One of you will get the lunch and the other one will be tied to the post, Kakashi said. What, can't I share some of Sasuke-kun's lunch? Sakura asked, giving blushing glances, thinking of eating like a couple. But her trance was pitifully broken when Kakashi looked at her in the eye and said darkly, I don't care what reason you have. I make the rules and you follow them, understand? Why yes, Sakura said with her legs shaking. I guess it's clear then. I'll be taking the lunch since I'll be more useful in battle than her in any scenario, Sasuke casually announced. Sakura, anything to say to him? Kakashi asked her. Sakura just looked at the ground, shaking her head, knowing that Sasuke was right. Only Naruto could feel the sadness that was visible in her eyes, which demanded that she have some self-respect, but in the end faltered. She turned to stand against the pole and was tied up. Both Naruto and Sasuke were given their respective lunchboxes and instructed. I'll be here in an hour. Finish your lunch by then. I'm going to give you all another chance to pass the test. Hopefully you understand what's the meaning of the test by then. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves after that. Time skip. Sakura had kept her eyes closed not to get a glimpse of the food that her teammates were eating. She kept reminding herself that she sacrificed her food for her Sasuke-kun, so it was okay. Moreover, he needed it more than her so that he could fight and get the bell for her too. That's what a knight in shining armor does for the princess, right? The sound of the muscles of her stomach rolling about, giving her hunger pangs, was audible at least till a dozen or 2 meters. She tried to control herself by taking deep breaths, only for it to go to vain as the light aroma entered her nose and gave her little consolation. Suddenly though, the aroma multiplied manifold and she couldn't resist opening her eyes to look for the cause. It was in front of her. The lunch. Right in front of her, being held by Naruto, and he had a generous smile on his face. Sakura's cheeks turned a light shade of pink and turned her head to the side as she said, No, I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself. Another one of her rumbles of the stomach instantly proved otherwise. Naruto just tilted his head sideways. Look, just eat it. Sensei told us that I'm not to eat lunch, or he'll disqualify all of us, Sakura said. Look Sakura, I know that. And I'm willing to take the risk. What did I tell you? We're a team, so having one of us left behind like this isn't just right. I'll share with you, Naruto said. I guess but, Sakura looked at Sasuke knowing that he might not approve of this. Eat up. The dobi said he ate breakfast. We're both running on empty stomach. It won't do any harm to him to share some with you. Kakashi's not here anyways. We don't want you to be dead weight when we start fighting again. Don't untie the rope though, Kakashi might suspect we did something, Sasuke said. Shut up, Teme. Just eat your lunch, Naruto said knowing that it wasn't his fault they ran on empty stomach but resisted the urge to argue right now. Sakura looked at the lunchbox and saw that Naruto hadn't eaten a single piece yet. He was holding a sandwich in front of her to take a bite. But Naruto, why aren't you eating? Sakura asked. I guessed it would not be proper for me to offer someone food only for it to be leftovers. You eat up first as much as you want. You heard him, I've had breakfast. I can go on a little longer. On the other hand, you even skipped dinner right? Naruto said. Sakura nodded surprised that Naruto even remembered and took a tiny bite out of it. She tried to avert her eyes or to cover them with her hair because she couldn't stop the tears from being formed. She felt like she was at the moment the only worthless person on the team. Thank you, Naruto, she said softly. Naruto gave her a kind smile and felt genuine happiness. Feeding a hungry person or quenching someone's thirst for that matter in any part of the world always makes one happy from inside. Although, the joy was short-lived as Kakashi landed in front of them. So you decided to go against the rules. I hope you're ready for your punishment, he said in a dark voice. As soon as he said that he weaved a few hand signs and magically the sky got darker. Was it a genjutsu, or some super intimidation jutsu? Or was he Zeus himself? No one knows to the date. No, sensei, I'm sorry, it was because of me. Don't punish them, Sakura said. The responsibility is collective. No one gets spared, Kakashi said. That's absolutely right. I did it for her and I'll do it again if I get the chance. We're in this together, Naruto said. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and asked, and you? You must not have anything to do with them, right? No, I agreed to let her have the food. If we're in a team, she might as well be of help, Sasuke said standing up in a defensive stance. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, thank you, Sakura said looking at them. So none of you regret doing this? Kakashi looked at them giving off massive killing intent. No, we don't, all of them said. Then get ready to account for your actions. Whatever happens is now your own responsibility, got that? All of you, Kakashi said extending his palm if there was any doubt. They stood in defensive position ready to expect anything. Pass. I said all of you pass, Kakashi said giving a thumbs up and an eye smile. Hua! All of the shouted. But sensei, we didn't listen to your orders and you said, Sakura asked. Listen to me and keep this in mind for all your life. A ninja who breaks the rules is scum. But the one who abandons his friends is even worse than scum. Never leave each other's backs no matter what. That's the first lesson I deem needed to be taught to every shinobi, Kakashi said. So, does that mean? Naruto asked to get a clear confirmation to make sure. Yes. Team 7 is officially formed, Kakashi announced. Yi triple A. Naruto jumped while shouting. Sasuke was now visibly a little relaxed and Sakura was looking happy. Naruto immediately pulled out a kunai and threw it at the rope knot thus untying Sakura from the pole. Whoa, hey easy there Baka, I could have been injured. You might be good and all at this but don't make me a target, Sakura said. Hee, sorry, we'll take care next time, Naruto said. Like there's ever gonna be a next time too, Sakura humped sarcastically. She immediately went to Sasuke and said, listen Sasuke-kun, let's go have a lunch date somewhere. Not interested, Sasuke said but was cut off. That's a great idea, we can all go to lunch. At Ichiraku's. And treat will be on Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said grinning. Hey, don't go deciding all that on your own, Kakashi said lightly. Didn't you go there just this morning? Sakura asked. I can go on ramen for even dinner if I want, Naruto said laughing. Fine, if someone else is treating I guess I'll tag along. I'm still hungry anyways. That lunchbox wasn't half good, Sasuke said walking away. Sakura followed suit. Well, you can finish that book of yours now can't you? Kakashi said sighing. Hell yes. It's at a very interesting stealth part, if you know what I mean, Naruto said smirking. Kakashi having read all the books multiple times knew everything by heart. He realized exactly which peeking on the women part Naruto was referring to. Ahem. I think it's better if you don't discuss it around. Try to keep those things to yourself, Kakashi said looking away thankful that his awkward expression was mostly hidden under the mask. Naruto replied, oh, unlike you who keeps reading this part in public which depicts how a blonde maiden with silky smooth legs and ample assets managed to lay down with a handsome young man and attacked him with those luscious. Kakashi turned his face back at him again only to find him reading his very book and instantly snatched it from his hand. He was truly red-faced this time and it was even visible on his upper cheeks. Reaching into his pouch, he knew that it was his own since it was nowhere to be found. When did you? He asked bewildered. Oh this, I don't know. Maybe when you weren't looking. Winking-faced Naruto said as he let a little "I know something you don't" expression. Before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto said, "Well, I'm gonna go catch up with those two for now. See you at Ichiraku's, sensei," and vanished in a shunshin. I am completely sure that I kept an eye on Naruto ever since the test had ended. And I had this book with me until when I was in the forest fighting him. Kakashi thought, walking towards his destination. There's no way that he could have got his hands later on. He never ever came near enough after he had healed my injuries, he thought, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. So that means he had already swapped the book from me during the test without me even getting a hint of it. I'm almost positive he did it somehow when I was paralyzed. And here I thought that I had at least saved my image in front of others, not letting a kid get the bells from me. But it seems I have been completely outdone. If he got the book, he could easily have gone for the bells instead. This kid is just something else, he thought, and couldn't suppress a wholehearted laugh. Scene break and time skip. At Ichiraku's Ramen. Welcome to Ichiraku's Ramen. What would you like to have today? A feminine voice said. Kakashi had just entered the stall as he remained true to the promise that he'd have to treat them to lunch. The one attending to her customer was Ayame. Yeah. A bowl of shoyu ramen, please. Kakashi replied, looking to take a seat. He hadn't really visited this shop much before. The last time he remembered coming here was when he'd act as a bodyguard too. Not the time for old memories to come up. Coming right up. Wait for some time as we prep Ayame said, but was interrupted by Naruto. Wait, what's with that bland flavor? Ayame ne-chan. One bowl of Naruto's special miso chashi ramen for Kakashi-sensei too, please. Kakashi looked at the trio sitting next to each other having the same kind of ramen he had never heard of before. Oh, so he's your sensei, Naruto? It's nice to meet you. Have a seat. Since it's his team's first visit to our shop, I'll throw in everything at half the price. Tucci said, turning towards the counter while preparing the ramen. Thanks. Looks like you're popular here, Naruto. Kakashi joked. Oh, he's our #1 customer. I'll have more profit in my ledger by the end of this meal compared to whatever I would earn the whole afternoon without him. Don't assume you're saved. You'd still be paying at least half of whatever your wallet has, Tucci commented back. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who had almost completed the bowl, which was full when he came inside the stall. Looking at that, the store owner probably wasn't kidding. Oh well, whatever, he thought, and took a seat. After a few minutes, Kakashi's bowl was served. The seating was such that Sasuke was on one end with Sakura sitting just beside him. She was constantly trying to get him into a conversation while he just replied in short or ignored her completely. Naruto was next, slurping up his ramen noisily, and then Kakashi next, with the fifth seat being empty. It was lunchtime, yet most people tended to avoid coming here to eat hot ramen on such tropical days in the afternoon. So how did you do it? Kakashi asked quietly. HMPH. What'd you dote and who? Naruto asked, gobbling up his third bowl of ramen. Don't talk with food in your mouth, and you know what I'm talking about, Kakashi replied. Naruto gulped all of the noodles in his mouth at once and said, I told you. You weren't looking. You couldn't, actually. I'm not telling you just yet. Maybe I'll surprise you once more. Not that again. Oh well, I guess it's fine. So what do you plan to do from now on? Kakashi asked again, not acknowledging the bowl of ramen in front of himself. I don't know. My first goal was to be strong and knowledgeable so I could become a good ninja. Bronze or brains alone can take someone only as far. Unless they have plot armor XD. And I already said that my dream is to become the Hokage. Whatever lies in the way I'm ready to take on, Naruto said. Appreciate your resolve, but that's a very crude answer. You have to set a goal on something in the near future. The ladder to success too has rungs that you will have to climb. Keep in mind that your goal is one of the toughest to achieve, although I am positive that you can make it, Kakashi said. I know, baby steps. Well, I have a teacher now, don't I? I guess I'll take guidance from you. Considering you're one of the legends around here, I'd say I'm pretty lucky, Naruto said, grinning. Come on, that's the best you could come up with. You virtually took the bells from me. What could I possibly teach you? Kakashi said. You know that if we do the same thing all over again, I'd easily lose. I just had numerous elements of surprise. You have years of battle experience. I just have field practice. There's no doubt I have to learn a lot from you. Maybe I could get you to teach me that lightning jutsu. It was easily the best I had ever seen in Raiden, Naruto said. Might be possible. You could learn Chidori, but it won't be useful in battle unless you have a Sharingan. I learned that the hard way. Also, it's not meant for dealing damage. It's an assassination technique. Quite useful in Anbu Black Ops, but not in regular combat, Kakashi said. Naruto had a visible dejected look on his face but covered it up and said softly, I see. Sasuke would be glad to hear he might be able to learn some super high-level jutsu while I can't. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Maybe I could use some help with Kaden. I can't perform any jutsu that would actually be useful in battle. So you do know Kaden as well? 5 nature transformations. I don't even know what to say, Kakashi said. Yeah, unfortunately there's not much I can do right now using it in battle, as I said already. For example, Naruto said. He turned his palm towards Kakashi's bowl of ramen and it suddenly slid towards him. Kakashi looked at him wide-eyed. My affinity is wind. It's the easiest to perform for me, although it's also a little tough to handle though, Naruto explained. He wrapped the bowl around with his hands. It had been rendered completely cold because Kakashi was too engaged in conversation that he didn't even pick up his chopsticks. Kakashi waited for a few seconds and saw that the ramen had started boiling as if it was just taken out of the pan. I have good control over chakra, so I can perform small tasks like this. Although in large-scale attacks, I always end up overdoing or limiting it, depleting most of the power behind the attack or damage myself or mostly both, Naruto said, showing his hands after giving back the bowl in front of Kakashi. They were completely reddened and almost blistered in some parts, although were being rapidly healed. He then went back to eating his ramen and so did Kakashi. I think we can work on that. Although I'm mostly an expert at Raiden, well-oriented with Doden and Suiden, I can still do the basic attacks using Kaden. The only element I can't use is wind. It's extremely delicate to handle as well as destructive at the same time. You got a good hang of it with your chakra control, to the point that you could coat your blade with it and cut the net without me noticing it, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded, gulping down the broth of another bowl. Well, I guess I don't have many defensive jutsus. Maybe something with Raiden might be useful, he said. We need to work on your agility too. Your movements were far too clumsy compared to your strength. The enemy won't always be on the defense. If you aren't able to land an attack or dodge, then that strength is meaningless, Kakashi said. Naruto stopped eating midway with the noodles hanging from his mouth. He looked at Kakashi like he had forgot something very important. Once again he slurped all of them at once. It's good that I passed, or else I'd never be able to forgive myself for this. I had completely forgotten since I was too focused on getting him electrocuted, Naruto said to himself. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, picking it up. It's nothing, I'll tell you later, Naruto said. Kakashi dropped it knowing that he'd tell him when he finds the suitable time. Naruto finished his 15th bowl and burped loudly. Man, that was some great food. You're the best, Oji-san, he said. Rest of them had also finished their respective meals and thanked the owner for making such delicious food. The treat was on Kakashi, of course. The genin were standing outside while Kakashi had waited for the owner to get the change. So guys, I hope you all had fun, because I'm not going to do that every day, Kakashi said. Yeah, just be on time. That would be more than enough for us, Naruto said, getting a prompt agreement from the rest too. Ha, I guess I'll try. You can now go do whatever you want, take some time off. We'll start our missions from next week. Especially Naruto, get to the hospital and get your wound dressed, Kakashi replied. What wound? Sakura asked blankly. Oh, it's nothing. I had a minor graze on my left shoulder. Don't worry, I will, Naruto said, pointing towards the cloth. When did he get that wound? Kakashi made light of me before he came to the battle. Is it possible that he managed to force Kakashi into attacking him? I have to get even stronger. I am an Uchiha. If I can't even get stronger than Naruto, there's no way I'll surpass him, Sasuke thought. With that, I'll be going. I have to fill up official paperwork regarding the enrollment of the Team 7 in the roster, Kakashi said as he held his hand up conveying goodbye and disappeared in a whirl of leaves. You guys want to do something together? Naruto asked. That's a nice idea, we could hang out in the next few days, Sakura said, liking the idea of spending time with Sasuke although Naruto would be there. I'll pass. I'd rather train than fool around with you guys, Sasuke said and started walking away. What about you, Sakura, still up for it? Naruto asked. What? No, Yubaka. If Sasuke-kun's not coming, I'm not going either. Wait for me, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said and ran away, catching up to her supposedly beloved. Phew. Guess I'll have to wait for another week to get missions. How boring, I wish something interesting happens, Naruto said as he walked away. Scene break and time skip, at Hokage office. You mean to say that he got the bells from you? Then why doesn't the report say so? The Hokage asked. Not technically, sir, but he got me good. He could have snatched them but instead went for my book. Also, I had been paralyzed, the matter was just the time elapsed, Kakashi said. Oh, I see. Pranking people. Typical Naruto behavior, the Hokage said and laughed. Hokage-sama, I was wondering if I was the right person to take up his training, Kakashi said. I have no doubt that you are the only person suitable to train both Naruto and Sasuke. Keep faith in yourself, the Hokage said. Yes, but a very unfortunate incident could have occurred today. It was just a chance that it could be averted, Kakashi said. You must be talking about the Reikari. Now I can't say I approve of you using such a dangerous technique against someone who is not an enemy and certainly not against someone who is not even a genin yet, the Hokage said. Kakashi was looking for someone to tell him that he did wrong. He tried to say something but the Hokage beat him to it. But this one is forgivable. With Naruto involved, any condition can go out of hand no matter who's looking out for him. You certainly didn't expect him to whip out a futon jutsu, did you? It was just an accident. He needs your guidance and support to get stronger. You know very well that he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He might be stronger than your average ninja, but the people after him are far above his league, and you know that, the Hokage said. Kakashi nodded in understanding and bowed. Yes sir, I understand. I will try to do my best. I'll take my leave, then. The Hokage nodded and said, You're dismissed, time skip. Listen to me, Hiruzen. You can still fail him. Sending out a Jinchuriki to missions is quite dangerous. I have told you this time and time again, but you never listen. Not the last time and not even this time, the old warhawk said. Danzo, Naruto is also a human. I can't keep him caged like a wild animal. If he wishes to become a shinobi, who am I to stop him? The Hokage replied. Danzo had requested to be granted an audience with the Sandaime as soon as he heard that Kakashi had actually passed Naruto and the others. He was currently trying to persuade him to not let Naruto be regarded as a ninja and sent on missions. You know how it should be, Hiruzen. A Jinchuriki should stay in the village under protection. Unlike you, Shodem-sama had made sure of this when the Kyuubi was first sealed away, Danzo said. Don't give me twisted explanations, Danzo. I know fully well that Mito-sama had willingly decided to stay in the village and she was under no obligation to do so. The Hokage replied. Why mean that everyone else does? What explanation will you give if the boy is captured by another village and the tailed beast is extracted from him? Danzo asked, raising his voice. That is why I have placed him on a team with the most capable shinobi I know. Don't say it like I don't know what's best for the village. But every person here is my family and equal in my eyes, including Naruto, Hiruzen said. That same old benevolence hasn't left you even in senility. When it comes to the time of crisis, remember this, your lenity will surely cause your downfall. I can't bear to see Konoha crumbling down to such weak standards today compared to when we were the sole militaristic might among all the nations. Danzo said and walked away gritting his teeth. As he closed the door, Hiruzen thought to himself, it seems old age is getting to me. I don't even know how to make him realize that power is not everything a village needs. He looked out of the window and whispered, still, I saw that look in his eyes. He'll attempt to do something or the other for what he seems fit. I'll have to do whatever it takes to protect the boy too. Naruto, it seems that the time has come. I hope you are ready to face the truth.